All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. If everyone can take their seats, please. Welcome to the November 14th, 2024 meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. I'd like to call us to order. Before we do, a few housekeeping items. If you have a cell phone with you, please silence or turn it off. If you're here to speak on an item, and you're not the applicant, please fill out a speaker form and provide it to Elena or Jared down here in front. Thank you. One that looks like this. These are available outside if you need to know where they are. When the item that you wish to be heard on is called, and when we ask for public comment at that point in the conversation, please come to the podium. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak. If you're here to speak with a large number of people on the same item, we encourage you to elect a representative to share the concerns of your group. And in that case, some additional time will be given to that person when they're speaking on behalf of others. Where several persons do decide to speak on the same item, we just ask that you do your best to limit repetitious comments. Tell us things that we haven't heard yet. It just helps keep the meeting moving along. Lastly, please direct all your comments to the commission. If it requires a response from the applicant or staff, we'll ask them to give that. And then lastly, we just appreciate everyone's presence here today and the time that you took away from your work and other obligations. And then we just ask for your assistance in upholding the decorum of the meeting. If you speaking from the audience, I won't acknowledge anyone speaking from the audience. You need to be called on to come speak to the podium. And we just want to engage in constructive dialogue that fosters an understanding and progress for all. And just basically follow the golden rule. Speak to everyone as you'd like to be spoken to. So thank you for your attention and your understanding on that. And with that, we'll move to the receipt of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to receive the minutes of the October 24th, 2024 meeting.
I have a motion to receive the minutes. It's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes. The minutes are all right, we just need a voice vote.
Yes.
And the minutes are received. All right, item 3, continuance requests.
There we go. We have 5 uncontested requests. Item 23, case SPUD-1680, request to defer to December 12th. Item 24, case SPUD-1685, also December 12th deferral. And item 25, case CPA 2023-05 has been withdrawn. Item 26, CPA 2024-07 has been withdrawn. And item 27, case SPUD-1677 has also been withdrawn.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak on those items? All right, seeing none, just need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the uncontested request as read.
We have a motion from Commissioner Noble to approve the uncontested continuance requests. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And those are approved. New requests.
We have 5 items on the consent. Oh, sorry, new requests. As far as I know, we have no new requests.
No new requests. Okay, that brings us to item 4, public hearings and our consent docket.
So we do have 5 items on the consent docket. Item number 1, case C-7694, final plat of Tuscany Lakes, Phase 6, located west of North County Line Road and north of Northwest 122nd Street. Item 2, case C-7696, final plat of Rose Rock Village West, located east of North Mustang Road and south of Northwest 164th Street. Item 3, case C-7697, final plat of Tuscany Lakes, Phase 5, located west of North County Line Road and north of Northwest 122nd Street. Item 4, case C-7698, final plat of Willow Trails, Phase 1, located north of Southwest 29th Street and west of South Sarah Road. And finally, item 5, case ED-242, application to dedicate a new portion of Southeast 96th Street to the public, located east of South I-35 Service Road and south of Southeast 89th Street.
All right, is there anyone here to speak on any of those items? Does not appear so, so I just need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the consent docket items 1 through 5.
A motion to approve the consent docket. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And those items are approved. Brings us to items that will be heard individually. First item is number 6.
This is PUD 1915-SP01, application for a specific plan pursuant to the approval of PUD 1915, located at 1414 North Broadway Avenue.
Hello, Jessica Bloy with Johnson & Associates representing the applicant, 1 East Sheridan. The specific plan before you today is for the south portion of the Ready Mix project at 13th and Broadway. It's specifically for the drive aisles, parking, and landscaping. The individual buildings for this property will be coming back to you as separate specific plans as they are ready to apply for that. And this portion of the development is interesting. The southwest portion is actually in a design district. So that will be approved by staff administratively for sidewalks, parking, and landscaping. And in addition to that, we also have on-street parking on Broadway, which is set to be heard by the Traffic Commission in a few weeks. So the layout here, again, is only for the drive aisles, parking, and landscaping. It is nearly identical to the site plan that was originally approved in PUD 1915. And staff has noted in the staff report that it is consistent with PUD 1915, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview. Commissioner Govine, this is your ward.
Yes, thank you. I have met with the applicant, reviewed the application. It is in line with the previously approved master plan, so I see no issues. I would say that it is consistent with the master plan as it was submitted at the time that PUD 1915 was approved. So there's no issues with this particular application, but I did encourage the applicant to include the overall master plan when they update this specific plan, because there will be several more of these, and I would like to see how that tracks with the original plan so that these changes are apparent to everyone, because there has already been a carve-out of the northern block of this, so it has changed, so I would like to see that update so that we know what the bigger vision is. But as far as I'm in support of this case today, so we'll open it up to anyone else that has questions.
Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, well, I'll move to recommend approval of PUD 1915 SP01.
I'll just note for the record that staff's review of the specific plan for development indicates the proposal is consistent with PUD 1915 master design statement and the master development plan. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That item is approved. Thank you. Item 7.
Item 7 is case CE 1132, application to close a portion of the north-south statutory right-of-way in blocks 1, 2, and 3 of Anton H. Klassen's North Broadway addition, located west of Interstate 235 and between Northwest 16th Street and Northwest 13th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a closing application. We've done a few in this area, and as we're getting into it, being an older part of the city, we're finding some additional rights-of-way that need to be closed. So this is just the next step in the series of processes that we have undertaken. Happy to answer any questions. It's recommended for approval.
Commissioner Govine, this is again Ward 6.
Yes, so it's a related case to the previous item. I see no issues with the easement closure. I understand that, well, I don't see the TE that there is that is contingent on providing the full survey down to 13th Street prior to council. And is that,
That's fine.
is that?
Do we
enough?
have that?
I
don't
understand
see a
there was.
TE.
Yeah, there is no TE. I guess I'm suggesting that we go ahead and add a TE just to ensure that that happens, because I understand there was some confusion on whether that's.
I think we are, well, so I think, I'll defer to Sarah. Yes, we can do it. I think we already provided a full survey based on CE 1088. Because this is about the second or third closing application we've done in this area for the same developer. But if we haven't, then that's fine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to recommend approval of CE 1132 with the additional TE that applicant shall provide the full survey of the extents of the closure prior to council hearing.
All right, we have a motion to recommend approval of CE 1132 to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. Item 8.
This is KC 7690, preliminary plat of Kalidy Cove, located south of East Hefner Road and east of North Post Road, along with the variance to the subdivision regulations.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is, I believe, now the third time that you've heard this plat. This plat started at 21 lots. The commission granted the variance that you now see before you, and then subsequently denied the plat. We refiled. We've reduced the lot count by 2 to 19. We came before the commission at the last hearing. It was suggested that we defer to have a community meeting, which we were able to accomplish this week. So, real quick, it's important to note that this is a plat. It's not a zoning application. Zoning is, of course, the framework in which we discuss densities and setbacks and heights and those sorts of things. When someone buys a piece of property that is already entitled, there is a certain element of understanding of what that property owner can do. People rely on zoning when they decide how much to purchase property for, because zoning dictates yield and ROI. So here we have R1 zoning. Now what we don't have is sewer and water. So R1 zoning without sewer and water would allow for development at 3/4 of an acre lot. The reason being, ODEQ is who regulates the size of lots permitted with private on-site sanitary sewer solutions. So what the state and the city would say, based upon zoning, is 3/4 of an acre lot. We have 19 lots that are 1.1 acres. So we exceed, from a zoning standpoint, the lot size and therefore the density. Now, in the neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of discussion about drainage, and we understand that drainage is critically important. It's very concerning to neighbors. As you know, at a preliminary plat stage, those are not questions that we can answer. If we were approved, and as we move forward towards a final plat, that is when the engineers are turned loose to perform the very detailed, expensive drainage analysis, that we would be able to show where the water's going, in what capacity is it going, and how our detention or retention pond would operate. We don't have that here. The neighbors, I think, should be somewhat relieved in that the city just passed that new drainage ordinance. And we've talked about drainage for years and years and years. The city's now taken some steps to pass an ordinance that has heightened standards to help places just like this. So we don't have any knowledge as to exactly what house will be built, because again, that's not a plat or a zoning issue. We don't have details as to where or why the water will go certain places. We will certainly have that. A final plat will have to come before this body again, before any dirt can be turned. The engineering department will have to review and approve and say, yes, you do or don't meet the ordinance. If we don't, then we'll have to go back and redraw our grading plans and redraw where we are taking the water. But platting should be a discussion of, do you meet the regulations prescribed by ordinance and statute? Here, we meet them. Now, we have one novel issue in that because we're R1, we need a variance to the length of the cul-de-sac, but this body already approved that variance. There are no new facts at issue that would warrant anything other than an approval of the same variance already approved. Further, the irony here is if we were zoned RA that would allow 1 acre lots, that variance wouldn't be needed. So we are developing this neighborhood at an RA standard based upon lot size. If we were zoned RA, we wouldn't need this variance. But because it's technically zoned R1, we do need the variance. So we are proposing some additional concessions that we did speak with the neighbors about. It's what was handed out to you, so it's what we would propose to add 2 new TEs, 6 and 7. What we have proposed is that we will add a 50-foot tree preservation area and setback along the eastern side. We will make that a plat note consistent with the language that you've been handed out so that the city has the ability to go enforce that. It's a heavily wooded area, so having a plat note designating the 50-foot tree preservation area will ensure proper separation visually from our property to theirs. In addition, it's worth noting that the neighbor's fence line, I believe, is about 15 feet off the property line to their side. So there was an error on their survey. So our property line, there's a 15-foot gap, and then it's their fence. So it's really about a 65-foot swath of kind of no man's land that exists between our platted area and the folks to the east. So in closing, property rights matter. People should be able to rely upon the zoning that the property maintains. It doesn't matter when the zoning came into place, zoning is law. That property is zoned R1. That property would allow density of 0.75, 3/4 acre lot. We have tried, it's a very small development. Small developments, few amount of lots, you can't just continue to erode away the number of lots and make it work. So we are hopeful that based upon the tree preservation area, the reduction in lots, and our commitment to adhere to the drainage ordinance and work with them as to what that means moving forward, will give you guys the ability to grant us approval on this project. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we have 5 TEs, all of which we agree to. We do need the variance on 2. And then we would propose to add TEs 6 and 7 consistent with what I handed out.
Commissioner Pennington, this is Ward 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, am very grateful that there was a meeting between the neighbors and the applicant. Unfortunately, we've been advised that we as planning commissioners cannot participate in those conversations about plats outside of the horseshoe. So that limits our ability to be directly involved in the negotiations. This is a very challenging case. And while I agree, the attorney in me agrees and understands the law exactly as David has explained it, the person who is responsible as planning commissioner, I think owes the public better than just that simple legal explanation. And it's this. The reason for the R1 zoning is because this area was annexed into Oklahoma City as R1, regardless of the actual conditions. I am confident that if it was already in Oklahoma City, when we did the comprehensive plan, it would not be R1. And so for us just to say that this area that's so inappropriate for that level of density, that they don't even have water and sewer, and we're not supposed to take any of that into account, I don't think that's fair to the public. I acknowledge that, and I'm sure our neighbors are aware of it, it's a compelling case because of what we are required to do in our review of plats. But I wanted to see us get in a place of compromise. I know that we're not going to get to the level of, I know what our neighbors want is for the density to be exactly the same as what they have. I know that that's not going to be possible based on where we are, but based on the fact that the zoning is in fact R1, but I wanted to see us get to a compromise that I think is reasonable. So I really appreciate the tree buffer. I think that is helpful to our neighbors being less disrupted. But I'm sure there's plenty of people signed up to speak, and so I'd ask our commissioners to really listen in to decide what we think is the appropriate lot size that is fair to the property owner, because that is true. You bought an R1 piece of property, you're owed certain rights. At the same time, the appropriateness and compatibility of that zoning and the reason behind that zoning is not consistent with our typical process, and that too should be taken into account. So I'd like to hear from our neighbors, and then we can weigh in on that.
May I make a comment? That the issue is, what is the purpose of zoning? If, when we're going to plat it, we're going to have a discussion about what is the proper development here. Zoning tells us what the proper uses are, what the proper density is. The question is, are acreage lots that are 1.1 in size compatible with 5-acre lots? I think the answer is yes. Now, are they the same? No. Are they required to be the same? No. Could the city have annexed this in as AA? Yes. Look at the zoning map. There's plenty of AA around there, but they didn't. Could the city have instituted their own zoning case at some point to modify this to AA? They have the absolute legal right to do that, and they didn't. So when someone came along and bought property that has zoning, certain rights flow from that. Certain expectations flow from that. So what we're really talking about is a whole new discussion at the plat phase, eroding property rights because there's protest. And I don't think that's what...
object. It's not because of protest, because the cul-de-sac is too long, correct?
That's one of them.
And because the cul-de-sac is too long, you don't have the right to do what it shows in the plat. So unless we have some compromises, then it may or may not be approved.
Sure, so the compromise, we've reduced lot counts, we've added tree preservation areas.
And that's why we're having those discussions.
The irony is if we came in with a down zone to RA, undoubtedly it would be recommended for approval, and then we wouldn't need the variance, and then we could actually reduce the lot counts, or excuse me, the lot size greater than it is now.
But you do need the variance, so that's why we're having the discussion that you apparently don't think we should be having, but we are, because it is too long. So let's hear from the
We're having a
neighbors.
discussion because we have to plat it, but this variance was granted by this body, unanimously.
In a different situation. Now we're in this situation. So let's hear from the
situation.
neighbors. Let's hear from
Same
the
property, same situation.
Okay, we're ready to hear from neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bill Burgoyne. Welcome back.
Hello, yes.
Please give us your name and address for the record. You have up
Sure.
to 5
Bill
minutes.
Burgoyne, 10337 East Hefner Road, Jones, Oklahoma / Oklahoma City. I don't know, wherever we live. We did have our meeting at the beautiful Jones Library. There was 5 representatives from the applicant's team. They were most cordial, and we had a nice little meeting. It got a little heated at times because there's a lot of passion involved in this situation. We had 15 neighbors. We had 2 ladies that were 85 years old, one of which was born in the house which she currently lives in. The other one moved in 63, so she's a new person in the neighborhood. Another gentleman there had lived there since 1963. So, and most of the neighbors, have lived there, a lot of them since the 90s. So our neighborhood has not changed at all in that amount of time. We did talk about some things. We had a lot of talk about flooding, and that's been done ad nauseum so far. And we did ask for larger lot sizes or less houses, which would be the same thing. And no, that fell on deaf ears. I do want to say it's a matter of profit versus lifestyle. Bingo. That's all I'm going to say. That's the truth. We asked for an HOA for septic system maintenance in perpetuity. Once whatever the 2 years is up that they're maintained by the installers, we want an HOA to maintain those, because that's a lot of stuff being sprayed out that we don't want in our backyards, and, you know, we just want to make sure it's done correctly. We ask for safe entry and egress into that neighborhood. As I like to say, it's a belly, that area. There's hills on both sides. You got about maybe less than 100 feet of cars going 70 miles an hour pulling out. We just want it to be safe. We don't want to be running into people, have people running into us. Also, there's the bikers that go up and down the road. You know, the Red Bud Classic runs through there, and every Saturday there's packs of 20, 30 riders that come at you pretty hard. We're glad to have them. We try to accommodate, give them the road, you know. We asked them to leave trees. They were kind enough to have the 50-foot tree thing and say, yeah, land is nicer when you have trees on it, so maybe we can get some agreement there. And other than that, at the end of the meeting, there was something said. Can I quote what was said?
Sure.
Okay, this is how it ended, pretty much. Ultimately, when you just create a little clique to keep people from owning a home that they can afford in this day and age, then you are just fighting what is ultimately going to happen. And I'll close with that.
All right. Thank you for
Unless
coming down
anybody
again.
has questions.
Kay Letterman. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon. Kay Letterman. I live in the Hefner Oaks addition, which my property backs directly up to the housing addition. I will agree with Mr. Burgoyne that we had a great meeting. Everybody was heard. It was very cordial, and we appreciate that. There again, some of the concerns that Mr. Pennington talked about with the zoning, when that was zoned or brought into Oklahoma City and they zoned it as R1, all of that around there was still agricultural. So my question is, somebody probably wasn't paying attention, and when they looked at those areas, and therefore it affects the rest of our lives who live rural and want to live rural, because the quality of and the types of people that you want around you are your horse people, your cow people, people that can have 5 acres. It requires 2.5 acres to at least have 1 horse. And I'm probably the same for cattle. So we are looking for an area and our area to continue as like-minded people. That's all we're asking. Development's going to happen. I realize that. We have some concerns about, you know, the spray field of the sewage and that kind of stuff. But other than that, I think the meeting was great. And I just hope that because you can, doesn't mean you have to.
Thank you for coming down. John Kunstman.
John Kunstman, 10101 Hefner Oaks. Of the 8 properties that are affected by this proposal, 6 of them are in our HOA, which I'm the president. I would like to kind of ask Ms. Powers if she remembers what she stated last time, that this does not fit the character of the community. I would like to ask the commissioners and perhaps Mr. Kalidy with his vast staff, where is the closest proposal like this in Oklahoma City? If he's able to answer that. Second question I have is for the commissioners. First time we had 33 signatures, now we have 73. At what point does that make a difference? If 73 signatures don't make a difference, do we need 400? Do we need 15,000? What do we need to oppose this? That's the end of my statement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have signed up to speak. Mr. Box, you care to address any of the things that we heard?
No, I mean, I don't know if there's anything to respond to. I think the question is, does the plat before you conform to zoning, conform to subregs, save for the one variance that this body already granted? But really, I guess, is acreage lots compatible next to 5-acre lots? We would submit that it is. There are instances all over Ward 4 where you have situations just like this. Typically, the argument was the half-acre lots next to larger lots. These are all in excess of 1 acre. So we believe that it is compatible in excess of 1 acre next to 5-acre lots. So we would ask for your approval, and we're happy to answer any questions.
My question is, would you respond to the request about an HOA regarding the septic system maintenance?
Yes, if that gets us the necessary votes, we can set it up like we did Mr. Van Hoos in your ward.
I don't remember which case.
It was a plat just south of the turnpike on Sooner, I believe, in which it was mandated that the HOA maintain the aerobic systems.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes, if that,
I don't see how that's
helps.
possible, though. I mean, it's private property, it's your property, it's in your yard. The aerobic system.
Way it's executed? Apparently, we've done it before, though.
you can make it a plat note. And therefore, if, these are all regulated, monitored, and licensed through the state, through DEQ, so there are records of it, and if it fails to be properly maintained pursuant to ODEQ regs, if it's a plat note, the city has an enforcement mechanism to go ensure that the systems are up to date and within code under DEQ regs. That's how we did it on the, I can't remember the name, but
I can't remember the
Sooner
name.
and just south of the turnpike.
Okay. Okay. I think we had a lot of cases there. I'd love to hear from commissioners. I think where we are is we're debating, I understand, and I hope our neighbors understand what our mandate is. Our mandate is that we are to take into account the zoning rules, the subregs, and review it that way. And I understand, and also compatibility and appropriateness. And that's what we're trying to do. I also agree and concede the point that zoning trumps all. And we know that. And our hands are tied in that way. And so what we're doing is trying to find the most fair way that we can approach this. To the question directly about how many signatures does it take to oppose it, I think that is such a fair question. And unfortunately, when we're talking about plats, we're operating in a quasi-judicial fashion. Our job is to square the request of the applicant, the subregs, and the law, and then take into account issues of compatibility. And so it's really hard for us to just say flat out, if the public said no, then we have to say no to the plat as it's been presented, because of what our legal mandate is. But I hear you, which is why I'm dragging this conversation along, to say, how do we find a fair way forward? So if commissioners have thoughts about that, I'd like to hear it.
I don't have a problem with the lot size and the aerobics, but as you guys know, I live in an addition with 108 homes, all on aerobic. And we're a half acre to a 3/4. We don't have any lots that big. And no one's died, no runoffs going off on neighboring pastures. There's places and reasons to do this, as long as I know we're trying to step the lot sizes up for it, and that's been done in this case. That's all I've got.
And that's one way to deal with this, of course, is the city pass an ordinance dictating what the appropriate lot size is when you don't have public sewer. Like that's the way that the city can regulate this. Other cities have established what the minimum lot size is allowed for aerobic systems. But short of an ordinance, the state regulates it, and we exceed the state requirements.
I don't think that any of us that were present at our study session on aerobic systems and how that process works, I'll speak for myself, I don't have any confidence that we can just rely on DEQ to take care of this problem for us and do whatever they think is appropriate. We're just not there. I do think that the aerobic systems need to be on larger lots, period. Whatever power and authority we possess to push that limit here, I'm all for it. I just don't think that lots of this size are appropriate for that type of system, period.
My issue is just with the variance on the cul-de-sac length. I said last time, the 1 acre next to 5 acres, we do see that a lot. That's not unusual in these subdivisions, but we're debating, it's R1, was it supposed to be or not? But at the end of the day, you need a variance to do what the number of lots you want to do, even if it's R1, so.
Well, no, but think through it. If this was developed as R1, and why this variance would kick in. Because if it was developed as R1, the number of homes at 6,000 square feet would be enormous. That's why the variance is in place. So if this was developed as R1 with sewer and water, that variance would be important because the number of homes you could have on 6,000 square feet would be a huge number. Because we are developing this pursuant to what you would expect to see in RA, acreage developments, RA would not require it because the number of lots on this length of cul-de-sac is considered appropriate. So that's the issue is these are all 43,560, which is what an acre is on a square footage basis. R1 would allow 6,000 square feet. So if you can imagine what 6,000 square foot lots lining that street would look like, that's why the variance is needed.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, at the same time, the land, this parcel only has one access point.
That is true.
And due to that, you know, there could be some way to get other access or land acquisitions that would allow it to not be a cul-de-sac that needed that variance.
Well,
so I mean, you're still asking for something extra to be able to do this.
But not something extra. We don't exceed the number of lots allowed on one access point. This is simply a quirk in that the code on R1 is considering the number of homes you could have in a lineal footage. We don't have that scenario because we are developing it under a rural acreage development style. Under a rural acreage development style, this variance on this lineal footage wouldn't be needed. We don't need a variance on number of lots on a single access point.
Right.
We're well under that by like 79 lots under.
Yeah.
Commissioner Newman?
What's concerning to me is the number of lots that have not only aerobic but also wells. I think that the density of it kind of concerns me when you have both the aerobic systems and that number of wells in a small area of property versus where we typically see these would be larger scenarios where you'd have an acreage, 5 acres or so with an aerobic system and a well. We're putting 5 times the density of what we would typically see in a AA zone area. So it's, again, going back to the lot size, it's concerning to me.
It's no different than an RA zoning, though. In terms of RA zoning allows 1 acre lots. 1 acre lots are allowed to have aerobic system down to actually, 3/4 of an acre. So if we are exceeding the state standards as it relates to this type of setup.
I think it's tight. I know we've got a long meeting ahead, and for me, this is a tough case. I don't think it should have ever been annexed in Oklahoma City as R1. I don't think that level of density is appropriate. I understand that we have a mandate, and I get that. So I'd like to see larger lot sizes. I'd like to see us be more closer to 1.5. If that is not what the applicant is amenable to, I cannot be the person who would make that motion to support this as is. So if where the commission is we've got to follow with 1.1 is sufficient, I'm not the one who can make the motion to support that. So.
Well, while I appreciate Mr. Box's very able explanation of how he sees how the rules apply here and what he thinks we're allowed to do, I don't feel constrained by that. So I'm not prepared to move or vote for this item as it is either.
It's not my explanation, it's what the law says.
Okay, it is your explanation.
No. It's also your staff's explanation and the state DEQ explanation. It's not my interpretation, it is the law.
The only comment that I would make is that your subdivision regulations, they do allow you to consider these other things in addition to the regulations, which are if it's in conformity with the comprehensive plan and all those things that are listed in your subdivision regulations. So that is a consideration as well.
That's a great point. I think it's probably noteworthy, although perhaps I'm wrong. Staff can correct me. I don't even see a discussion. So I don't see a discussion on the front page. I don't know what the comp plan is, but Typically, staff would recommend denial of an application that they believed ran afoul of a comprehensive plan. They recommend approval here, and we can get into the way in which comp plans operate, right? So if you have zoning, there are certain rights, because that's passed by ordinance. That's a law. A comprehensive plan is nothing more than a policy guide that is adopted by resolution without notice to property owners. So the idea that a city can adopt a resolution via a comp plan to restrict rights that exist on the property is simply a fallacy.
I have a question for staff. Of course, there's all kinds of criteria in subdivision regulations, but I'm recalling something that's jumping out to me is I know that we've looked at applications before, and maybe it's zoning, it likely is, but the adjacent lots have to be 75% of, or that new proposed lots have to be 75% of adjacent lots?
That is in certain situations, and maybe Jared can correct me if I misstate this, but yes, up to, it's really in an R1 situation where you've got a subdivision going in next to an existing subdivision.
So it's R1.
Though they need to kind of
It's
meet up to
R1.
7,500 square feet.
So it doesn't apply here.
No.
But we have dealt with it when the 30-foot lots were coming in up against 5-acre AAs, and they had to widen those lots against the abutting AAs.
But those were zoning cases. Like, that's the difference. That was seeking something in a zoning context, density that was not allowed.
Oh, I'm ready to make a motion on the variance just to get
Okay.
moving.
All right.
So I'll make a motion to approve variance to table 5.1 in section 5.3.2.A.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Noble to approve the variance. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. Want a voice vote or refresh? We needed six to pass the variance, correct? Yeah, so that variance does not pass. So we need a motion to deny then.
No. You want to you want to defer it?
I'm sorry, I need to clarify this for the people in the audience. 6 votes are required. Our system is not set up to display that. It's used to showing 5 votes for most items at Planning Commission. This is different, 6 are required. So it did not pass.
So then
So my client, if it gets 3 of the votes that were previously a yes on this that are now no's, will make it 1.5 acres on the east side, if that changes anything. If not, we'll take our chances across the street.
I missed it, why just the east
East
side? Oh, I see, because it's, that'd get me there.
All right, we need.
I'll make a
another
new motion
I
to
voted
approve
yes
the
for
variance.
the variance, but
Yeah, we're still,
Can we make a new motion to approve the variance?
Yes.
And then, after that, I'm going to hope that we put a T in on the preliminary plat for the HOA on the septic, but that'll be next.
for note, yeah.
Someone needs to make a motion to rescind what just happened. I don't want to play your attorney, but that's what needs to happen.
It failed, so we don't have to. We can do it again.
We can just do it again.
All right, second motion.
I'm going to make a motion to But I'm sorry, we'll have to put the 1/2 acre lots on the plat though, right?
Separate.
And we will trust that that's what they're going to do in the plat here in a moment.
Yes, that'd be a separate thing as a TE.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
A motion to approve the variance. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the variance passes. Now the item.
Commissioner Pennington, you want to try, you got where I am, do you want to do it?
I will at least make the motion so we're clear about where we are. So the motion would be to approve the preliminary plat with the addition of of a couple of technical evaluations. One, that we would designate the 50-foot tree preservation area and building limit line along the east side of the plat. Another technical evaluation to add the note, the tree preservation area shown on Kalidy Cove shall be maintained by each individual lot owner. The purpose and intent of the area is to protect the natural habitat and existing tree canopy from further building or improvement encroachment by leaving the area in its natural condition. Undergrowth may be maintained so long as the existing tree canopies are preserved. Enforcement shall be managed through the City of Oklahoma City building permit and review process and Kalidy Cove covenants, conditions, and restrictions to prevent new buildings or improvements within the tree area or any elimination of healthy mature trees. The lot owner shall have the right to remove dead, fallen, or red cedar and cottonwood trees if so desired. Adding an additional TE that an HOA shall be established for septic, for maintenance of septic systems, adding an additional TE that lots abutting the east lots.
East boundary, lots abutting the east boundary.
Lots abutting the east boundary, that's why he's the chairman, shall be, the lot size shall be 1.5 acres. Minimum. There's the motion.
All right, we have a motion subject to the technical evaluations read in. We're waiting on our system.
Oh, I made the motion, sorry.
All right,
That was me.
that motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
I'll be that person.
And that item is approved. Item 8.
9.
Excuse me, item 9.
Item 9 is the resolution of the City of Oklahoma City Planning Commission finding that the proposed amendments to the Northeast Renaissance redevelopment project plan are in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and recommending approval of the amended and restated Northeast Renaissance redevelopment project plan and rescinding approval of the October 10th, 2024 amendment presented to the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Joanna McSpadden, City Finance Department. I'm back again with another update to what I proposed to you last month. So I recall a conversation with Commissioner Pennington about Millwood and the other taxing jurisdictions. We were mistaken that we weren't quite all on the same page. So when we had the TIF review committee a few days after that planning commission, we found that we still had a little bit of work to do. So we recessed. We came back to the TIF review committee last week, a week before last, and it was approved unanimously there. Millwood was part of that meeting, and they were supportive of the changes that we've made. So I'll go through the changes that we've made since you saw it the last time and then answer any questions you've got. So the first slide, the next slide, is the current map. So this shows you the full picture of the Northeast Renaissance as it exists right now. It's mostly along the 23rd Street border, which is kind of there in the center of the map. The next slide shows the 2 new proposed increment districts. These are the same as what you saw last time. Those have not changed. We're looking at an area in the Adventure District right on the corner of Martin Luther King and 63rd Street, and then kind of on the east side, Post and 41st, where the site of Filmmakers Ranch. The next slide shows the change that you'll see is we've expanded the project area in the Adventure District area to capture Millwood School District, which is there just north of the highway. The idea being if there's residual increment, we can do projects at the school. I will note that part of the other changes that were made is we shortened the life on this TIF district, so it will be 7 years. There won't be as much residual, we won't collect as much, and so kind of the structure has changed there, but we are proposing that new map. And then next, I've just got a quick slide about the use typologies that I pulled from the comp plan. The Adventure District area, you've got those 3 kind of intermingled in that larger project area, and then Filmmakers Ranch, unchanged, rural, medium density. The uses that we're aware of, I believe, fit within those based on the information I found online, but I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you. Commissioner Pennington, this is mostly Ward 7, so you want to lead the discussion?
Sure, thank you, and I appreciate the explanation. Obviously, I was very concerned about the Millwood School District when you came this first time.
Yep.
So you can imagine my panic when I read in the newspaper that they were bringing up this issue, and I thought, we voted yes, I asked this question.
You did. You did.
So I'm glad to see this back for us to have further consideration. I think that the TIF has the potential to be a very powerful tool in helping our community to really develop, and I appreciate the effort on both sides to listen to each other and find a way forward. So I'm going to be in full support of us doing this. I know it's not ideal, especially with the way that TIFs are actually designed, but if this helps us make some progress in addressing our neighbors' most pressing concerns, then I'm for it.
If I may add, I was at the meeting, and there was a really nice change to make this TIF a little unique, to shorten the time frame, to speed up the time frame that the Millwood schools can benefit from the taxes. So it won't be used all the time, I don't think, but Millwood's such a small and special school district right there in our city that it was a good accommodation that was made. It ended up all parties from their side and the neighbors and everybody came up with a good plan.
Good. And it was your first meeting of the TIF committee, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, trial by fire.
It was good.
Say, just for what it's worth, I think that is one of the great things about TIF as a tool. It does allow for that, those kinds of accommodations and adjustments. It is, in some ways, a pretty flexible tool, so.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I move approval of item 9, this resolution.
A motion to approve or make a recommendation to approve the item. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
All right, item 10.
Item 10 is a recommendation to allow for an amendment to an ordinance amending the zoning and planning code for allowing accessory dwellings in under certain conditions in the urban medium land use topology area and in R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning districts.
Good afternoon, Lisa Chronister, Assistant Planning Director. Next slide. At the May 9th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Department introduced an ordinance that would allow accessory dwellings in the urban medium and urban high land use typology areas if they met certain conditions. Through our work on the zoning code update project, staff had already identified metrics that would make accessory dwellings compatible with the UM and UH neighborhoods. And we saw an opportunity to update the existing code to allow them in advance of the rest of the code update. Next. But first, what is an accessory dwelling? An accessory dwelling is a small secondary living unit located on the same property as a principal dwelling. And the definition specifically allows for cooking facilities and bathing sanitation facilities. That's part of what makes it different than just your shop in the backyard. Next. But our existing code doesn't allow accessory dwellings in most neighborhoods, including R1 single family. Therefore, we have to update our zoning code to allow them. Next. But why would we want to allow accessory dwellings? The benefits of allowing accessory dwellings are many, including expanding housing supply, especially in areas where infrastructure such as utilities, roads, parks, schools, transportation, and services already exist. Supporting home ownership by providing homeowners with supplemental income from accessory dwelling rentals. Social benefits of accommodating multi-generational households and the ability to age in place. Accommodating the continued use and rehabilitation of existing non-conforming accessory dwellings. Next. There is strong support for accessory dwellings in the city's comprehensive plan, Plan OKC. Plan OKC was first adopted by Planning Commission and the City Council in 2015. It is a policy document used by city leaders to make decisions about the city's future growth, development, policy, and capital improvements, including land use decisions. Plan OKC policies recommend allowing diverse housing types and increased density in the urban core. And the policies include specific recommendations to revise the zoning code to allow accessory dwellings. Accessory dwellings are not a new thing. They are an historic building form that exists all over the city, especially in the urban core where they have long provided additional housing in residential areas of the urban core. Allowing accessory dwellings by right in single-family zoning districts is one small step in the effort to increase housing availability and affordability in Oklahoma City. Studies including the 2021 Housing Affordability Study and the 2020 Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice are unanimous in recommending that zoning codes be modified to allow accessory dwellings. These studies and our own research include many recommendations about how to make housing more affordable, but 4 zoning code-related strategies were overwhelmingly consistent across all studies, reports, and advocacy of interest groups, such as the American Association of Retired Persons and the National Association of Realtors. They are: allow for more dwelling per lot, allow for smaller homes, allow greater density, especially near jobs, school, and transit. Reduce or streamline permitting costs and timeframes. These strategies are all addressed by the proposed accessory dwellings ordinance. Many of our peer cities now allow accessory dwellings by right, including Nashville, Minneapolis, and San Antonio. Locally, Norman and Edmond have recently revised their zoning to allow accessory dwellings in some areas. In 2022, as part of the code update survey, we asked the public about the types of houses people would be interested in living in or next to. Responses from the urban medium LUTA voiced strong support for allowing an additional dwelling in the backyard of an adjacent property. Support for accessory dwellings is also evidenced by the number of rezoning requests over the past several years that have sought to allow accessory dwellings. Because accessory dwellings are not allowed in the code now, rezoning is currently the only way a property owner can get approval to build one. Because accessory dwellings were recommended by Plan OKC policies and supported by best practices, survey data, and other studies, planning staff considered them early in our work to develop proposed new zones in the urban medium LUTA, including allowing them by right as attached or detached units in the new UMSD single dwelling zone. We presented this concept to focus groups, Planning Commission, and the Stakeholder Advisory Committee at several meetings in 2022 and 2023. Next. So again, our approach with the ordinance in front of you is to allow accessory dwellings in the urban medium or urban high LUTA if they meet certain conditions. That would be amending the existing code in advance of the adoption of the new code. Over the past several years, planning staff has held a variety of outreach activities for the new code in which accessory dwelling concepts were discussed, including focus groups with residents, developers, architects, planners. All voiced strong support. Since the introduction of the ordinance, staff was asked to conduct additional outreach with residents to discuss concerns. The commission also appointed a task force composed of Commissioners Pennington, Powers, Noble, and Govine to meet with residents to gain insight into their concerns. Planning staff organized 15 meetings with various groups throughout the UM, resulting in over 400 interactions with community members. PC task force members also held additional group and individual meetings with residents. An updated ordinance is now presented for recommendation at today's meeting, and it was also discussed at the study session right prior to this meeting. Many provisions of the original ordinance remain as shown here. The site has to be located in the UM or UH LUDA. The site has to be zoned R1 or is a single-family structure located on NC, R2, R3, or R4 zoning. Only one accessory dwelling would be allowed per parcel. It could be either attached or detached. It can't be subdivided from the property ownership of the principal dwelling. It must be addressed separately from the principal dwelling. That was a recommendation from the commission to assist with emergency services. The setbacks would remain as per the base zoning district with some exceptions. The accessory dwelling and all other buildings and structures would count toward the lot coverage that's already specified by the base zoning. In terms of design, rooftop decks are prohibited, second floor decks and balconies are allowed, but with conditions for privacy, and manufactured homes are not allowed. And again, if the proposed accessory dwelling if it doesn't meet any of those standards, the applicant must seek a variance or rezone in order to build the use. In our meetings over the past month and through social media commentary, there were 5 primary concerns that staff and the task force heard repeatedly. These concerns involved privacy, character and compatibility with the neighborhoods, parking, home sharing, and public notice. We heard concerns regarding privacy, that a 2-story accessory dwelling would negatively impact property values, in part because of the loss of privacy with neighbors looking into the backyards of adjacent properties. In response to that, in the updated ordinance that is before you now, we proposed that detached accessory dwellings can't be taller than the principal dwelling. So if you have a 1-story home, you can only have a 1-story accessory dwelling. If you have a 2-story home, you could have a 2-story. But even on a 2-story property, the height is limited to 25 feet. That is about 12 feet. That is about 10 feet less than what's allowed by a new single-family home. The new ordinance we also added in a requirement that opaque glass or film be used on sidewall window openings and/or tall windowsill heights for accessory dwellings, again, to limit views into adjacent properties. We also heard concerns that the 10% footprint we had originally proposed, that it could allow too large of an accessory dwelling. So in response, we've revised the ordinance to set a maximum total area of 950 square feet. Again, that's total area, so if you have a 2-story structure, that would include the floor area of both floors. It's not just the footprint. We also heard concerns that for some existing planned unit developments and simplified planned unit developments that have already been approved at various locations in the core, that since those standards were specifically negotiated, that accessory dwellings, that this ordinance shouldn't automatically apply to those properties. So we've added, in response to that concern, we've added in the ordinance to specify that accessory dwellings are only allowed in PUDs and SPUDs if they've been specifically permitted as a use in that PUD or SPUD. Again, if they haven't been, they would have to rezone or seek a variance. We also heard concern that accessory dwellings were just not in the character of some of the older post-1950s, 1960s neighborhoods, and that those neighborhoods were so built out that there actually were limited infill opportunities in these areas. In response to that, we're proposing to amend the comprehensive plan to change the boundary of the urban medium LUDA to exclude neighborhoods north of Northwest Expressway and northwest Northeast 50th. And that amendment in and of itself is not before you today. It would be brought forth at a future meeting. The soonest we can bring it forward is December 12th. So this is a map of showing the existing northern boundary of the urban medium. Right now it stretches beyond Northwest Expressway and portions of I-44 all the way up to just past 63rd Street. But in the amendment, we would, the boundary shown in red would be moved from the UM LUDA to the UL LUDA, again, recognizing their existing density, which already meets the UL metrics, because they're already adjacent to UL. Perhaps the argument might have been made a long time ago that they should have been UL in the first place. These red boundaries only encompass the residentially zoned properties because we feel it's important to leave the commercially zoned properties in the urban medium to facilitate their continued development and redevelopment. We heard a lot of concerns about parking, that the streets are already difficult to navigate because of all the on-street parking, and that folks felt that accessory dwellings would exacerbate the problem. In response to that, we've revised the language in the ordinance to say that one parking space on the site is required unless the street is 26 feet wide or greater, or if the accessory dwelling is smaller than 600 square feet. And then a provision from the ordinance early on remains, and that is that no new parking spaces should be allowed in front of the main house. We also heard that parking and street congestion were more acute problems in the historic landmark neighborhoods. And therefore, the ordinance has been revised to specify that historic landmark districts are excluded from the provisions of this ordinance. Here's a map showing the historic preservation neighborhoods, which were never part of the ordinance, in green, and the historic landmark overlay neighborhoods in yellow. We heard a lot in the outreach that folks were in favor of providing more housing, but there was concern that the accessory dwellings would only be used for home shares and not actually provide more rental property, long-term rental housing. So in response, we've updated the ordinance to say that accessory dwellings can only be used for home sharing if the accessory dwelling is located on the same parcel as the host's primary residence, that the host's primary residence has to be occupied by the host at the time of the short-term rental, and that a special exception has to be obtained from the Board of Adjustment to allow the home share. Special exceptions require public notice, mailed public notice, and a public hearing. Residents also voiced that they just wanted to simply know what was being built next to them. In response, the new ordinance the revised ordinance requires posting of a signage that includes the property address, the building permit number, and a link or a QR code to the city's permit database so that residents, neighbors can look up the building permit to see what is being proposed. So this is our last step before city council meetings. For the city council process, there would be 3 meetings over the course of 6 to 8 weeks. So a lot more time and public hearings for residents to make their concerns known. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Pennington, as chair of the task force, is there anything that you would like to state?
Absolutely. So first, I want to thank Lisa and the staff for all the work that's been done to set this up and in setting up a number of community meetings. I know that will not, there are plenty of our neighbors who are here today who will say, not enough community meetings were held, and I hear you. I really do. And I look forward to hearing your comments and your thoughts today so that we can take that into consideration before we make a recommendation to council. A few key points, and I want to thank our task force members. Our task force members have been out there meeting with people. I know that I had meetings in my ward. I know Commissioner Powers and others have had a lot of conversations with our neighbors. I also want to thank, I thought I saw Capri Clytus here, but I want to thank her. She's there in the audience. Thank you, because she helped us host a great meeting in Ward 7 with neighbors just so we could talk through what they were thinking and what the impact would be. So I want to just thank all of those people. The number one, let me start with the most disappointing thing I'm going to say today, and that is we aren't making a final decision today. We are not. We are making a recommendation to the city council, who will ultimately make the decision. So if you thought this was your last ride on the ADU train, you are mistaken. It's going to be several more weeks of conversations that will occur. And when this ordinance was brought, I was chairing the Planning Commission at the time and thought, oh my God, the overwhelming response we've received, we just don't have enough information to make a decision today. And so the whole idea of having the task force was just to try to get more informed opinions, gain more knowledge, and then refine the ordinance as proposed. And I feel like we've done that. Is it perfect? It is not, and I'm certain we're going to hear some comments about that. But I really do think it was a really great effort for us to address the most pressing concerns. And I want to highlight those concerns before we hear from our neighbors so that when you're commenting, you can say, Kamal, I think you're wrong about that way of solving the problem. I want us to talk about the specifics as best we can. And one of the key things is about height and privacy. Limiting the height to that of the primary dwelling unit of the primary household was really important because it's less disruptive. If you live in a neighborhood that's all one-story homes, wouldn't you prefer that if you're going to have an ADU, it also be one story? The fact that we required that, I think, is really important. And even where there are two-story primary dwellings, we required all the privacy protections of higher windows, opaque glass, all of those things to protect, not have some ADU looking over your fence. I think that was an important change. Another thing is honoring the historic setbacks in a neighborhood. So the fact that if you're going to create an ADU, it's got to adhere to that is critical. And then the lot coverage requirement. Currently, if you're in R1 zoning, you can only have paving and structures up to 50% of the lot. We preserve that. So if you already have, if I'm saying the wrong number, you all stop me. If you already have a lot that has paving and structures that are at 50%, guess what? Even though you have ADUs by right, you can't build one. You'd have to come through the regular SPUD process. Finally, the home sharing issue. No one, I think, is happy about home sharing in the way it's going in Oklahoma City. And so we debated this issue of whether to allow them or not. I think this compromise that we've reached is a good one. We're essentially saying, yes, you can do it if the host lives in the primary home and you go through the public process and public hearing that requires notice and you get that approval. So, I really do know that there are reasonable concerns. We had a great discussion in our study session for those who don't agree with me that this is a good idea, and I hear you. But I believe that this city is strong enough to have a good conversation about good policy, and I think that this commission and this task force has done a great job trying to get us closer to that goal. So I look forward to hearing from our neighbors today.
Great comments, thank you. Any other commissioners?
Who have signed up to speak. I think maybe in the interest just of time, we should do that. Let people who are here and have to sit on those hard benches speak, and then I'll have my say.
Okay. So just so everyone's aware, I have 31 signed up to speak. At 5 minutes, if you take your maximum of 5 minutes, that's 2.5 hours. So I just urgently, I request that if someone that has gone before you echoes your sentiments, feel free to, and you don't have to decline your time, but just say, I'll wait till the end, and then you can tell me whether you need to be heard or not. But whatever we can do to keep this moving along would be much appreciated. So thank you. First person we'll hear from is Heather Davis. Hi, Ms. Davis.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I appreciate all the time everyone's taken. I am the Neighborhood Association President for Wildman's Belle Isle. We have 3 different associations, and we've all met, so I feel like I can kind of speak for them, but I'm going to primarily speak for myself. I'm also a longtime realtor here in Oklahoma City, so while most of my concerns are for our neighborhood, I feel like I've been able to kind of approach this with our planning commissioner as well as some of the others on the task force and come to some compromises that I do feel good about. I think there's been a lot of work that's been done in this, and I appreciate that very much. In our particular neighborhood, we were built in a way that we do not have any, shouldn't say any, there are not many detached structures or driveways that go back. So I feel like we are not that fit when this was first approached of, we have this structure in our backyard that's dilapidated, we want to remodel it so we can have the, rent it or do whatever we want with a family member. And so for us, I think we felt like when all of those things were brought up through the Neighborhood Alliance first meeting, et cetera, that we weren't a fit. So we early on asked if we could be removed from the consideration, and that is one of the things that was brought up in one of the changes. We really support that for all the reasons I already said, so that's the main thing I wanted to say. I understand that wouldn't happen until December 12th, and then even then it's not a guarantee. So that does concern me a little bit about kind of saying we would support that and then it may or may not happen. The realtor side of me and just listening to other people, and I have some realtor friends that are in the audience as well as just people that I've talked to outside of this, outside of our neighborhood, is that there is a concern for people that do have these in their backyard and wanting the opportunity to go ahead and use them. And I think there's a valid point for that. I really do understand. And I think the thing I would say to that is, if there is any change that can be made and it's not in this group of changes, maybe we make it easier for those people to do that and not have to go through the SPUD process. But for anyone that's going to build something from the ground up, go ahead and go through the SPUD process. The people that live next to these homes bought not thinking there was going to be a structure besides the home they were buying, you know, or that's next to them that they were buying. And I just feel like that might be another compromise. So there's a big part of me after sitting in so many of these meetings that I feel like as much as no one wants to delay this, I still think we're not completely there. I think there's a lot of questions and needs in all the people that are speaking. I have no idea how many are for or against. I'm going first, so I guess we'll find that out. But I just think that if we are forced today, I think we should say no. If we can continue it and still address some additional things and get there, then that would be my support. So thank you all for time.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Beverly Brown. Okay, great. Thank you. Stephen Barrymore. Welcome.
Good afternoon. This is my first time before the commission, so
glad you're here.
I'll try to make it short and stay within my 5 minutes. I appreciate the comments that were mentioned earlier.
Real quick,
2113, pardon?
Sorry.
2113 Northwest 43rd Street, 73112. My neighborhood can probably be best delineated as named Community 2000 and also Sugg Park. We are located just to the south of the new $250 million development that the Oak has put in at Northwest Highway in Pennsylvania. We're very happy that they're going to be able to improve our neighborhood from where it has been. I've lived in the neighborhood for 47 years. Our family of my wife and I have had a stake in the neighborhood for over 60 years. We feel that we have been very prominent in developing the feeling of the neighborhood and talking with neighbors on how they would like it to be, and we've all worked very closely together. We've had a few setbacks over 47 years, but the neighborhood is really coming back now with the development of the Oak, and it's becoming a very high-demand real estate area here in Oklahoma City. The price of the homes are going up extensively. Those that I have spoken with that are in favor of the ADUs, I'm not in favor of the ADUs, so I'll put my position out there right now. Those that I've spoken with that are in favor of it have indicated primarily they're interested in it from getting a return on the capital investment. They have some properties. They're looking at this as an opportunity to make more money, put these small houses in some of these areas, buy up the property. We all know that it's been said many times that out-of-state investors are salivating at Oklahoma City because of the price of properties. They want to come in, they want to buy these properties. They want to make some improvements in them where they could get a return on their investment as well. As a matter of fact, you referred to it a little bit earlier about some statements that were made about home sharing. And on July 24th, I believe it was KOSU quoted Councilman James Cooper when you all put in the 180-day postponement of home sharing, because in Mr. Cooper's words, he said that out-of-state companies or out-of-state investors are coming into Oklahoma City looking at these development opportunities. He said, in his words, they are gobbling them up like Pac-Man. That makes us very nervous. Now, I understand we've got some things up here, and maybe there's some things that we can improve as we go through this process. But hearing comments like that from a council person, I think gives us some additional cause for alarm. The low cost of living here in Oklahoma City, I don't think putting in a few ADUs throughout the city, we're going to be able to solve the cost of living in Oklahoma City and the United States. It just doesn't make sense. The optics aren't quite there. The grandma flat, that sounds really good. The reality of a grandma using that flat is probably a very, very low percentage. There might be a few, but opaquing it, that we're all going to be able to live together happily in a neighborhood like we did on Saturday evening, on the cover of Saturday Evening Post in the 1940s and the 1950s, I don't think is very realistic in that particular situation. The oversight of this project, I think, is onerous. I think it's going to be very difficult to control some of this. At one of the earlier meetings, somebody talked about the parking, and they said, well, you got a parking problem. The neighbors that have the ADUs aren't subscribing to what they're supposed to do. Just call Action Line. Just call the Action Center. That's not very realistic. The Action Center is about 60 days behind on responding to things right now. They've got their hands full. You can't possibly hire enough extra people for the Action Center to take care of parking problems and other issues that might arise from this. Our neighborhood lots are very tight. We tend to be 3-bedroom ranch-style type homes. There are some exceptions to it. Some of the slides that I saw up there earlier in this lady's presentation look like my neighborhood. The houses go right out to the extreme. There's no room to build a second driveway to the back. Maybe they can park out front and they can walk between the two homes to get to their backyard dwelling as my wife is sitting there in the kitchen trying to prepare breakfast. That's a little bit of an unsettling idea that could happen.
30 seconds remaining.
30
seconds remaining.
Same what?
30 seconds remaining in your comments.
Thank you. I know there are people that want this happy living. We're all going to try to live in Coachella and Burning Man and all these other communities. I just don't think it's very realistic for our neighborhood. Our neighborhood's not designed for this. I heard several key words today that I could have come up with myself, not to plagiarize them. Neighborhood disruption does not fit the community. Zoning and protection that we should be entitled to, and save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrymore. Steve Johnson. Welcome.
Hi, Stephen Johnson, Edgemere Heights. And I would like to concede my time to Bruce Bacchus, who will express my opinions in opposition of this.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Bruce Bacchus. I live at 3920 North Harvey Parkway in Edgemere Heights. Thank you, neighbor Steve. Thank you all for your volunteer service to our city. Your passion is commendable because these are difficult decisions. But even though they're difficult, there's much that we agree on. And I'm going to name those things that we agree on, that the neighborhoods that we're talking about are desirable to live in. We picked our neighborhood for a reason, and it was because it was desirable. We agree that ADUs are not evil and that they're appropriate in many places. We agree with Commissioner Pennington that zoning trumps everything. That's a quote. And except when you don't agree with the zoning, so we change it. And so what's going on now, it's changing a zoning that we had agreed on, and so we're changing the rules at a time that we don't think is appropriate. And we agree that with the report that the character compatibility for post-1950 neighborhoods are inappropriate for ADUs. And so that's why I'm saying today that we would like to have Edgemere Heights removed from the blanket coverage being proposed because it's a post-1950 neighborhood and it's not appropriate for ADUs. We think that you ought to start slow in what you do. We agree that those that have existing non-conforming ADUs already, that process ought to be simplified and taken out of they ought to just get a building permit. They shouldn't have to get further approval. And we believe that the SPUD process is a good system. It allows the unique and peculiar things about different neighborhoods to reinforce how it goes forward, and we believe that it's not broken. We don't need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacchus. Katrina Washington? Maybe not Washington, Washai? Katrina? Nope. Okay. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. So, hello, I'm Katrina Washington. I have proudly served as a realtor in this community for over 25 years. I'm the broker owner of Stratus Realty Group. I also work closely with a local nonprofit housing organization here in the city. Today, I want to voice my strong support for the passage of the ordinance allowing ADUs, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So I understand that some may be concerned with allowing the ADUs and that it's going to lead to an overwhelming influx of units. I would like to address this by sharing some relevant statistics and examples. First, let's look at Texas. So Jake Wegman, an associate professor at the University of Texas, who specializes in housing and land use issues, cited Houston's experience with similar zoning changes. So despite Houston's relaxed zoning rules, the shift resulted in relatively modest changes in their housing market. So rather than any drastic transformation, in his research he noted, it certainly hasn't magically ended the shortage of housing affordable to any low and moderate income people in Houston, but it certainly has expanded the range of options for middle income aspiring homeowners. Now, this is precisely the outcome that we hope to achieve here in Oklahoma City. More opportunities for middle income housing. Now, if we go north to Portland, we see another interesting case. So following adjustments in their residential infill project, which they call RIP, not quite sure about that name, Portland aimed to create middle housing, such as townhomes and duplexes. So in the year after creating their RIP's implementation, the city nearly tripled its approvals for efficient housing geared toward families and first-time homebuyers. Yet this increased housing density, it did not overwhelm existing neighborhoods. The Middle Housing Report for 2021 to 2022 in Portland found an increase of only 69 ADUs, 69 overall, which allowed for greater variety of housing types and was celebrated as a successful expansion of housing options, including duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. Portland also saw the market of their middle housing homes become more competitive and prevented more expensive, larger housing from being built by adjusting and expanding the code for their current housing. So it bettered their housing inventory. So on average, the difference in sales prices was over $117,000. So it greatly improved their housing market. So let's go to California. So in California, which is the nation's most ADU-friendly state, corporate ownership of ADUs remains low, as shown by a 2023 study from UC Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies. Now, this research found that corporate investors accounted for only 9.1% of the permits, okay, and 9.3% of the total ownership. So this indicates that ADUs are still predominantly owned by individual homeowners rather than institutional investors. Because we've heard some people bring up that we've got that influx of institutional investors coming into the city. So for a look at a smaller market, we can examine New Hampshire. So between 2017 and 2021, the city with the highest number of ADU permits, which was Derry, approved only 61 over that 4-year period, while Claremont approved just 2. So this shows that ADUs grow at a gradual pace, even in communities with an ADU-friendly policy. So what does that mean for us? So across these diverse examples, we see that communities large and small are not experiencing a flood of ADU construction or a significant takeover by developers. Instead, they're benefiting from a wider variety of housing options, which is what we're looking for.
30 seconds remaining.
Increase the density thoughtfully without disrupting neighborhood character, and even boost property values. I'll leave you with one final thought. According to the National Association of Realtors, ADUs are growing at a rate of 9% annually, with homes including ADUs, values are averaging 35% higher than those without them. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for comments, and I'm not sure we caught your address in the beginning.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure we caught your address in the beginning for the record.
So my business address, I am with the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Association of Realtors. My business address would be 4101 North Claxton.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming down. Is it Alan Parker? Parser? Parnier. No, Parlier. Parlier.
Hi, Alan Parlier, live at 1005 Northwest 32nd Street, right off of Western. And I know I look kind of elderly, but I spend most of my time hanging out with and doing community work with a bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds, and I'm going to be speaking, I think, on behalf of those folks right now. So last month marked 40 years since we moved into our property on 32nd Street in 1984. When we did, we wanted to choose a neighborhood where we could look outside and see different color kids playing together in the street. And our neighborhood was very diverse at the time. Some of y'all know that's considered Asian district. There were a lot of Laotian and Thai and Vietnamese, and as well as African American and Spanish speaking. It's a very diverse neighborhood. But as you all know, I don't know if you know, but most of the housing in our neighborhood was built over 100 years old or about 100 years ago. But in the 90s, there was a lot, late 80s and 90s, there was a big economic change. And when we moved in on our block, most of the houses had full families, lots of kids, sometimes multiple generations. But during the 90s, a lot of people left that neighborhood because housing prices dropped. For sale signs, $10,000, be on the market for 6 months and nobody would even bid on it. We ended up buying a few houses if we could see it from our front or backyard. And it's interesting because now most of the houses, I don't know if most, a lot of the houses have just one person living in them. Our housing needs have changed. And the young folks that I talk with would love to be able to move in our neighborhood. We've had some folks that bought houses to be in our neighborhood, but most of those are just one or two people living in a house. And I don't know, if we had more housing like ADUs and backyards, then more of those young folks might have access to housing. And I know it's expensive to build one, but it's less expensive than building a big old house. That's the main point I would ask. I appreciate the changes that y'all have made, especially related to home sharing. But my advocacy is that there's a bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds that are carrying a lot of anxiety about being able to rent a house or buy a house. And this ADU is just one tool in a tool bag to start addressing our housing needs. It's not going to be an answer, and I don't think it's going to be that big of an impact, but it will be an opportunity for some folks to be able to stay in their homes by having an ADU and inviting some young folks to live. That's all my point. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parlier. Samuel Day. Welcome.
I sat in the back thinking you wouldn't call on me, but I'm Sam Day. I live at 1620 Northwest 17th Street. I don't have to know my ward, do I? 2?
No.
Janice, I'm 2, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I used to be 2. I'm in 6 now. Well, it's been so gerrymandered that I don't know where the lines are. No, they're fine. So, yeah, I support single-family detached homes. I think there's a lot of advantages to them that sit on their own lots, right? I live in one. I live in a single-family detached home. You got privacy, you got a lot of floor plan flexibility, a lot of natural light. The downside to them, right, is that they're the most expensive form of housing we can build is a single-family detached home that sits on its own lot. And that they're most expensive in terms of cost to the people buying it. They're also the most expensive in terms of cost to deliver infrastructure and services to as a city. And that's okay, I'm all for it. But the issue is, we've created a city where if you want to build anything other than a single family detached home, if you want to build a duplex or a townhome, we've said that, we've set aside 4% of the residential area on which you could do that. So on 96% of the residential area in Oklahoma City, you're only allowed to build a single-family detached house that sits on at least 5,000 square feet. And the average price of a 5,000 square foot lot right now in Oklahoma City is $60,000. The average price of a normal lot is $100,000. But if we take the minimum, what's the minimum we've zoned to? It's 5,000 square feet. It's $60,000. I'm a developer. The cheapest house I can build on a $60,000 lot is $300,000. I can't pay more than 20% in land costs and maintain profit. So the cheapest house I can build in Oklahoma City right now on 96% of the area is $300,000. And with our with our median income, household median income, $65,000. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers, and I'm sorry, it doesn't translate well with words. I should have had a whiteboard. But the median household income in Oklahoma City is $65,000 a year. And the most expensive house that median family can afford is about $280,000. So that means the cheapest house I can build, a 96% of the area in Oklahoma City, the median family in Oklahoma City cannot afford. We've said that the poorest half of the city gets to live in 4% of the area, and we've reserved 96% of the area for the richest half of the city. It's an untenable position to be in. And I don't think this ADU ordinance, like we're talking about, it's gonna add 100 units over the course of 5 years, realistically. It doesn't do much, but it allows, now we maybe have 6% of the city we can build housing for the poorest half of its residents. It's an untenable position to be in, like besides the impact on property taxes and schools and all the other positives that having a little bit denser housing is gonna, all those impacts it's gonna bring. It's to me the affordability issue that is the biggest crisis. And I think when we all get to heaven, St. Peter's gonna ask, he's gonna say, hey, didn't you know that your city reserved 96% of it for the richest half of people? And they only let the poorest half live in 4%? Didn't you do anything to stop that? And then some of you guys are gonna have to say, well, they tried to increase it to 6%, but we said we don't think that should happen. And it's morally untenable where we're at right now, and it's gotta change. And I hope we pass this at least, but there's still a long way to go to allow us to legalize apartment or slightly denser housing that more people can afford. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Landry Willis. Come on down.
Landry Willis, 301 North Walker Avenue, and I do government affairs for the Oklahoma City Realtors. And just want to start by saying my generation says yes. My generation says yes in our backyards. My generation says yes to developments that make our city better. My generation says yes to more density. We want to live in the heart of our city. We want to live in vibrant, walkable communities. We want to bike safely in our communities. We want to live in safe, thriving neighborhoods. ADUs allow us to live in areas where all this is possible. They offer us an affordable option to live in neighborhoods we otherwise wouldn't be able to afford while we are building our careers. We believe that we have a responsibility to create housing opportunities for all of us. Housing is a human right. Everyone deserves a dignified place to live, no matter their age or income. Many in my generation are burdened with student loan debt and face a rising cost of living crisis due to inflation and corporate greed. We want to live close to where we work, where we can walk to work, where we can bike to work, where we can take public transportation to work. We don't want to drive 30 minutes everywhere. We don't want to spend 30 minutes in traffic just getting to work. ADUs allow us to live near our jobs, giving us a foothold in this city so we can build our careers and build a thriving family. With this foothold, we can eventually rent a house in these neighborhoods, rent an apartment in these neighborhoods, and one day achieve the American dream of home ownership in these neighborhoods. My generation asks you to vote yes on this ADU ordinance so we can build great lives in this great city. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicholas Allen. He had to leave? Okay. Gary Jones. Welcome.
Gary Jones, 6000 Southeast 85th. I'm with Oakmar also. I'm I wanted to make kind of a couple of general statements. There's been people that have asked, why are realtors so engaged in this debate and this conversation? Well, one is we see ourselves as the housing people. We see firsthand every day the challenges that individuals go through in order to procure a home. Our National Association of Realtors a few years ago identified that we as realtors need to be on the front lines of addressing the housing crisis, yes, the housing crisis that exists in America today. A lot of people don't realize, but even in Oklahoma City, we're starting to see that housing crisis occur. A lot of people think this is a New York, San Francisco thing, but it's also an Oklahoma City thing. Think of this. Because, as one of the previous speakers noted, we're so focused on single-family homes that there is not a lot of development for those individuals who can't afford a $200,000 or $250,000 mortgage. But you know what? They gotta live somewhere. The reason that the National Association of Realtors are such ardent supporters of ADUs is because what they've seen nationally. There are thousands of communities out there that have created ADU ordinances, not because it's the solution to housing, but it's one of many tools that a city can utilize to try to accommodate those that live in its community. That's why the city of Norman has adopted one. That's why the city of Edmond has adopted one. That's why the city of Tulsa has adopted one. My God, why can't the city of Oklahoma City adopt one? There are those that believe, well, once you do this, you're going to go down a path and it's going to ruin our city. Well, as we all know, we've had to make significant changes from the way we operated in the past. And if we screw it up, you know what we did? We fixed it. It's not written in stone that this ordinance has to be the way it is, but it's a great start. We had the National Association of Realtors look at the proposed ordinance, and they said, you ought to commend your city staff. They did a really good job of taking the best practices across the country and creating that ordinance. That's why we got behind it, because they said it's a good starting place. And I believe the work of the task force, even though I didn't agree with all the changes, have improved it and made it even better. So I encourage you, and I encourage others that are here, let's try this and see what good it can do in our community. And if it's not right, we can always come back and fix it. And the last thing I'll say is this. There are those that say, hey, that SPUD process, that works, that gets us there. But here's the challenge. SPUDs are expensive, complicated, and for just the general person that may be just looking at trying to put a small ADU, many communities have created handbooks and architectural designs that, you know what has happened? Made it less cumbersome, less expensive, and you know what? They're created to comply and keep the feel of the neighborhoods that they're in, so that the folks that are living there say, you know what? That ADU looks great in our neighborhood. There is so much we can do together, but you gotta start somewhere. So let's start with this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right. Glenn Cosper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Glenn Cosper, 1624 Southwest 122nd. I'm the Government Affairs Chairman for Oakmar. We're kind of on a roll here. We have just under 5,000 members who buy and sell property in our metro area every day. Our members are a broad coalition, just like your constituents. Our clients, your constituents are our neighbors, are the people that our kids play soccer with, our parents that went to church with. Doesn't matter whether they're Democrat or Republican, liberal or conservative, of all ages, of all races. in all religions, we're focused on one thing, and that's helping people to achieve the American dream of home ownership. Our members sell our community every day. We know better that our community is, the easier it is to sell it, is the compatibility that we have with our neighbors. You're going to hear a lot today on both sides. You'll hear today that from a wide range of people, different ideas. We've been in a lot of collaborations and we're looking at a lot of concessions, that we've had a lot of meetings, and we appreciate that you have involved us in the process. We appreciate that you've taken the time, each one of you, to look at this in all sorts of different ways. But if we look up, like on the screen, we're for privacy. Why would we want our clients that buy homes not to have privacy? But, you know, they also have their personal property rights, character and compatibility. We like all sorts of different homes in all sorts of different neighborhoods. It's just like going to the cookie aisle at your favorite grocery store. You know, some people want pecan sandy, some people want Oreos with double stuff, and some people want animal crackers. Parking. There's always going to be a parking. We just need to come up with a solution. If we didn't want a solution for parking, then we would probably shut down the Plaza District or Midtown, because there's parking problems there too. Home sharing. What nobody's really brought up is, even without an ADU, you can have somebody doing home sharing next door to you. So we just need to figure out how to regulate that and how to make that work. So we all need to work together to make those things work. And notice, yes, personal property rights, we believe that you should have notice. But we also believe that we need to work together to figure out solutions. In the early 1970s, they destroyed about 75% of downtown Oklahoma City. And it's taken almost 50 years for a renaissance to bring all that back to a point where we all enjoy downtown Oklahoma City. So just think about the decisions that you make and put forward to the council. I hope that you can look back 10 years and say, we made the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosper. Is it Lanessa Johnson? Hello.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Johnson. I am the president-elect for Oklahoma City Metropolitan Realtors. And you're gonna see a lot of us. And the reason why you see a lot of us is because we truly care. We see a problem, we're wanting to offer solutions and be part of the conversation. 69% of all realtors that are involved, actually, they donate, their time. The average realtor spends 8 hours a month just donating their time. 86% of the realtors also donate their money in the communities that they serve. Realtors are engaged because housing is a human right, and we know that when people have quality, stable housing, they will live better lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Capri, is it Listus? Sorry.
Hello, I am Capri Clytus. And address I'm going to give you is my business address. It's 505 Northeast 46th Street, Suite B, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73105. One, I want to say thank you so very much to Kamal. I've worked really closely with Kamal in regards to this ordinance, because when I originally heard about it, I thought about my community and where I live, and I reside in Northeast Oklahoma City. When we start talking about the ordinance, it was very important for me to make sure that the people in that community were aware of that ordinance, was aware of what that would look like in their community, and also felt like they had an input in what that looked like and any concerns that they might have had. I stand with the Realtors and Oakmore Board. I am in agreement with the ordinance. And I do like some of the conversations. I appreciate a lot of the conversations that everyone has had. One of the biggest concerns was conformity and what that would look like in our community, and home sharing and what that would look like in our community. And we have come to the table and been able to have discussions that have been very productive in helping to minimize what that would look like in each community. So I do agree with the ordinance. I do believe, like many have said before me, new generations, this would help them in regards to home ownership. The SPUD as it's written right now is very expensive, as many have stated before, but this will allow for people to be able to house their families in one place. I've heard people say that that's not common. In my community, it's very common. It's very common to have several generations in one home. And it's also very beneficial to those communities to be able to have somewhere to put their aging families or family members. Anyone that's able to that's taking care of generations of children knows what that looks like. And this would be very beneficial to that community as well. So again, I am in agreement with with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clytus. Kimberly Robbins.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Robbins. Thank you guys for having us here. I am also the current vice president for the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Association of Realtors. And we're all here to support this ordinance to a high degree because we work with the community every day. And we see all of the obstacles that people have to, and the barriers to home ownership. And so we deal with this. It's really tight to our heart. I was going to concede because Gary talked about the SPUD process, and that's what I was going to come and talk about. However, when Capri talked, I needed to go a little bit further with that. In Northeast Oklahoma City, this is a really big issue, and I know there's a lot of other of our neighbors here arguing against it, but people in Northeast Oklahoma City don't even understand the benefit. We have a ton of ADUs that are not being utilized because the SPUD process is so expensive, not just for the homeowner, but also for the local investor. So I represent a lot of local investors that are from Northeast Oklahoma City and want to invest in their community, but when they go to these investment properties that have ADUs and they have to do a SPUD, it actually kills their return. So they actually cannot get a return on that property, and if they do get a return on their investment, it actually goes on to the consumer. So this makes these properties much more expensive, and even the people who actually live in that community cannot purchase these properties. So I am absolutely for this ordinance. I do think we could have some more discussion and find a common ground where everyone can be happy, and we are okay with that. Realtors do believe in being fair, but also we have to understand that there are underserved communities that this ordinance is really needed for. And so that's all I'm going to say. I did not give my address. 3131 Northwest Expressway is the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Association of Realtors. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Robbins. Next is Jessica Thompson. Stepped out? Okay. We'll move her a few back. Carolyn Sims. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Sims, 4713 Hemlock Lane, Oklahoma City, 73162. I am the past president of the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Association of Realtors. And I want to talk about that I went to school living in the Putnam Heights area. Great big lots over there with a very small house on it. So at one time we talked about putting an ADU in the backyard. And there were several on my block that had ADUs. In my 20s, having gone through a divorce, I lived in a small ADU because that's all I could afford. In recent years, believe it or not, I'm the youngest sibling in my family. So aging in place is very important to me. I have had to put 2 people in nursing homes, my mother and an older sibling. I had a sister who passed away last year, and I wish that I had had an ADU for her to live in because she wouldn't move into my bigger house. She wanted her own space. Right now I'm dealing with a sister with dementia, and I get phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning looking for the little girl that's not there. And so I get in my car and race to her house. If I had her in my backyard, it would be much easier to take care of her. I've had to take the cars away from both of my siblings, so no parking issue. I have sold 2 homes over the years to people who have had their family member elderly move in with them. In most cultures, I've had students who have lived with me from other countries, and in most of those cultures, they don't send their family members to a nursing home. They keep them at home and take care of them. As we're getting a more diverse community, we have more and more of the people with that kind of culture who want their families in their backyard, that they can take care of them. Also, in a lot of the older people are getting priced out of their homes. I look at my taxes and my insurance every year and wonder how long I can stay in mine. But if I were able to build an ADU in my backyard and continue to live in my home, I could still have my same neighbors who care about me, and that would give me a good choice. In 2021, we were 44,000 units short of housing in Oklahoma City. So that's only grown, and I strongly support the ADUs. So I hope you will pass this on to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Katrina Washington? All right, I had two forms. Lee Matthews.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Lee Matthews. I'm not from Oakmar. I love you, Oakmar. I live in Edmond, 912 Dover Drive. Why are you talking at this meeting? I am a builder. I build tiny homes in people's backyards for caring for family and to raise property values. And because I do that, I have access to statistics that I've gathered firsthand, right? I'm not like Googling stuff. Like, I have the statistics because I'm talking to the people that want to build them. And I thought you'd want to know, of the hundreds of people I've talked to in our state, in Oklahoma, 85% of those people are wanting to build these units for family members. 85%. Kind of like the stories that she was sharing earlier. These people, it's usually their mom. Dad passed, and now we need to care for mom in a way that's close by. These people, whenever they're building their house for mom, they want to build it quality, right? They're not talking about like metal siding and junked up shed. I mean, we're talking about something nice for mom. It's conforming to the standards. By the way, can we change the slide to like one of those ADUs instead? It's such a boring slide. Let's talk about what we're talking. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, that's it. Let's talk about that. We're putting family members in one of these things is really what we're trying to do. 85%. And the other thing I wanted to touch on was a lot of the challenges you all have to deal with are how do we get more dense, but in a way that's cool, not stepping on people. And I thought Councilman Pennington did a good job of navigating that earlier. That's a challenge that you have so frequently. This ordinance does that in a way that is gentle. It doesn't just, bam, we're gonna, force the density in there. The people that want to build these units are, because they're building them for family for the most part, these are the people you want to work with to make stuff more dense. They're working with the HOAs. They're cool with their neighbors. They're not trying to be jerks and building something ugly that looks into somebody's backyard. These people are building for, again, they're building for their kid that's got a disability, or their kid that got a youth ministry degree and can't get, make a lot of money, or I'm telling you, I've got stories. I have so many stories. I recognize I can't share all these stories in this forum, but I just wanted to present data from our state that says who these people are, what they're trying to do. This ordinance does that. I encourage you to pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, Mr. Matthews. Bruce Sanker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Sankey. I live at 3108 Northwest 54th Street. I'm a 17-year resident of Oklahoma City and of Mayfair Hills, a smallish neighborhood of 75 homes hidden away northeast of the intersection of Northwest 50th Street and Independence Avenue. I'm also co-founder of Mayfair Hills Neighborhood Association and a multi-times elected officer of the association. For each of you, I have copies of a petition. These petitions were signed by all but 2 of the residents of Mayfair Hills who answered their doors over the weekend and earlier this week. The 50-plus signers, representing nearly 2/3 of the neighborhood residents, are expressing strong opposition to the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance for a variety of reasons that I will touch on momentarily. The petitions are also the basis for an appeal that Mayfair Hills be excluded from the urban areas that define the boundary of the proposed ADU ordinance. It was announced by Planning Director Jeff Butler at a report meeting of the Planning Commission Accessory Dwelling Unit Task Force last week that the boundaries of the urban areas have been narrowed and Belle Isle and other areas have been removed from its purview. While Belle Isle is close to the ordinance's eastern boundary, Mayfair Hills is at the far western edge of the boundary, yet it shares many of the characteristics and shortcomings of Belle Isle, making it also a poor candidate for accessory dwellings. We have a significant percentage of postage stamp-sized, irregularly configured, and shallow residential lots. We have a concrete-lined Cloverleaf Creek stormwater channel bisecting the entire neighborhood, carving into 30% of the backyards of our residents. We have no sidewalks, and our streets are largely curving, making on-street parking more problematic and obstructive. Half the neighborhood is built on the side of a hill, creating particular drainage issues, and the age of our homes is nearly identical to that of Belle Isle. The accessory dwelling unit ordinance should not go forward with Mayfair Hills included. It is not equitable, nor does it demonstrate sound, objective judgment and thoughtful planning. It is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm off base, that the overarching scope and purpose of this board is not to protect Oklahoma City residents from changes like the ADU ordinance, but to oversee the propriety of land use. That interfering in property rights is the responsibility of elected officials, not people who are appointed. So ultimately, on the current track, it will be the responsibility of the City Council to decide the efficacy of this issue. The overwhelming majority of residents of Mayfair Hills, however, do not see it that way. Because Oklahoma City has one of the highest percentage of single-family homes of any city in the nation, we believe this issue should be decided by residents. That this proposed change is so significant and the implications so far-reaching, it should be voted on by the people. That is the only way to truly gauge how citizens think about this issue. Approval ratings manufactured by the city planning department staff via questionable surveys is no way to accurately measure thought and opinion, nor are Zoom meetings, cherry-picked gatherings, an overall stealth campaign aimed at achieving an outcome favored by planners, the real estate industry, and certain city hall politicians. Every property owner impacted by this proposal should be given multiple chances to be informed about these changes, as well as the meetings and online materials that explain them. Attending meetings without the ability to study the proposed zoning changes is cheating citizens, and not letting them vote on the issue compounds the crime.
30 seconds remaining.
In the past 5 months, I've attended 4 meetings, 4 of which were not publicized in the least, at which the ADU ordinance was topic A1. At not one of those meetings was there any sort of majority who spoke in favor of the proposed ordinance. For city staff to assert there is an 80-85% approval ratings for ADUs is an insult.
All right, I hate to cut you off, Mr. Sankey, but your 5 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming down and sharing your. Anthony Catania. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anthony Catania. I live at 130 Northwest 21st Street, and I'm here today in strong support of the ordinance to permit accessory dwelling units, primarily because it empowers everyday people in the building of their city. We hear so many complaints about folks worried about developers kind of determining the form of their city. And a lot of questionable things come out of that. And allowing ADUs are the easiest way that you can empower people and make it as easy as possible for them to build housing in their city. So as an architect and urban designer working around the country, I've encountered a myriad of misconceptions about ADUs, and it's all generally based on fear over fact. There's generally a fear that for any number of reasons that ADUs are going to come in, they're going to cause transformative overnight change, and that it's going to devalue our neighborhoods. However, currently ADUs already exist in the highest numbers in some of the most desirable neighborhoods in our city, as evidenced by the property values there. And similar conditions exist in other parts of the country. We heard earlier a lot of talk about the ability of the ADU ordinance to at least aid in the construction of affordable housing, and I think that that's probably one of the highlights to take away from this, that rejecting this proposal makes it all the more difficult to provide affordable housing, particularly small units that are in incredibly low supply in our city. So ultimately, we need to use common sense, and we need to be clear that this doesn't mean that Oklahoma City is going to turn into other cities that have adopted this ordinance, that we can do it in a unique way here. And I think that some of the changes that are being made here are doing that. But I implore the commission to use facts and not fears when considering the ADU ordinance. Oklahoma City needs housing, it needs affordable housing, and it needs ADUs to be permitted. If you would like to build one, no one's forcing you to. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Cassidy Smith Tolliver. Hello.
Hi, I'm back after a 6-month break. My name is Cassidy Smith Tolliver. I live at 1216 Northwest 42nd, Ward 2, and my door is quite literally, I counted today, 43 steps from the BRT stop at Classen and Helm. I serve as the president of my neighborhood association, and there are about 460 homes in there. We've all heard the saying, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Is this a perfect proposal? No, but it gives firmer guardrails with the goal to prevent more rezonings in a neighborhood. Allowing ADUs like this is a compromise, and like most things in life, it is not a zero-sum game. Our neighborhood has shared the conversation regarding this proposal since March, and to this date, we've only had 2 residents that have come forward in opposition. As you know, Helm Farm is not a stranger to rezonings. Since 2019, you've seen me on 4 hotly contested cases. We spend endless hours in our neighborhood engaging and advocating, only in return to receive minimal compromise and inevitably end up with more than 50% lot coverage allowed for residential homes. We also see the number increase than more than just a home and an ADU. The homes that are being built through these SPUDs are not complementary, they're not respectful to our neighborhood, but that has never stopped approval before. I wake up every morning looking at these rezonings. For example, there was SPUD 1224, approved in summer of 2020. We got David involved in that one. 75% lot coverage allowed for the shrinking of lots to go from 4 single family to 5 with ADUs, 5 single family to 6 with ADUs, and 2 single family lots to 6. There was never an ADU built. SPUD 1624, approved in May of 24 this year. 3 homes where 1 single family was, 65% lot coverage. SPUD 1590, approved in April, took an area where 2 single family homes existed and in the end allowed for 2 single family, 2 duplex, 2 garages, no day ADU, 60% lot coverage. And SPUD 1131, approved in August of 2019, which took 1 single family home, allowed for 3, and had 57% lot coverage. As you can see, these rezonings have allowed for even more density than an ADU proposal would, and there's not a height limit on those additional structures, which means that all of these homes which have been built in my neighborhood, you just have a row of 3 35-foot structures. It's not in compliance. It's not in conformance. We've also seen this provide Helm Farm with less housing density. There are all of these large homes being built in place where a single family home ranging between 900 and 1,300 square feet once existed. And because of the rapid interest in our community through these rezonings, we have seen longtime renters and young professionals who are part of our tight-knit community leave. Board members, dedicated volunteers, close friends of our association have had to move because they are unable to continue renting at increased rates, and they can't afford to buy homes in our desired area. Our secretary, who is a lovely, lovely young woman, had to buy her first home near Lake Hefner. We lost a board member who had to move out towards Moore because they could not afford to buy. They could not afford to rent. They're taking them further away from their jobs, their friends, public transit, and resources. I am 43 steps away from that BRT. And we've also had to lose residents because they can't care for their parents where they are. We had a homeowner. She had to end up building a ramp and pray for the best for her mom because she could not afford to go through the cost of a SPUD when all she needed was a simple accessory dwelling unit. My opinion overall today is likely not a popular one with neighborhoods, but the reality of neighborhoods like mine is that the scorpion's nature is to sting, and this ordinance is really just a way for it to hurt a lot less. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyler Smith. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Kyler Smith. I live at 441 Northwest 28th Street. I just wanted to share a quick testimonial of what a ADU can do for one family. There's been a lot of great data presented, but I don't have that. But my parents and I grew up in Tulsa. So in 2018, the home that I grew up in, they sold and moved to another home. And one of the main deciding factors of that was that the home that they moved to had an ADU in place. And that allowed my grandmother to move in the ADU, give her a little bit of space, give my family a little bit of space. What we didn't know at the time was that that would be the last 4 years of my grandmother's life. I will be forever grateful for that time that I got to spend with her through COVID lockdowns. Sorry, I don't usually get emotional. But yeah, and after she passed away, my girlfriend, now fiance, was injured and wasn't able to continue working. She moved into that ADU after, and Now, we're living here in OKC, and my family is able to rent that ADU out to a family friend who, fell on some hard times, needed affordable housing. And I will be forever grateful for the idea in my head that if I ever fall on hard times, I will get to potentially, rent that ADU from my parents. I think, it can be scary imagining, with all the talk of affordable housing and how we need affordable housing and how these can provide affordable housing. It might be scary to, people who've lived in one place for a long time, that there might be mysterious poor people moving into your neighborhood. But that is not the way to think about it. It's the people who have stability, have home ownership, an ADU allows them to share that stability with people they care about. And if there's one thing you leave here today, that's how I want you to think about these. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Kyler. John Cousins?
Hi, thank you for your devotion to our city. I appreciate it. My name is John Cousins. I live at 400 Northwest 44th Street. That's just north of, my plat is Edgemere Terrace. It's just north of Edgemere Heights, and our neighborhood is Douglas Edgemere Neighbors. It also has the plat of Douglas Place. Most of this was built in the post-1950, so with the new information, I would like to request that our neighborhood be removed from this ordinance because of the views of the citizens. We had a planning meeting a few months ago at Crown Heights Christian Church, and it's interesting because I'm conflicted on some of the information that's coming today. Of about 80 people that attended that meeting, only 1 or 2 were in favor of the ADU, and the rest of the neighborhood was opposed to it. So that's my experience, and I'm hearing different things here today. Also, when we talk about affordability, one of the realtors said that a home with an ADU costs 36% more. So if you want to buy a home and it has an ADU, then suddenly that home may no longer be affordable because you're going to have to pay 36% more. So I'm having trouble reconciling the affordability. In June, I watched the meeting, your meeting. Someone explained the rental of a ADU, that it's so expensive to build a small unit off on a one-off that the person predicted a 500 square foot unit would cost $100,000, and by the time they had the property tax and insurance, they would have to rent it for $1,200 to make it feasible. But you can rent, he said, a unit of that size for $800. So when we hear the publications initially had a lot about affordable housing, it's kind of simmered down. So I would challenge that it really provides affordable housing. I know the city needs affordable housing. I know the city needs to find a more economical way to provide its services. We see all these empty lots around town, and it's just sad that those aren't filled in with development that could help everyone. But I don't think that the ADU is the mechanism. It was mentioned in a prior item on the agenda how important it is to have these R1 zoning. And I think that, well, I know when my wife and I bought our home, we wanted to have our own house with a little backyard. We have a garden and our hot tub. And we bought a house with single family housing. Right across the street is R3. There's condos and stuff. We don't object to that. But we were zoned R1. And this changes that to multifamily housing in many instances. And I think that's a really big step. And we didn't buy into the house for that. I've actually lived within a mile of Paseo 80% of my life. And I remember times when Mesta Park, before it was called Mesta Park, was a neighborhood full of abandoned homes. We used to go in them on the way back from Wilson Elementary. It was terrible. When the oil bust hit, our neighborhood, Douglas Edgemere, there were a lot of dilapidated houses. People didn't take care of them. But a lot of us here are these pioneers that have lived out through these tough cycles in Oklahoma. And I feel like we should be celebrated for sticking it out and improving these neighborhoods. It's the individual property owners that live there that build back these neighborhoods. And I would just like to also say that, to me, it seems that it could just be dropped because there is a process. And I've heard people say, well, it's not affordable to do a SPUD, but that is a process. So if someone wants that, they can do it. I think someone said on one of the meetings it was $1,200. So if you're looking at a $100,000 project, 1% doesn't make a project no longer feasible. Somebody wants an ADU, they can do it with the existing ordinances, and I think we should reject this proposal altogether. Or, one, reject it altogether, exclude our plats in our neighborhood, or just open it up for everyone in Oklahoma City. I think there's a reason why it's not including everyone in Oklahoma City, because I think a lot of people have issues with the property rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. If anyone's keeping count, I think we're about 2/3 of the way through our speakers. Gayla Kubeka?
Close enough.
Close enough, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gayla Kubeka, and I live at 807 Northwest 47th Street in Douglas Park, and I'm opposed to this. I have 4 rental houses is the reason I was asked to speak, and I have plenty of room to add a dwelling behind every one of my houses, but the problem is every one of my houses have a single driveway and a single garage. There would be no parking. I came home from yoga last night at 6 o'clock, and I had to maneuver 2 blocks on 47th Street to get home because of all of the cars that are parked on the street. Because most people, when I had 2 drivers at my house, we always had cars in the front of the house, and I hated that. But there are only 5 houses in my block and 2 blocks east and west of me that have a double driveway. So our roads are already bad, I mean really bad. And adding that extra traffic is just going to make our roads worse. Also, in the summer, I walk 5 miles every day. I always see water leaks from my house to Paseo. Our infrastructure is not able to sustain a lot of extra houses. And I feel like this bill, my fear is that it's going to make it easier. People, investors, are coming in for commercial reasons, for commercial gains, to build 2 houses on a lot. They are tearing down perfectly good houses in our neighborhood, and they're putting 2 barn-like structures that are 2 and 3 stories, so there goes everybody's privacy because they can look out behind them and on each side of them. And they're putting 2 of these big, tall structures to a lot, and it is ruining the character and the charm of our neighborhood. So I really oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Diane Miller? Good afternoon.
Hi. I'm Diane Miller. I live at 514 Northwest 43rd Street. I moved into the Douglas Edgemere neighborhood when I was 23, newlywed, not yet started my first job. We bought a very small house. I patched the walls where crickets were coming in. I put on a new roof with my husband. We did it ourselves. We made a house that tripled in its value within 3 years and moved right down the street where I've lived for 40 years. So I'm very invested in that neighborhood, and John and I have been on and off with the Neighborhood Association Board of Directors. I was actually president when I was 28. And so I'm very invested in this neighborhood, and I do not wish to see ADUs put into that neighborhood. The density of our neighborhood area is already being increased. We've got duplexes down across from where John said he lives that have been there for years. We have the new Lexford Park area going in at 36th and Walker. It's going to have, at the very first phase 2, they're going to have 62 homes, some of them on small lots, some of them on large. We have an 8-unit apartment building going on as it's almost finished at 43rd and Francis. And we also have homes right across from the Will Rogers area that are stacking houses 2 deep. And they've all been sold, and one is still being built. We have enough density in our neighborhood. A couple years ago, the Oklahoma City sponsored a heat island study, of which I was a part. We went around the city and measured the temperature at different areas, and it did confirm that we are a heat island. That resulted in the effort to plant more trees and make it a little bit more to try and cool off the area. Adding ADUs would remove countless trees in backyards like mine. I have 5 feet on either side of my house to my neighbor's property line. If they were to build an ADU behind their house, I would have people coming past my bedroom windows and my kitchen windows. And I find that just offensive. I did buy, and my husband and I looked far and wide to see where we wanted to move, and we chose this Douglas Edgemer neighborhood because we could be in an R1 family-friendly residential area, and that's where we have built our lives and our investment in our homes. The trees that we have in our city they not only produce cooling, but they remove toxins from the air. If we remove more trees, we have more runoff. Douglas Edgemer is built on a hill. From Chartel down to Harvey Parkway, the water flows, and I mean it flows, down to Deep Fork Creek. This last 2 weekends ago when they said we had 7 inches, I had 8.5 at my house. The water runs down my backyard. I had to put in rocks to keep it from washing away my property, and you could have kayaked down my street, down to Harvey Parkway with the water that was running off. Adding more hard surfaces would add more runoff to that area and would make it just untenable to live there. Another thing about the heat island issue is that it increases. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I have been for 30 years, and the pollution, the air pollution that is caused by all of that can really deeply affect people who have asthma, COPD, and other issues like that. If you look up what it costs to get a genetic inhaler, it costs anywhere from $25 to $130. That's a lot, and a lot of emergency room visits. So we don't want to increase the heat island. Also, we have aging utilities. The sewers are really aged. They tried to improve them probably 30 years ago and did a piecemeal job. I've had 5 water breaks in the water main in my yard alone on my street. The garages and driveways are small. There's already parking in the street. If you have service vehicles, if you have yard care people, if you have an emergency for a fire truck or fire emergencies, then you really couldn't get down the street with parking on both sides, which is where the parking would have to be if there was an ADU in my neighborhood, because there's not room to build a driveway to the back or additional parking. Where walkability is a big issue in Oklahoma City, and a lot of sidewalks have been put in, and the issue is to try and make the city more walkable. We have a very walkable neighborhood. We have children walking
30
to
seconds remaining.
Westminster School up the street. We have mothers and families with strollers walking their dogs, running, and more traffic and more street parking would affect that. There are 670 residents in Douglas Edgemer, and most of us are opposed, and we are currently working on petitions to get that taken care of. And I think that the ADUs are a sad attempt to improve housing in Oklahoma City, I think that the city can come up with a much better plan to help our young people and other people get affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Miller. Cindy Nguyen?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Nguyen. I am at 4624 Northwest 60th Street, 73122. I am here on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union of Oklahoma, and we are in strong support of ADUs and this ordinance. The American Civil Liberties Union of Oklahoma urges the Planning Commission to recommend the accessory dwellings ordinance to the City Council. A severe affordable housing crisis is plaguing Oklahoma City and Oklahoma as a whole. One of the primary reasons for this crisis is a lack of housing supply. There's not enough affordable housing in Oklahoma. That lack of supply drives up prices and leaves many Oklahomans, especially low and middle income Oklahomans, priced out of affordable housing. The result is that many Oklahomans spend more than 30% of their monthly income on housing alone. Even worse, the vast majority of extremely low-income Oklahomans spend over 50% of their monthly income on housing. This economic burden exacerbates the effects of inflation, leaves Oklahomans with little to no wiggle room in their budget, and creates a dangerous on-ramp to homelessness. When it takes 30 to 50% of your budget to pay your rent or mortgage, one unexpected expense can tip you over into delinquency, then eviction, and then homelessness. As complicated as the housing crisis is, the supply problem is one this city can fix. Oklahoma City's zoning ordinance places extreme limits on where people can build affordable housing. As stated earlier, 96% of Oklahoma City's residential land is zoned for only detached single-family homes. That leaves only 4% of residential land for affordable multi-unit properties. When people can only build affordable housing on a tiny fraction of land, Oklahoma City naturally ends up with very little affordable housing. Loosening zoning restrictions is the first step to fixing this problem because without more space to build, the supply problem is intractable. Accessory dwellings are an essential and efficient part of the solution. By allowing more housing in pre-existing areas, accessory dwellings allow more housing without the cost of building more streets, more stores, or more utility lines. That is why additional parking requirements goes against best practices. Accessory dwellings are effective precisely because you can build them without the additional cost of parking and other infrastructure necessary for new builds. Adding parking requirements makes building them so much more expensive that most will not even build them at all. And the ones that will build them will be in the most expensive areas of the city, where spending the money to build parking is worthwhile because it returns high rents. But Oklahoma City's supply problem is for middle and low-income people. Costly parking requirements will mean accessory dwellings will mean accessory dwellings only affordable to not available to middle and low-income people and will go unbuilt, leaving the problem unsolved. This is why the ACLU of Oklahoma urges the Planning Commission to recommend the accessory dwelling ordinance with as few parking requirements as possible and in as much as Oklahoma City as possible. Only then will this ordinance begin to solve the affordable housing crisis that burdens the most marginalized of Oklahomans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Casey.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Casey. I'm the chair for the subcommittee for policy for Oakmar. My business address is 3131 Northwest Expressway. I want to highlight a couple of things that we're not talking about that are less about affordable housing and explain a few things and why that phrase keeps coming up. Anything that actually affects the use or the ability or non-ability to use a property to its highest and best use affects housing. Is it an end-all solution? Absolutely not. But if you have a buyer and you sell them a home that has an ADU existing in it, you are sentencing them to not be able to do anything with it without a special planned urban development. There is nothing special about R1 zoning. So if this structure already exists and it's non-conforming, you're setting them up to, I hope you have the budget to be able to submit a SPUD, and it is cost prohibited. I think we're forgetting that not all of these people are building new ADUs. Some of them would just like to be able to handle and develop their existing structure in the homes that they already have where they exist. When we talk about affordable housing in terms of this, I'm going to go back to what I've said previously. Someone purchasing a home where one of these structures does exist, if it does produce income, that home that may not have been affordable for them can be affordable because HUD, almost 2 years ago now, did change their regulations to allow the incorporation of that income for an owner-occupant buying the property. It actually can make affordable housing. Does that mean every one of them should be a rental or would be? Absolutely not. But these are things to consider. It seems a little silly to me to know that this existed. It was removed, but the structures weren't removed. And so for as long as we don't correct, this is a correction to a zoning code, to put back in the recognition of this as a statement, as a definition into the zoning code so that the people that already have them can function effectively with them, because there is nothing special about their home. They didn't design it like that. They bought it like that. It would be lovely for them to be able to have the protection of their private property rights to use it to its highest and best use rather than have it rotting in the backyard. And finally, in terms of rentals, there are plenty of statistics that can be shown that very few of them are actually used as income-producing properties. Even though there's an allowance for it, very few of them are actually there. And with this, it's an opportunity for someone to be able to use what's already there and go forward by right and ask for one to be created. That's why there's conditions on it. There's why there's rules and structure on it. And we have to understand that the economic structure for our housing right now is a crisis and has to be met with responses that are not the norm. They're not 50 years ago. They're today and now and post-pandemic and in a changing economy where most new neighborhoods are walkability scores in terms of whether or not they're popular. So as much as we love to blame parking as an issue, you might not have as many people with cars. It may not be necessary. With most of them being used as family, if they have to live on the property to make sure they're okay, you really think they're driving? We have to be practical about this and protect the citizens that already have these in the backyards and give them back the full use of their private property rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Gary Kaplinger. Good afternoon.
Hi there. My name's Gary Kaplinger, 2244 Northwest 17th Street. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes to send the proposed ADU ordinance to City Council. I believe ADUs are a small first step forward in adding greater variety of housing options, more cost-effective options, and more housing overall to combat the housing crisis that is growing in Oklahoma City and around the country. I would like to hit on a couple of specific items today. I'd actually like to counterbalance some of the previous speakers who've come up and continued to try to reduce the area that this ordinance would include and kind of go the other direction. And I know this is an uphill climb at this stage of the game, but I'm going to share my thoughts regardless. I have concerns with the exclusion of the historic preservation and historic landmark districts. From my perspective as a real estate professional who has worked in these neighborhoods on a daily basis for over 15 years now, and having lived both inside and outside of those districts, the HPHL districts are the areas where ADUs make the most sense. These neighborhoods tend to be cost prohibitive, but they are the closest to the most desirable amenities in our city. What I think is misunderstood by many is that even if ADUs were permitted in HP and HL, they would still have to go through the HP Commission for approval. So neighbors in such cases would have the opportunity to express their opinions either way. HP Commission and the associated guidelines would fully address the concerns that I hear over ADUs not aligning with the neighborhood's historic character. And the infrastructure concerns have already been addressed by city staff. By eliminating HP and HL from this ordinance, the commission is eliminating a large percentage of the urban medium, LUDA, and many of the most desirable areas for residents who would choose to live in ADUs. When I spoke previously in front of commission, I discussed anecdotally that I had observed increasing client interest in having a small detached second living space on their property. I wanted to put that to the test. So I created a simple survey this week, and I sent it out to every client that I've worked with in the last 4 to 5 years. I didn't receive responses from everybody, but I received 46 responses, and this is what they said, without my prompting. To the question of, would you be in favor of allowing homeowners in urban neighborhoods to build a small second living unit, AKA ADU, behind the home? 45 of the 46 said yes, 1 said unsure, and none said no. I ran an associated poll on social media, and I had over 90 respondents, and the yeses were over 90%. To the question of, would you personally be interested in building an ADU on your property, were you allowed to do so? The largest percentage, over 40%, said yes, they would be interested in building on their property in the next 2 to 5 years. To the question of use, the responses were pretty evenly distributed between aging family members, young person getting their start, and supplemental income via long-term rental. There were also lots of insightful comments to a final open-ended request for comments such as, one said, so we're actually in the process of selling our house in Oklahoma City and moved to Bethany and bought a house with a small house next to it. We looked for two plus years for a house with a separate quarters that wasn't above a garage and finally moved out of the city to find something that worked. Another said, we need ADUs for aging parents. I'm passionate about this. Another said, allowing ADUs is a critical component of addressing the housing crisis in OKC, but adding additional parking requirements make ADUs unfeasible for most and essentially negates the good intentions. Also, please reconsider excluding historic preservation and overlay districts. Don't relegate affordable housing to poorer neighborhoods only. In closing, I think in a very small way, this adds to the surveying that the city has already done, and that what you're doing today is incredibly popular, and it's incredibly positive for our city. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that information, Mr. Kaplinger. Anya Mashaney? Thank you.
So my name is Anya Mashaney. I live at 2601 Northwest 42nd Circle. I am also with Oakmar and a realtor. What I wanted to talk about today, I'm in support of the ADU ordinance overall, but I also want to ask that the parking requirement be reconsidered. I think that I understand concerns about the parking, but I think it's important to consider how that requirement could prohibit the construction of ADUs altogether and prevent the groups that would benefit the most from the accessible processes. As you've heard today, the practical application of ADUs is that they will largely be occupied by people such as adult children with disabilities, aging parents, young professionals, etc. And unfortunately, adding parking requirements discourages everyday homeowners who might want to build an ADU for a family member but are deterred or overwhelmed by the extra steps and expenses. That just puts it right back in SPUD, right? I think it's important to mention that not everyone owns a car or even wants to in a connected urban area. The city's been investing in infrastructure, and requiring parking would be a step backwards, in my opinion. We have sidewalks, increasingly safer bike lanes, public transit, and you can take an Uber if you really need a car. Motorcycles and scooters exist beyond recreational use and are practical modes of transportation for a lot of people. The idea that ADUs will lead to a surge in cars has been debunked repeatedly. If we are to consider ourselves a big league city, then we need to open our minds to other modes and methods of transportation. Ultimately, the parking requirement doesn't address the perceived issue of car congestion or heat islands, but instead creates a barrier for everyday homeowners that are trying to make the best use of their property. The reality is that keeping a parking requirement will make it more likely that the only people building ADUs will be developers and investors that can absorb the cost of the additional parking. Anecdotally, I would also like to share that, echoing my friends' also feelings, I have had countless clients that have had to move because they have a 2-story house and all the bedrooms are upstairs and they need a bedroom downstairs for their mom who just fell and broke her hip and is in recovery. I've had to sell people houses that have garage apartments because their child is blind and is an adult but can't drive, doesn't need to have a parking space, but needs a place to live and needs a place to live that's close enough to be cared for by their immediate family members. So I think it's most practical, and I think that if we don't allow ADUs by right, and I think that if we continue to enforce high parking standards and maximum minimums, that it will be prohibitive to the people that it's intended to help the most. So, thank you.
Thank you. Richard McNow. Come on down. Wow. Okay. Look at all that energy.
So David Box just told me to make it 2 minutes. I will try and be brief, and I'll actually set my own timer and try and get out of here. But I do want to give you a different perspective. I accidentally became the tiny home guy. And we're not talking about tiny homes, we're talking about accessory dwelling units, but they're related. And the way I ended up becoming this guy is because we built a 32-unit neighborhood in Norman. And what came out of that was an overwhelming amount of people who showed up and said, will you come build one of these in my backyard? Now, my brother, who's the boss, he ran all the numbers and he's like, we can't do this. We're a big company with a lot of overhead, and I should have told you my address, 6501 North Classen, and I'm with Ideal Homes. I'm also with SSLM Development. We build out in the suburbs, we build downtown, but we build big projects. And the thing that's interesting to know is everybody that I know who's my age in the real estate development business is second generation. The barrier to entry, when we come before you and we're saying, hey, we'd like to go develop this 80 acres or this 160 acres, it's a $5 million investment. The question I'm really interested in, and I think that you really want to maybe consider about this, when I got involved with Pivot, and I think so far there have been 26. No, they've just added 15 more. That community's really grown. These very small homes. It's an amazing village happening up here at 50th here in Oklahoma City. It dawned on me as we were opening the first 3 of those homes that every civilization on the planet does 5 fundamental things. We all tell stories. We all cook, we all make art, we all make music, we all build shelter. If you wind the clock back before recorded music or before photography, those things were being practiced by families. You know, if you wanted a house, great-great-great-grandpa, and in my case, my grandparents, Grandma drove the lumber truck to Oklahoma City and back to Conoway, Oklahoma. They built it. They were the builders and developers. Today, that's been highly professionalized. It's guys like us who are second generation, who've been doing this a long time, who have a very specialized knowledge and have a lot of capital partners to help go do these projects. How would you break into this? Where's the point of entry into construction, into building? This is an extraordinary opportunity that dawned on me as we were, opening the next round or the first houses at Pivot. Is these small homes, we're working at a different scale. And this was pointed out by an Australian that visited the placemaking conference at the University of Oklahoma, a guy named Marcus Westbury. And he said, he described a project they were doing where they're rebuilding retail, and he said, we're working at the scale of sweat, not at the scale of capital. And think about that for a minute. For the price of beer and pizza, you could have you and a handful of your buddies, if you got a friend like me that owns power tools, about 4 of you could build one of these with enough material. You're working at a scale that it's going to be beautiful. You can take your time and learn how the details work. How else can you learn this? It's really an extraordinary opportunity. Now, I'm going to share this with you, about out of time. In 2023, half of the building permits pulled in the United States were by publicly traded home building companies. Big guys, Lennar, D.R. Horton, they're here now in Oklahoma City. Way bigger companies than little little companies like Ideal Homes or Home Creations, family-owned companies. This year, in 2024, half of the building permits that have been pulled were pulled by 10 of those publicly traded companies. This is an opportunity to push back against that and democratize my industry. I am literally speaking against my best interests. I think you should pass this.
Thank you. Jessica Thompson.
Jessica Thompson, my address is 1414 Northwest 14th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73106. And I first just want to commend all the mothers and fathers of young children in this room. We're not typically represented because of parental duties, and you're here, so thank you. And I also wanted to mention Oklahoma City Beautiful is doing hard work at addressing our heat map issues by planting trees, including an ambitious goal to plant 400 trees in Oklahoma City's south side that started this weekend. But I'm going to go back to these ADUs. So did you know that the median age of a repeat home buyer is 61 years old? 40 years ago, that repeat buyer was 36 years old. And now the median age of a first-time buyer is 38 years old. 2 years ago, it was 32 years old. And it's because housing has gotten so expensive and out of reach for people that now they're having to even move in with family members to save up for down payments. Multi-generational home buyers have hit an all-time high, which is why we need more age-friendly housing that helps multiple generations. I just came back from the National Association of Realtors conference in Boston, and these 3 facts that I just shared with you are from Lawrence Yoon, who is our chief economic advisor with NAR. We don't have enough multi-generational homes, and allowing these ADUs do create opportunities for families to consolidate households that makes it more affordable by spreading the costs. Cities across this country have approved ADUs. Phoenix, Arizona did this just year. They did that just this year, allowing ADUs across the city while encompassing also historic neighborhoods to be more inclusionary. They have not had one application for an ADU in their historic areas, according to their government affairs director. Their realtor association. Our transportation system in America since World War II has been focused on the automobile, and we've heard it today, parking. If you have a car and you can drive a car, you have access to what you need. But younger people may not want or be able to afford to drive a car, and older people may no longer be able to drive a car. SPUD and rezoning regulation, it's an added barrier, inefficiency. What we can do with this accessory dwelling unit is alleviate some of the workload for our city employees, but most importantly, the consumer. Right now, people already if they oppose development, that adds an extra layer of cost to the consumer, as they have to now hire an attorney, making it more expensive. And the median price of attorney fees is about $8,500 on top of the $1,800 it costs to do a SPUD, or $2,700 to rezone the property. It's a solution to the housing crisis, this accessory dwelling unit ordinance, where existing infrastructure already exists and reduces urban sprawl, giving people options close to amenities, quality schools, and transportation. In regards to our infrastructure, agreed, it is old. And these new bonds coming up, we have opportunities to update our grid, sewer, and water lines. Instead of living in fear, I'm choosing to have hope. I am not a developer. I am a homeowner. I live in the urban medium, and my backyard backs up to a 5-acre park. I already have a garage, and I would like to build an ADU above the garage. But how this ordinance is presented now, having a 1-story home, I'm being excluded from this, and I don't think that's fair. I shouldn't have to file for a variance to put one in. I love my neighbors. They love me. They want me to stay. And I want them to have the opportunities to build one if they want one. And they're not going to be opposed to me building an ADU. So I don't think that requiring a variance for someone who has a single-family home that wants to build a garage apartment over their garage is fair. And then I'm going to go into a little storytelling here. So we have a real opportunity here to house the unsheltered. My husband's single uncle is one of them. He sleeps on couches of different family members, but we have a real opportunity here to be able to provide him with a warm, safe place to call home. He helps take my kids to soccer practices. He helps pick them up from school because I'm here at Planning Commission. I can't be there to pick them up. It's very nice to be able to have him at our disposal. Maybe you consider doing a 2-year trial run with this accessory dwelling unit ordinance and see where that gets us. See how many applications come in for this, and especially in these areas that are being proposed to be excluded.
30 seconds remaining.
Many cities have done 10-year trial runs, and I ask those in this room to not be short-sighted, but to think bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All right. Marvin Ellard. Good afternoon.
Hello. I'm Marva Ellard, and I live at 1521 North Chartel Avenue, and I'm also the board president of HPI, which is, you all would know, as Heritage Hills. And I didn't tell you that because I wanted you to know that I have a fancy title. I want to, and live in a neighborhood that some people consider a fancy neighborhood. I want to tell you a couple of points. I live in a duplex. My 94-year-old mother lives downstairs. I bought that duplex, so I had that option when she felt that that would be a good solution. I've heard a lot of the stories of people today, and I think we're all sympathetic of that fact, but we have a mechanism for people to provide for their family. We don't have to create a new ordinance to do that. I'm in the process of filling out a SPUD application right now for a bigger project. I don't have a lawyer doing it. I'm doing it. I do think that it could be a hindrance for people who don't do that and are not developers or real estate people. So why can't we create I'm going to call it a SPUD light application that is just geared to ADUs? We can keep our current ADU process in place, but make it easier for current SPUD process in place, but make it easier for people who want to apply for an ADU. I think what's been lost a lot in this discussion about ADUs are the notice rights that the R1 neighborhoods are losing, or anyone is losing, by this ADU process. We listened to an earlier application today, and there was a lot of gnashing of teeth over zoning is a right, zoning is a law, and we're asking these R1 neighborhoods to give up that. And we don't have to circumvent that. We could just come up with a simpler application process for people to submit a SPUD application who would like to build an ADU. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
All right, that was all I had signed up to speak, so that'll conclude the public comment, and we can turn it over to our commissioners for discussion.
Well, so I put off making comments until we'd heard from the folks who are here. First of all, everybody who's still here especially, thank you for taking the time to come down here and share your thoughts and comments and questions with us. I'd like to thank my fellow task force members. I'd like to really thank staff. You know, there's been a lot of time and effort put into this, and I get that. I think what we have now is so much better than it was when we started. You'll not be surprised to hear that I don't think it's quite perfect. There are some things that I would do different, but you know, I don't think that at any time, I want to say, I guess, up front, we did away with thinking about this as a mechanism for addressing affordability of housing, like the first time we talked, because it's only a mechanism to address affordability in the sense that, you know, the marketplace is supply and demand. If there's more of it, it should theoretically be cheaper. So, I mean, that's all the affordability that's going on here. It's not like anything is being subsidized or, you know, specially financed to allow this or anything like that. It's not affordable housing in the way most people think of that. Would it make housing actually more affordable, as in easier to afford? You could debate that. It's questionable, I guess, especially if you're talking about the more desirable parts of the city, whether that's really going to result in lower rent. It's not going to result in lower prices because these cannot be separated and sold off separately, so that's really not an issue. My biggest issue, and I'm astonished to hear so many people here today, although a great many of them are realtors, and I understand they have kind of a special interest in this process and in moving forward. I almost got a new constituent today. Someday was going to move into Ward 2 for me, but this outpouring of support that I've heard here today for ADUs is not the experience that I have had. I used the process that the time that we had for the task force process, besides meeting with my fellow task force members, doing my own research and reaching out to the neighborhoods in Ward 2. It's not a terribly easy process. It was kind of complicated by the fact that there are not great records being kept as to the neighborhoods that are active and within them the people who are available to speak for those neighborhoods. But nonetheless, I set up a number of meetings that were large-scale meetings where everybody was just invited to come. Separate and apart from that, I did do some private meetings with people, all kinds of people who are interested in development in Oklahoma City and neighborhood leaders and all the above. I reached out to made contact with, I'll put it that way, about 30 different neighborhoods in Ward 2. And I know that the other members of the task force, you know, reached out to a whole other universe of people within their spheres. My main problem with the whole idea of doing this is one of the ways in which Commissioner Pennington and I diverge in our view, is that it's up to us to do more than just decide whether this is the best version of this that we can move forward. There's a real threshold issue for me about zoning and the change in the way we deal with R1 single family development from a legislative process through a rezoning process to an administrative process where you pay your money, you check off the boxes, and you're entitled to change. There are so many people in this city who bought the house that they're living in now because it was in an R1 single family residential neighborhood. That was where they wanted to live. Lisa often starts our meetings by telling us that one of the things people always tell us is that they love where they live, and that's why they chose to live there. I do not think it is appropriate, and I won't get into whether it's legal or not, but I do not think it is appropriate to change that process, for us to decide on an administrative process for a change in what's going to basically do away with R1 single-family development as a thing in the areas that are affected by this ordinance. You thought you moved into an R1 neighborhood, but now it's, you know, dotted with little structures in people's backyards that are, you know, for rent. And the rental part of it is not the issue for me. It is for some people. Because you know, a lot of people are very, very invested in the neighborhood that they live in. They know their neighbors. They leave their garage door open. Somebody calls to ask if everything's okay. I mean, that sense of community is something that they are concerned about having disturbed, and I understand that. I personally am not even slightly concerned that there's going to be this floodgate of people coming in and asking for ADU permits. But for me, that is more a question of, so why are we bothering to change the system we have? We have a system in place. It allows us to decide whether a particular piece of property that's going to add a unit requires parking or not. It allows us to decide whether a particular property needs, you know, better controls over the privacy or not. The SPUD process is uniquely appropriate for fitting different things onto pieces of land where normally they would not be allowed. I'm actually in favor of increasing density in the core. I have no problem with that. But I don't think a one-size-fits-all approach is appropriate. And I don't think that denying people notice of these changes and a right to be heard on a case-by-case basis is the right way to go about this. I cannot tell you how many very angry people I have talked to and dealt with about the idea that this right to receive notice and be heard, which is a statutory right, is being taken away from them by this process. And I just cannot support that. I just cannot get there. Yeah. Thank you. It's not about that. You know, everybody sitting up here wants to do the right thing for the city of Oklahoma City. And I just don't think that this is the right thing. If it were possible to put the conditions that are listed in this ADU proposed ordinance into a checklist so that, you know, Mr. Willis, I think it was, talked about, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, Gary Jones, talked about having, you know, a handout, a checklist for people that want to do one of these things. You say, here, if you do this, you'll get a recommendation of approval from staff. And then all you have to deal with at that point is whatever specific issues there are for that piece of property. And the only way to do that is on a case-by-case basis. That's what zoning is. So I'm very much in favor of us keeping the SPUD process that we have. Apparently there's not going to be any floodgates opened. We do ADUs now. There's a process in place. It works just fine, and I'm for that.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Powers. Commissioner LaForge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We asked the audience to not repeat things, so I'm going to try to be brief too, because Commissioner Powers mostly said everything. I agree with all that. My issue is where I'm a little bit more in the middle. If you could move it back to the slide, if it's not too hard. The one of the concerns, the one that the boring slide with the 5 listed. Agree with everything Commissioner Powers just said. But the concerns, as they're listed there on that slide, the staff did a great job of addressing every one of those in general. My problem continues to be, though, as Commissioner Powers said, is that it's those individual basis where these aren't, they were really close to handled by the city's responses to each of these concerns, but it's those few special ones that we hear that had something unique to it, about the opaqueness of the windows or the distance from the property behind it or whatever it might be. There was something special. Something Commissioner Powers alluded to also is that then once all these were addressed by the city to address all these concerns, well then this potential right is so narrow that I don't think there is going to be explosions. Some of the folks for the ADUs say that. They said there's only 69 in Portland and there's not very many. Well, then why are we doing this for a small number if it's not going to be an explosion that's going to fix the affordable housing? Some say it's a first step. I don't think it is a material enough difference. It's not going to be an explosion. Some people are going to get to do it by right when their neighbors didn't have notice and didn't have the chance to come talk to us. So without repeating what she said, I agree with her. The staff did a great job and got me almost there. I almost became a maybe. I'm a no without the responses that the city staff came up to. I get to be a maybe. It's a really tough call. Unless one of my fellow commissioners has something to say, I won't repeat Commissioner Powers.
I'm going to say that I generally align myself with Commissioner Powers' thoughts in that I do not think it's fair. What do we say? There's 55,000 houses be affected by this. I don't think it's fair that the owners of 55,000 properties bought their properties with the expectation that they're buying a single-family residence in a single-family neighborhood in general. So I can't get out of the gate on that. I think ADUs are a great thing, and I think what we really should be talking about, in my opinion, here is figuring out a good way to streamline the process to get ADUs approved through an SPUD or some similar process. I do think all the hard work that went into this are some very good guidelines to maybe help us along that path if we decide to take that path. So.
Great.
Well, I'll weigh in with, and I don't want to repeat, I think that the points both for and against this have been well verbalized by our large gallery today. I remain in support of this. I agree with generally everything that's been said in support, and my main interest is discouraging suburban sprawl, encouraging responsible development and density where it's appropriate, which is in the urban UM core and UH core. Without, again, I said I wasn't going to repeat everything that's already been said here, but I do think it's important just to list a couple of the main points that I am resolute in my continued support on, and that's creating a framework that's specific that we can use to apply consistent regulation to ADUs. And it also gives us a framework to fall back on when people come in and want to do it in the form of a SPUD or a PUD, because inevitably that still will happen, because as soon as you have requirements, someone wants to do something different than those requirements. So this allows us, having this in place, it gives us a framework to send people back to say, the rules are there. So this is basically, in my mind, this is the SPUD light. We have triggers for notice. We have a notice requirement. Now, it may not be the same as a SPUD as far as with letters, but there is signage required. We have found some compromise on all of these concerns that I believe is sufficient to provide the protections needed against home sharing. There are parking requirements. I understand there's some disagreement or some people that wish to relax those. I think we've found a good compromise to balance the concerns of the community. So I believe in the parking requirements that we do have. And the privacy components, such as windows and stuff. So these are the same things that we would apply in a SPUD. So and I do believe that the SPUD process is, it may be 1% of the cost, but it's still, that's significant cost, and especially when you have to hire lawyers or civil engineers or architects. So I don't think the SPUD is a good tool for this, and having this patchwork of individually specific cases that homeowners don't understand. So you think you bought a R1 home, somebody can still come and do a SPUD if they have the money, and if you're outside of that, distance of notice, you don't get noticed either. So that, it is still happening. So that concern just doesn't, it goes in a circle for me and doesn't resonate. So I believe that a consistent set of guidelines that can be more easily understood and are easier to navigate financially is a right that that people should have. I also think getting existing non-conforming ADUs up to standards and legal so that they're safer and that people can fully utilize their property is an important and positive move for us. Particularly, we're not increasing the lot coverage percentage. That is per the base zoning. So these neighborhoods that people are so concerned that it's not going to work, it's not appropriate in our neighborhood, they're probably not going to be able to build them in your neighborhood. If your backyards are too shallow, they're not going to meet the requirements for lot coverage anyway. So again, this is one small tool in a bigger set of solutions that need to be found to address affordability, but it certainly addresses housing availability. And I want to see families be able to age in place. I want to see kids be able to stay at home longer while they save for a down payment on a home of their own. That's the same thing that my parents did. My dad lived in an ADU in the Paseo when he married my mother, and they saved money and then were able to purchase their own home. And I want to see that continue. We've had that development in Oklahoma City in the past, and I think we need to get back to it. That's what made the great neighborhoods great, or some of, there's a lot of great neighborhoods, but some of the more desirable neighborhoods, that's exactly why they're desirable. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over. Thank you.
I agree with Dan, and I feel like in the SPUD process, the addressing is not being addressed as long as I've been on Planning Commission. And with this process, it does address the addressing for public safety in a case-by-case basis as they come through. It is a big issue that needs to be addressed, and it does also pick up that, and that's not on this list of concerns. So I agree with Dan.
I'll go before he can finish, but and I agree. I agree with what Dan said, and there's a lot of points that Commissioner Powers said that I agree with also. And what I've tried to do from the beginning of this process was create a document that we felt good with, that we could then move forward to council. This isn't ending here. You've heard that before, but it's not. And so we created something according to the laws. Try to make it as best we could, and we'll send it on. And I think that's the job that we were tasked with, and that's why I feel comfortable making a positive decision on this.
Yeah, just to echo that, I think there's been a lot of good points made on both sides. Personally, I think from just my opinion, my stance is that there's been a lot of compromise made. The removal of HPHL, that's where it stands right now. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the parking requirement, but that's part of the process, is to make these compromises and to make this the best that it can be for right now. This is a starting point. I think all of us have things in our lives that we don't have the first version of it, or we get the first version of it and we upgrade, years down. There's opportunities to upgrade this, to see how it works in the real world, how it functions, and to adjust and make it better. I think we've done that. I think the task force has done that. This commission has done that. It's a good start. And I think it's time to move it on to the elected officials and have them make the final say.
If I could, I would like to make just a couple of more comments, and then I'll be quiet. The issue of concerns, the issue of notice, which was on that, was sort of repackaged, I think, in an attempt to offer an response to it. But to put up a sign on a piece of property after the fact is not in any way, shape, or form equivalent to the idea of notice to surrounding property owners who can then appear at a public hearing and be heard on an item. After the building permit is already issued, to put up a sign on your property that allows people to at least know why there's now lumber, stacked in the driveway is a nice thing, I guess. But it is not really a response to the concerns about notice. I will say that.
I hear that, but I think there's some flexibility. What if part of the process is that sign has to be up for 30 days prior to the application being administratively approved?
Well, the other thing is with respect to the administratively approved. If we want to add that change, that would be great. But the administrative approved, I think all of us need to, we had a great discussion earlier today about, things that are of right versus things that we have control over as a commission. And we are creating a property right here that I think it's going to come back to bite us. So I am just not in favor of that. Zoning is a legislative process. It requires notice and a chance to be heard. That's it. I mean, that's the threshold for me. Can't get past it.
I think, number one, appreciate all the comments, appreciate hearing from our neighbors. As I said at the onset, this is not the end. It is a continuation. Whether our recommendation is for this or against this, it's still moving forward to the City Council. I think of all the points that we have heard, I think the notice one is the stickiest of them all. It is the most difficult to deal with. And where I ultimately come down on this, just as I've come down on it when we've voted on these SPUDs, is what are the ways that we can address the overwhelming majority, and by that I mean the 95%. We've heard a number of these cases. And I've got to tell you, the things that we've outlined around heights, setbacks, lot coverage, and thus home sharing addresses almost every one of the issues we hear when we're dealing with an ADU. And so that's why I'm comforted by the way that we've decided to handle this. But it is by no means perfect. But if my choice is between whether or not to give people, families, the right to be empowered to support different generations being able to live and be supported on their own property, I'm for that. I'm going to land on that side. I'm going to land on the side that says that while I, as an attorney and someone who is at this horseshoe twice a month, understands this process, that so many of my constituents that I represent that are for this ordinance find this bureaucracy to be really hard to deal with and intimidating, and that cost to be more than they can bear. And so I'm here to, I respect the fact that there are a number of neighbors who feel very strongly in disagreement with me, and I respect their view, trust me, I do. But I feel like the people who are most likely to actually benefit from this and utilize this are the ones who aren't actually here. They are the people in the not so well-established parts of my ward. They're the people with infill development right next to them. They're the people who really need a chance and don't have the money and know-how to be able to navigate the difficulties of city government. So I'm for empowering families. I think this puts us one step closer to it. And I will join with any of the neighbors who disagree with me in connecting with our city council people as they have this discussion and continue it on. And I'm just really grateful for the respectful way we've had this conversation. I love our city. We live in a great city because we can come together and have these difficult conversations. And I look forward to passing this along to the city council. So I think it would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, to go ahead and make the motion in the affirmative. If it does not work out, then we should take a motion in the negative. I'll go to. I was going to go just the other way. Go ahead. Then I'm gonna give it over to.
Because for me this is a threshold issue, I would make a motion to deny this application, the resolution to not adopt the resolution. And the reason for my particular concern is about that issue of the threshold of changing this process from one of rezoning to an administrative checklist, and I just cannot get past that. And for me, it's really a threshold issue. It's not about the specifics of the ordinance and the changes and the compromises that we have made to it, because that process is like a whole separate thing for me. So I'm going to move to deny, and we'll see where I get.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Powers to deny.
Oh, let me get back on my, there we go.
Let's see if there's a second. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. So a reminder, a vote yes is a vote to deny, a no vote. So please cast your votes when available. So that failed.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to City Council approval of the ordinance, and will add, as part of our recommendation to the City Council, that this resolution not be adopted until the comprehensive plan has been amended consistent with the agreement in the proposed ordinance for the areas that should be included.
All right. So we have a motion from Commissioner Pennington to recommend the ordinance for approval to City Council, contingent upon the comp plan amendment that removes the areas indicated in the exhibit that we saw today. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that item passes. So thank you for very enlightening discussion. Would anyone be opposed to a brief recess before we continue on? So we will take 10 minutes. Please be back at 5:10. I will resume at 5:10. All right, 60-second warning. All right, we have everyone back, so we will resume with item 11.
Item 11 is case C-7693, final plat of Cory Acres, and this is located south of East Wilshire Boulevard and west of North Martin Luther King Avenue.
I'm Jace Edwards, 4727 Galardia Parkway, Suite 250. I'm with Kimley Horn. We are the engineer and applicant for this final plat. Cory Acres is a final plat, approximately 40 acres, and primarily undeveloped land with tree coverage. A small portion of the site is developed with a home, 2 shop buildings, associated drives and fences. The proposed final plat for Cory Acres consists of 3 residential lots. Lot 1 consists of existing site improvements and consists of approximately 7.3 acres. Lot 2 consists of approximately 10.7 acres.
We can't hear what he's saying. Sorry, if you could just pull that microphone up a little bit closer. Yeah, thank you.
Apologies. I'll start back a little bit. The Cory Acres final plat is approximately 40 acres and primarily undeveloped land with tree coverage. A small portion of the site is developed with a home, 2 shops, and associated drives and fencing. The proposed final plat for Cory Acres consists of 3 residential lots. Lot 1 consists of existing site improvements and consists of approximately 7.3 acres. Lot 2 consists of approximately 10.7 acres and is undeveloped, and Lot 3 consists of approximately 22 acres and is undeveloped. The only site improvement to be made for this made with this plat is a drive access or drive across the property within an access easement that will allow access to all lots. A set of PV plans have already been submitted and approved for the private drive access. That's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any concerns.
Commissioner Pennington, this is Ward 7.
You guys tired of me yet?
No, not at all.
I feel like I've been on for like the last 5 items, but the last one was 5 hours ago. Okay, can I ask a few questions before we? And I want to say at the onset, I'm certain that we have neighbors who are here to speak, and I'm happy to hear from them. Have you met with any neighbors?
We've reached out to them. We sent an email on Tuesday, November 12th, this previous Tuesday.
So has a okay.
Understand.
Everyone in the audience, I promise I'm making your point. I promise I am. So there has not been an actual meeting where you've received feedback from neighbors and explained your intentions and plans?
No, sir.
Okay, so my I'm happy to still hear from our neighbors, but my request, and I'm confident I have the support of the commission, is that there be a continuance until the December meeting. And between that time, there be a meeting with you and all of our neighbors so that they have a chance to hear from you, they can give you their feedback, and then you come back to us with a plan that is consistent with whatever you all have agreed to. So that's gonna be my request. But I would like for you to clarify this. I want to fully understand the access issues here.
Yes.
How are you intending to get all access to all 3 lots?
With the access drive, you can see being highlighted right now.
I'm on the wrong screen.
The drive extends from the previous gated drive on the owner on lot 1. And so there will be a drive going around with a roundabout, as you can see there.
Okay. Then my next question is, based on what I am reading from our neighbors' feedback, because again, it's a plat, so I will not be able to participate in the community meeting. This is the only forum where I'll be able to engage with this process. But it sounds to me like you might give serious consideration to the setbacks and to the tree preservation, because this is a very beautiful neighborhood, lots of trees, where they want to protect the nature of it. They want to ensure that wherever you're placing these homes is not going to be disruptive to the privacy that they currently enjoy. So those are things you might take into account before you go into this neighborhood meeting. So those are the things that I'm going to make a motion, neighbors. We can still hear from you, happy to do that, but I'm going to make the motion to continue this case to December. So you can decide how long you want to be here with comments.
Yeah, so I do have 3 signed up to speak. So you can speak if you want, or it sounds to me like we're going to hear
what he wants to do.
Sir,
Well,
why don't you come to, if you've signed up to speak, have you signed up to speak?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you can come to the podium.
Basically, all we
No,
want is clarification.
sir, come to the podium, please.
I'm John Guthrie. I live at 1727 Northeast 69th.
Thank you.
I would just like clarification, as Mr. Pennington said, of what their intent is. We have not been contacted by any of these people, and we directly butt up to the, what the proposed plat will, basically come next to. I think that's a great idea, but we've been contacted by no one. And I appreciate you looking out for us, and if they would be willing to sit with us, we'd like to see what they said, and then at that point, maybe we have an issue, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think we just, having the discussion will be helpful. This is all Persimmon Hill.
Correct.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that Mike Skinner
Okay,
can
that's
help
correct.
get everybody organized. So we can just help you with that contact information. I have my own contact info. I think your contact info is in this packet as well. So again, I can't coordinate the meeting.
I get it.
Can you give him Mike's contact information?
Yes, there's no
And
issue
then we
there.
can do that?
Yeah.
Maybe staff can help facilitate that since I cannot, but that conversation needs to take place where you can hear the
Yes,
plan.
it does.
So
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know
So we need to just make sure that the applicant is in agreement with that continuance.
yes. If they're not, we can have an up or down vote. And I'm going to vote no.
Sir, are you signed up to speak? I am. Okay. All right, please come to the podium. Name and address for the record, please.
Hey, first off, thank you for your patience and endurance, and for the next 5 minutes, your continued attention. It's been a long day already, and you're only about halfway through. My name is Braden Heisey. I'm a retired U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel. I'm a homeowner at 1801 Northeast 69th, and I'm also the Vice President of the Neighborhood Association. On November 7th, you received an email from our president, Mike Skinner, objecting to the things as it currently stands. Let's begin with, this is the final plat. We have had zero notice. Where was the preliminary plat?
It's because of the number of lots and the size of it. That's why they skip preliminary. It's not a decision by us. It is administrative.
I'm just saying that
So-
this is our first notice of this, and we're
Yeah.
coming now to speak. And oh, by the way, all of the southern neighbors on the southern edge of this are here, with the exception of one family. So we are all here in unison. The other thing is zoning, all right? I think Kimley, the engineering firm, they think this is R1, which, that would be a great development. But right now, as of last night on the county assessor site, it is still agricultural.
We can get staff to clarify that.
I've got a printout from last night with the time date on it, if you want that.
You want
We can get clarity.
So Jared Martin, Planning Department. So there's a difference, but I'll start with the zoning question. There's a difference between zoning when it comes to the city and the county. The city's the keeper of zoning, so it is actually zone R1. Most of that area is. The county, when they do a drive-by assessment of the property, they look to see what the property is being used as, and then that's how they list it for zoning on their site.
How do they do that? They can't see the property.
Well, to them, they're looking at probably an aerial and they're seeing that it's vacant, so they're assuming it's more of an agricultural use. But it isn't officially agricultural, it is R1. They are only proposing the 3 lots. Part of the reason is they're going to use well and septic, not city water and sewer, so they wouldn't be able to develop at a standard R1 density. So they're only requesting the 3 lots on the roughly 40 acres and not, 6,000 square foot lots like you might see. Really the only reason that they need to do a plat at this point, because it's less than 10 lots, they don't have to do a preliminary plat per our subdivision regulations. Only when you go over 10 lots do you have to do that. So they're only requesting the 3 lots, which means they can go straight to the final plat. Now, typically on a subdivision that has over 5 acre lots, they would do what's called a plat of survey, and they would do a private street. They're opting to do what's called a private drive, which is a little bit of a different right-of-way width. They don't have the full 50-foot right-of-way that they would normally have on a private street, so they're doing a 35-foot private access easement and a private drive. The only way we can allow a private drive is for them to plat the property. And so normally they wouldn't even have to plat. They would have done the plat of survey, which is an administrative process, but because of that private drive, they're coming in to do a plat for the property. So it's kind of the background there.
Thanks for that clarification, Jared.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as far as the access point, that was a big question that we all had. The other map view that we had, that's the first time we saw anything about any kind of access point on this. We are very much concerned with maintaining the existing tree canopy there. Recently, Persimmon Hills, which is MLK on the east, Kelly on the west, Wilshire on the north, and Northeast 63rd on the south. The northeast quadrant, which was zoned R1, we had a company come in there and gut the trees out of there and use it basically for industrial purposes. This was back in February. You may remember that case came before the Planning Commission. And so we are concerned about these 40 acres because this is the heart of Persimmon Hill. I've had, just last night, fox, raccoon, skunk, and possum come through my backyard. I love this, and I'm really concerned about this changing with a bunch of clear cutting right there. So really, I'm just asking to honor the character of the neighborhood, and I hope that we can come to a good agreement with that. So I'm going to conclude and say we need to reset the process back to the beginning and have this meeting and have some conversations, and then I look forward to the continuance hearing or the next process in December. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Settles, do you wish to be heard? I agree with everything, Brandon. Okay, thank you. All right, so.
I want to know if the peacocks make it over as far as your. Okay.
Does the applicant want the continuance, or do you want to vote today? Okay. Then if there's no other.
I'll just, let me, for the record, because I'm not sure the microphone, he said continuance.
Yes. Okay, well then I move to continue this item to the December meeting of the Planning Commission. And again, please share contact information. I can't coordinate and I can't participate, but I know we'll get to a good place on this. So I'm optimistic.
All right, so I have a motion from Commissioner Pennington to continue the item to the December 12th Planning Commission meeting. And a second by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item is continued. Thank you. Item 12.
Item 12 is case C-7695, a preliminary plat of Braxton, Section 4, located north of West Reno Avenue and east of North Frisco Road, along with a variance to the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon. Kendall Dillon with Craft & Toll, representing the applicant. This obviously is an application for a preliminary plat that will be the last phase of the Braxton addition. This property was previously included in a previous preliminary plat of Braxton. It was approved in 2013, I think. Unfortunately, it expired in 2022. This plat here has 21 and a half acres, 29 lots. It yields a density of about 1.35 dwelling units per acre. It's basically the same concept that was in the previous preliminary plat. In fact, here is the previous preliminary plat so that you can see what's on the screen versus this, and you can see it's generally the same layout with the exception of we had a street stub kind of in the middle of the property on the original plat, but they constructed an oil well just north of our property line, right in line with that preliminary or that street stub. So we slid the street stub further to the west so it'd be utilized in the future. But outside of that, it's basically the same concept. I think there's 4 TEs that we're in agreement with all of them. TE number 2 is a variance for a cul-de-sac that's over 700 feet. As you can see from the layout, we really don't have any other place to connect. Again, this same concept was approved before in the preliminary plat. And, you know, the variance will go away when the property to the north develops and that connection's made. So the plat conforms to all the zoning regulations, all the subdivision regulations, with the exception of the one variance. Staff recommends approval, and we'd ask the same. Be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Meek, this is your ward.
Yes, sir, thanks. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
I do have someone signed up to speak.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and
You want to hear from them?
hear from them,
Okay.
please.
Mr. Sharon, good? Welcome.
Hey, first time here. Happy to be here. First, want to say I'm not with Oakmar. I'm also not an attorney. I'm just a chemical engineer that watches Law and Order and Suits on the weekend.
There you go.
So I'm gonna try my best here. First, I want to commend y'all. This is my first time here. To sit through those 31 people, oh my God, I commend y'all for the patience in doing that on the regular in these monthly meetings. To come up with a vision and a plan for Oklahoma City, that's just amazing. I was halfway through and wanted to just say, Jesus, take the wheel, and I'll look at the results online tonight on YouTube. But with that being said, just some of our main concerns. I'm speaking on behalf of the neighbors that we kind of came together and just wanted to be a representative instead of having 31 people speak. Some of the things that we are fearful for is just the addition of those 29 houses that they want to build on the lot. We do not have the infrastructure yet built to support that. It's a two-lane road coming into the neighborhood on the west, and then on Reno, there's also two-lane roads, and there's only 3 entrance points. So you're looking at a combination of 29 if they're single, 58 if they're married, cars coming in and out of those driveways and those entryways into that neighborhood. And then you're also demolishing that nature that we've developed back there, the trees and all the plants and the animals that we see on the regular walking through that pasture. With me and my kids, we put it at the park right down the street, and they can spot animals as they're walking and eating through that nature. I just really want to keep it short and not take much of your time, but it's just, until we have that infrastructure built to add these 29 houses to this neighborhood, it's just going to be congested. It already is congested in the area. I know y'all know Yukon is growing, it's getting pretty big. Until that infrastructure comes in to support that, we can't just keep building houses just to fund pockets and get money. I understand it's gonna come a point, like you said, once they get that north built connecting to the other road, there'll be other entrancewways and that congestion will be kind of lessened. But until then, we can't just keep building houses and have 2-3 ways into those neighborhoods driving through with kids playing. It's just congestion on top of congestion. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it. And hopefully y'all get home at a decent time tonight.
Thanks for coming down.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your comments, and this is a preliminary plat, and so they've already kind of went through the PUD process to have the entitlement to be able to do what the original plat showed, and this is the, I believe, 3rd and final phase of that, and so it's kind of our job to make sure it meets the original and conforms to the original entitlement they got with the PUD on this addition, and I feel that it does. Looking at the TEs, they are requesting the variance to the cul-de-sac, and T number 3 is also requiring the cul-de-sac turnaround to be put at the end of Carlo Way. Like Mr. Dillon said, they've had to move that because of that, but there's still a future step. So, any other commissioners have any other comments?
Well, I want to respond to Mr. Good's concern about, the infrastructure out here between roads and utilities, just can't handle it. And, we see this all the time.
It is crazy.
It is backward,
Yes.
in my opinion. But unfortunately, it's what we have to work with, and it's the construction of these homes, it's the added rooftops that reinforce the need for the improvements, the road improvements, and that's the process that we have right now. The rooftops come first, and then the roads are improved, and then the utilities are improved. So it's not ideal, but that's what we have.
It might be helpful, Mr. Chairman, for our neighbors to hear the timeline, because what I'm hearing in the concern, and this case is so different than other cases because, again, this plan was in place in 2013.
Right.
So it's not like this was already originally contemplated in the design of this neighborhood. But I do think we owe it to our neighbors to share what does that look like from a timeline perspective. And a preliminary plat is also not the end. There's also a final plat stage. So
Right. So and when we talk about timeline, as far as backing up into history, this plat, the preliminary plat of this development with actually the same general layout was approved in 2013. I think they live in Settlers Ridge. Those 2 sections come in 2014 and 15. So this plat, zoning and everything was even approved before that development was built. But in terms of moving forward, this is the preliminary plat. I think the intent of our client is to move forward with the final plat and plans as soon, if we're successful at getting the preliminary plat approved. But as far as having it built and on the ground, you're probably looking at 1.5 to 2 years before it would be constructed, as far as the development. In regards to the traffic a little bit in particular, there is a street stub that connects the two neighborhoods that's kind of on the southeast corner of this project that would go through the Settlers Ridge neighborhood. But if you look at the likely distribution of traffic, it's going to go south through the Braxton neighborhood because it's going to be by far the easiest path to get back to Reno and then back over to Cemetery Road. So I'm not going to say that there wouldn't be traffic that goes through Settlers Ridge. Obviously, there'll be some, but from a traffic management standpoint or distribution of traffic, I think it's probably going to be well slanted that the majority of traffic still will go south of Reno.
And
even if they were going to go north, I think, on Cemetery.
Is Reno 4 lanes right now? No?
Yeah, Reno is still just the 2-lane road.
Okay, all right.
Right.
So the other thing that I would mention to the neighbors is they're currently in the process of planning the next GO bond. So reach out to your councilman and let him know where you are and the issues, and there's potential that that could be considered in the next GO bond.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me just add to that real quick. That's on our website. If you want to go, that's a great place to engage. There are also a couple more meetings, so it's happening right now. You can actually go to the website and put a specific point, put a concern on there if you'd like to. So.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else?
Okay.
I would just say, at the risk of making it sound like we're putting this back on you.
Right.
And can't help you move on, kicking it down the road or pushing it off onto somebody else. That's really not the intent. But nonetheless, I would really strongly urge you to stay engaged on the next bond issue as they're developing the list of things they're going to spend that money on. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of development in that area, and as you said, the traffic's already crazy, the streets aren't improved, so the more contacts to the website that they get, things start leaning out our direction for improvements. If nobody has anything else, I would switch here. Like to recommend approval of.
We need to take the variance.
Of the variance. To table 5.1 and section 5.3.2.a of subdivision regulations.
A motion to recommend approval of the variance of the subdivision regulations. We're waiting for our system.
Went to sleep.
I'm refreshing. All right, I got it. Are we waiting on anyone else? All right.
We're just waiting.
I think the system
There it goes.
taking the day off.
Hey.
All right.
There we
the
go.
variance is approved, and now
Okay.
the item.
Yes, I'd like to recommend approval of the preliminary plat for C7695.
All right, we have a motion to approve the
Yes.
preliminary plat for C 7695. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Powers?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 13.
This is case PC 109511, application to rezone 7502 North May Avenue from R1 and C3 to C3.
Good afternoon, David Box, R1, fronts May Avenue for reasons that are unknown. We're simply trying to get it to be zoned C3 to match everything else. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is Ward 2. Commissioner Powers?
I initially had some concerns and questions about this because looking at the aerial, it appears that the properties directly south include residential properties. But after going by to actually look at the site, they are commercial properties as well. Mr. Box assures me that this site is not big enough to become any kind of fast food restaurant, so I don't have to be worried about outdoor speakers and things like that. I mean, there's a commercial use, a very much C3 commercial use has existed on this property for a very long time. So I'm okay with it.
The good news is, if there were speakers, the tire shop across the street would drown out any noise.
That might be true.
All right, I do not have anyone signed up to speak. I think we're ready for a motion.
Then I will move approval for item number 13, PC 10951. It's not very often we approve straight zoning in my ward, but
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Powers. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
And that item passes. Thank you. Item 14.
This is SP 590, application for a special permit to operate use unit 8250.19 transitional mental health in the AA district at 6501 Northeast 50th Street.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. My clients have suffered through with us here, are still here with us. This is a special permit for a mental health facility. This actually represents the 5th special permit on this site. Each special permit before this was specific to the number of beds, and this is no different. What you see here is the area that would be expanded. So this is existing and this is existing. This is what is proposed as this. Commissioner Pennington had the privilege of touring the facility last Friday. My client's doing really good work out here. I think everyone acknowledges that our society is in a crisis as it relates to facilities to treat mental health, and this will provide much-needed beds to serve the community. There is one TE that we agreed to.
Chair Pennington?
Thank you. And I thank you for waiting. Long day for you.
Yeah.
But I really appreciated the opportunity to come to the facility, to see the great work that they're doing for our community, share in the mission of wanting to spread, get as many mental health resources for our community as possible. And so I stand in full support. I assume there's no one.
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Then I will make the motion to approve.
Great. I have a motion, and this is subject to the technical evaluation?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Pennington. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes.
I voted yes. Did I? Did you vote, Don?
Thank you.
Thank you. It passes. Item 15.
This is PUD 2041, application to rezone 5701 South Choctaw Road from AA.
Hello, Jessica Bloy with Johnson Associates, representing the applicant 1 East Sheridan. The PUD before you today is for an RA2 base. This property came before you for an application back in September for a straight rezone to an RA2. After discussion with the commission, they wanted to see it come back as a PUD so that we could discuss lot sizes. And following that process, our office was engaged, so we are now back before you with this PUD with an RA2 base zoning and a minimum lot size of 1.5 acres, and we are proposing 13 lots on the 30-acre property. We did receive one protest letter from a neighbor who had some concerns about roadway conditions and drainage. I spoke with that gentleman last week and discussed his concerns. We did offer to meet with him. He felt it was unnecessary after we spoke. I do not know if he is here tonight, but staff has recommended approval and there are no Ts. Happy to answer any questions.
This is Commissioner Privett's ward, and he's not with us today. Anyone else have any questions, concerns? I know no, I don't have anyone signed up to speak.
I looked at this and I had a note about 25-foot added tree preservation zone. And I don't know where I got that notion. Is there a 25-foot tree preservation zone in the zone?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Has that been discussed with anyone?
It has been discussed internally.
Okay.
Or are you thinking against the adjacent lots to the west?
I'm just looking, I mean, I 1.5 acre lots, 13 lots. It didn't jump out to me as a major concern with any adjacent uses or anything. So like I said, I don't know why I had that note, so I don't know even where it would go if I were.
There is
what the
extensive
issue-
tree cover on the property.
Yeah.
And the setbacks per RA2, they would have a rear yard setback of 25 feet. So
I mean, I suppose it would be to the west, obviously, to the adjacent AA residential property. So, prove it's not here, so I think an additional 25-foot tree preservation zone to the western site boundary would be a good move if the applicant's agreeable to that.
we are agreeable to that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, in that case, if no one else has anything, I'll go ahead and move to recommend approval of PUD 2041 with an added TE that has a 25-foot tree preservation zone to the western site boundary.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend approval, subject to the technical evaluation that was read in. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16.
Item 16 is SPUD 1681, application to rezone 1228 Northwest 97th Street from R1.
Good afternoon, David Box. This is a topic we haven't really touched on today. This is an ADU. I assume all 31 of my realtor friends are still here to speak in support of this. This is an ADU that has existed for quite some time. It's zoned R1. This is a SPUD to allow it to remain. Happy to answer any questions. We agree the TE.
All right, Commissioner Powers, this is Ward 2.
To do this, I'm gonna, if there's not anybody here signed up to speak, he said, this is something that's been in place for quite a long time. So I'm going to move approval, item number 16, SPUD 1681.
I have a motion from Commissioner Powers to recommend approval.
I wish I had an address.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Pennington. Please cast your votes.
I wonder if we can give it an address after all this time.
Thank
This
you.
is an existing one, but it's not a bad idea, though.
Item 17.
This is SPUD 1682, application to rezone 3420 North May Avenue from C3.
Commissioner Powers, this is Ward 2. I understand that the applicant had to leave and is requesting a continuance?
Yes, he had some sort of an emergency. I'm sure it wasn't just because he got tired of sitting on those incredibly hard benches. But for whatever reason, I don't imagine there's anybody here signed up to speak.
No.
I haven't heard from anybody, so I would not have anticipated that. So, yes, if it's agreeable with everybody, we'll just move this. I'll move this, item number 17, SPUD, no, that's not right. Is it 1682?
Yep.
Just till December 12th.
12th, okay. So a motion from Commissioner Powers to continue the item to the December 12th meeting.
I'm stuck on my last voting item. It says passed. How do we do this?
See if it does it. I had to do mine too. It's getting tired. Here you go.
We're wearing it out.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item is deferred. Item 18.
This is SPUD 1684, application to rezone 3249 Southwest 104th Street from PUD 831, AE1, and AE2 to SPUD 1684.
Good evening, Steve Rollins, Arc Engineering Consultants, 135 Deer Creek Road, representing the applicant. This is a 2.83 acre piece of property located east of I-44, just kind of southeast of the Walmart that's there, on the north side of Southwest 104th Street. The property is currently platted in the South Portland Commercial Park final plat, and current zoning is PUD 831. PUD 831 states that driveways shall be separated by 200 feet center to center. Typically, getting two driveways on a piece of property of this size that's 500 feet wide would not be a problem. However, on this piece of property, we have a creek on the western portion of the property in flood zone, and a 99.87 feet limits of no access at the southeast corner of the final plat. So getting 200 feet between two driveways would not be possible. So the entire purpose of this SPUD is to basically consolidate two driveways on the eastern portion of the property. Where the majority of the development will take place, we're requesting that the driveway spacing be reduced to 160 feet. Everything else in this SPUD, as far as the base zoning, what we're allowed to do, what we're required to do, is exactly the same as PUD 831. So we're just requesting the driveway spacing. You may have a layout in your packet that was a very preliminary layout. This is a much more finalized layout of what we will be developing and what will happen here. You can see the two driveways with the 160-foot spacing. We've got 250 feet approximately to Walmart's nearest driveway over here. Here's the flood zone area going through here. We can see we've got a few retail bays. We have a restaurant on the western portion of the building, which will be a Hal Smith concept. So we met with Commissioner Newman and Councilman Hinkle at his office last week, so I appreciate them meeting with us and working through this. They liked what we were doing, and I thought we had a good plan here, but there are a few things that we would like to add TE-wise, just to further protect the neighbors to the east of us. TE1 we're good with. TE2 we would like to modify to say outdoor speakers are prohibited with the exception of use unit 8300.36, eating establishments, fast food with drive-through order windows. In the event that a fast food restaurant with a drive-through ordering capability is built, drive-through ordering shall occur on the west side of the development with the speaker facing west, no closer than 175 feet from the east SPUD property line. And then we would like to add TE number 3, which would say restaurant trash dumpsters and grease containers, shall be no closer than 200 feet from the east SPUD property line. Staff recommends approval. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
I'm sorry, I was processing and talking while you were talking. Where are you suggesting that your speakers will go?
No closer than 175 feet from this property line over here. This is residential property. So 175 feet is approximately right around in here. So no closer than that, and the speaker would have to face west.
Walmart's to the west. So
then the other question I have for you, I don't quite understand what the purpose of the paving and parking is over on the west side of this property. Surely it will not serve those uses with that big giant swath of floodway in between. Really?
There is a space over here where we could put some parking, and this parking will be connected to the main parcel over here with the sidewalk. It'll be mostly for workers and employees, things like that would be my assumption.
Okay. Okay.
For me.
I was going to ask the same question.
I'm sorry if I didn't mean to cut in, but.
did we have anyone signed up on this?
No, I don't have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. I asked the same question too. So, does anyone have any questions? I think we've pretty much worked through everything I had concerns on.
I like the TEs that the applicant read in, so I'm good.
Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. One quick thing as I'm reading through the TEs that we were looking at earlier, I'm wondering if we can change TE2 to say that the drive-through ordering shall occur on the west side of the building. I'm worried that if it says development, it might be interpreted to mean the SPUD area or the parking lot.
Okay, that's a good point.
Does that match your intent?
Yeah, no, it does. That makes sense. Building. Okay, I'd like to, anything else? I guess not. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1684 with TE1 as originally stated in the staff report. TE2 stating outdoor speakers are prohibited with the exception of use unit 83.36, eating establishments, fast food with drive-through order windows. In the event that a fast food restaurant with drive-through ordering capability is built, the drive-through ordering shall occur on the west side of the building with the speaker facing west, no closer than 175 feet from the SPUD property line. And TE3, restaurant trash dumpsters and grease containers shall be no closer than 200 feet from the east SPUD property line.
Like it. So we have a motion from Commissioner Newman with subject to approve the item subject to technical evaluations as read. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. Item passes. Thank you. All right, brings us to item 19.
This is PUD 2033, application to rezone 6401 Shiloh Boulevard from PUD 1933.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. They are at the airport, so they had to leave, but I'm still here. So this is a PUD that would allow for some much needed affordable housing in the form of multifamily. It is along State Highway 152, and if you could see just a little further north from 59th Street, what you'd see is that it's at a major crossroads of highway system where you could go to the west and it would put you onto the John Kilpatrick Turnpike, which is now fully connected. You could go east and it would take you to 240, I-40, and all of those things. So it is in close proximity to many places where you get very quickly that are large employment centers. It's important to note that right now it's zone C3 and almost kind of straight C3. When you look at the uses that surround us, you have duplex to the south, you have commercial to our north, and a state highway to the east. You have the single family to the west, and so it really sets up where you have the more intensive uses along the state highway, and then as you go away from that, you get less intense. We had a neighborhood meeting. Commissioner Meek was there, the councilwoman was there, and at the time, this is the site plan that we showed. So we have 3 buildings, and what we had done in this kind of iteration to try to show how far we are away from any of the residential homes, we have a 50-foot buffer that is required on the outside. Our closest building, so the closest point of building is this building right here, and it is 115 feet from our property line. So it's a significant setback. These buildings are, excuse me, we then modified it after the meeting, okay? So this building are 3-story. This building is a 4-story building. Important to note that that's what bulk R4 standards would allow. The limitations that exist on height in R4 are the first 60 feet, single story, 60 to 75 feet. It's then that on bulk plane, 45-degree angle. After 75 feet, there is no height requirement or height limitation. So 3-story, 3-story, 4-story. There was some discussion about the lack of amenities, so we've added a playground here, and we moved the dumpsters that were here down here. Again, still more than 50 feet off the property line. There are a few things I think are worth noting. When you look at the landscaping regs, they're very specific. It says that we shall meet all requirements of City of Oklahoma City's landscaping ordinance, but then it says, in addition, there should be no less than a 20-foot wide continuous landscape buffer along the boundary of the parcel where it's adjacent to any residential use. Said buffer shall contain per 100 lineal feet 4 canopy trees, 2 evergreen trees, 2.7 understory trees, and 12 shrubs. All canopy and evergreen trees to be 10 feet in height or greater at the time of planting. Additionally, as it relates to screening, we are requiring ourselves to build an 8-foot tall wall or fence that will be completely masonry. So we've taken out wood, we've taken out metal, we've taken out all those things. So it'll be an 8-foot masonry wall on continuous footing and a significant landscape buffer. Now, we spent a whole lot of time in the meeting talking about things, I think, that you're going to hear that are completely irrelevant to these discussions. Our hope is that the city's need for affordable housing, the measures we've taken with landscaping, setback, masonry wall, and proximity to highway and other commercial uses, that from a planning perspective, this makes total sense. I'm happy to answer any questions. There is one TE that we do agree to.
Thank you. Commissioner Meek, this is Ward 3.
Yes, sir. And I'm sure we have people signed up to speak. I'd like to.
You want to hear from them?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Your dumpsters, you've moved them there to the south. How far are they? You said more than 50 from your property line?
50 feet.
50 feet?
Yep.
And so how far are they from the houses there to the south?
Oh, so this is the duplex development. This is a side yard. If this is 50, it looks to be at least 100 feet away.
Okay.
Then, David, could you clarify, existing zoning is C2?
C3.
C3, what's
Isn't it PUD? C2 base in the PUD.
Okay.
Development.
What's the height limit in C2?
I don't know. I'll defer to Sarah.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. As we hardly have any C2, I'm going to revert to my code book to confirm.
It's been a long time since we've done that.
When it's abutting or within 35 feet of the R1 or R2 districts, 20 feet in 1 story, between 35 and 75 feet, it can go up to 35 feet in 2 stories, and then after that, 6 stories.
And again, our closest building's 115 feet away.
Okay, are we ready to hear from neighbors? All right, first up, I have Ms. Katie Carrillo.
Can I speak with her? She's my wife. We signed up together.
We live at the
Okay.
same property, is that all right?
Yeah.
Also, I have a crippling fear of public speaking. So I'm going to do my best to get through this.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Katie Carrillo, and this is my husband, Raul Carrillo. And we're here with a pressing concern about the proposed apartment complex that could be built right behind our home. This isn't just about property lines. It's about safeguarding the character and stability of our neighborhood for families who've chosen to make their lives here. When my family purchased our home, we did so knowing there were plans for a shopping center in the area. While that wasn't ideal, we accepted it, knowing it could bring convenience to our community. But an apartment complex is a very different proposition, one that will affect our neighborhood's privacy, safety, and infrastructure in ways we hadn't prepared for and frankly wouldn't have agreed to had we known. My husband and I have worked hard to give our children a stable and safe place to grow up. He holds down 3 jobs to help us keep this home because it represents so much more than a piece of property. This neighborhood is where we've chosen to raise our children, and our house is a sanctuary for them, a place that they feel protected. My children, like others in our community, rely on privacy and security of our home. My daughter, who's here today, is a preteen who values her privacy deeply, and she deserves to keep it. This proposed apartment complex with its high-density units would mean that 25 or more people could possibly look directly into our backyard, permanently altering our sense of privacy and security. This isn't the kind of community environment we signed up for, and it's certainly not the kind of environment our children deserve. As a teacher at the local elementary school, I'm also deeply concerned about the burden this development would add to our already strained school system. Our classrooms are at capacity, and our resources are stretched to the limit. Adding an influx of students from a large apartment complex could push us over the edge, making it nearly impossible to provide the quality education every child in our community deserves. Sorry, I'm shaking. Without question, this development will impact not only our family, but every family in our school system. Tonight, I urge you to think carefully about the lasting impact of this project on the privacy and security of the families who call this neighborhood home. This isn't just a zoning decision. It's a decision that could forever change the sense of personal space, safety, and sanctuary we've worked so hard to create for our children. Please consider the voices of the longstanding residents who value this community and have invested in making it a place where privacy is respected and preserved. We're asking you to protect this fundamental right for our families and future generations. Thank you for your time and careful consideration. And I think my husband had something to add.
My name is Raul Carrillo, 6412 Bentley Drive. I want to start by telling you that I'm respectfully disagree with what was said about our meeting being full of irrelevant things. It was a lot of concerns, and I believe they are valid. I understand about development. I understand that cities are going to develop and grow, and I'm not against that. I understand that it's normal, it's expected. But I think this particular project, there are many reasons why I'm against this proposition. One of them is affecting me at a personal level, is that, just like my wife said, this means my house is not a mansion, but it is a big deal to me. I have worked so hard, to provide a house like that to my kids. And I understand that it is, there are some guidelines that they're following, like having the apartments over 100 feet away from our house. But if you stand in my backyard and look back, this is way too close. It's really not different. The land is flat. There are no trees. There are no hills. So if you stand in my backyard and look back, it's really not different than building the house in my backyard. 3 stories, 4 stories, they would have direct access to my whole backyard. They could see through my window. I'm not saying they're gonna do anything bad, but it's just that my privacy, my kids' privacy is gonna be completely destroyed. That's one of the things. That is my main concern. Another one is that I don't believe this particular spot is set up for a project this big. If you look at the map, 59th Street is the one that gives access to go into the city. The other way to get into the city would be driving, if you keep going south, and it's kind of going all around. The traffic on 59 is already problematic. There's a school there, like a block, 2 blocks away from my house. If you see that street, it's really hard to move already. So adding this apartment complex would only make the problem like, it is really, really bad. It's gonna make it worse. Another one of my concerns is that the area has been sinking. I don't know if you were aware of this. I have 12 piers in my house. And I don't know if it's set up for a building that big, and I don't know much about this subject. But I'm afraid that it may cause more problems. Another one is that the school is already overpopulated. My kids go to a school that is like a few blocks from there. And they're at capacity. So those are the reasons why I'm against this proposition. Also, at the meeting we had, I feel that we were not heard. We had our concerns. One of them was the privacy, the school, the traffic. I think those are very relevant. And it's a little bit hard. I mean, I'm just a little bit disappointed because I thought the meeting was to discuss the issue. I didn't know about any of this. I don't know much about any of these works. I've been reading online, but the information is not clear to me. I'm ignorant in that area. But I thought the meeting was I was unconsciously hoping that they were going to explain to me how it was not that bad, what's not going to be that bad. I thought it was going to be like a good faith meeting where our voices were going to be heard, and we were going to work together to, to make this work. Our concerns were not addressed. At some point, we were told that's the way it's going to be. We're not going to stop this project. This was told to one of my neighbors. We're not going to stop this project just because you don't like it. I'm just disappointed at that. And that's all I had to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Carrillo. Billy May? Good evening.
Hi, Billy May, 6417 Whispering Grove Drive. I live in the Bentwood Creek Addition also. I'm a business owner, own several businesses in Oklahoma City. I reiterate, and I'm gonna be quick about it, traffic is gonna be a major issue. 59th Street going toward the school is already backed up. It's just a 2-lane road. It's already overcrowded right there at that intersection. If you'll check it and look at the statistics, there's numerous wrecks there. It's a constant problem, and when we start overcrowding that road even more, it's going to be even a bigger problem. So traffic is a real concern. Overcrowding of the school is a big concern. We already have outbuildings. They built a brand new school. We've already had to build outbuildings to be able to house the students that are going there now, and they're running out of room of where to put more outbuildings. As far as the duplexes there to the south, I think if you'll check, and we have a builder here that built most of the duplexes there, most all of them ended up having to have piers, a lot of them pre-building piers because the property and the ground there is so unstable. So just building single level there has been a problem. I can only imagine what we're gonna have when we go 4 stories. I had somebody fly a drone. I live on the far side of the addition. I had somebody fly a drone at the height of approximately what the rooftops will be, and I'll be able, from the far side, I'll be able to see the roofs of the apartments and the apartments from my street. So, I mean, that's not what I signed up for. When I bought that house 12 years ago, I'd done my research. I knew kind of what was around it, what was going to be going on. My wife previously was a realtor. My daughter's a realtor, so we kind of done some research on it. And that's not what I want to look at. I want to look at sunrise. I don't want to look at an apartment complex. I'm going to end it with what Mr. David Bach said earlier. Zoning tells us what we can and cannot do. That's what it tells us. And this zoning says we can't do this. I oppose rezoning it and changing it up because zoning tells us what we can and cannot do. And I walked every inch of that neighborhood and spoke to everybody there. And I didn't find anyone that was for having an apartment complex blocking our view and blocking what we've done and what we have in our community. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. May. Carrie Young. Hello.
Hi, my name is Carrie Young. My address is 5816 Creekmore Drive and 73179. I want to start out by saying that as a longtime YouTube watcher of these meetings, I feel like I am in the room where it happens. Truthfully, I watched these meetings up until this year when I became a school teacher at Prairie View Elementary, which is going to be affected by this directly. I want to start by saying that what we deem relevant and what maybe Mr. Box deems irrelevant, I think we have a miscommunication there. And I want to talk a little bit about the schools. And for the 800 kids enrolled in our school right now, this is very relevant. We are at capacity. We have 6 classes of kindergarten with 25 students in each classroom. We are bursting at the seams. I teach kindergarten with Ms. Carrillo over there. And that's one of the things I want to say. So for him to say that this is irrelevant is deeply offensive to us and the work that we do in our school. So I wanted to start with that. Zoning is important, and I was here for the whole meeting. We took off work, and so I actually have not eaten since 10:45 because in kindergarten we have brunch. So I'm really hungry. We've been here this whole time, and it was really interesting to hear Mr. Box earlier say that people rely on zoning when they purchase their properties. That's a direct quote. People rely on zonings when they purchase their properties, and that's what we are relying on. Currently, it's zoned for commercial, and we love that. This doesn't show, but that building right there, that's a Brahms. Okay, that's a Brahms. We live in walking distance to ice cream at our house. We love that. That's a market. I need some nods for Brahms here, people. It's a Brahms. We love the gas station. We have kids walking to the gas station. We have kids walking to Brahms after school. It is always full. My family relies on the bag of burgers for $6.95 like you wouldn't believe. We want more commercial buildings there. We want a donut shop. Come on, let someone build a strip mall there and give us a donut shop. We want that. The community wants that, and we need it. He talked about the lower income housing. We have duplexes at our school, so this is around the same area. We have a neighborhood built by Habitat for Humanity. We have duplexes. We have lower income housing that people are renting and buying. We are a rich in diversity school in this area, and we value that. We value that greatly. Our school is very diverse, and we love it like that. And we want those people that are living there to have access to commercial buildings close by to them. We want that to be walking distance. There's sidewalks now. We rely on zoning when we purchase our property, to be frank. Our certain rights and expectations flow from that. That's another direct quote from Mr. Box from earlier. Zoning is law. I learned that today by standing in this meeting. I learned it from Mr. Box. Zoning is law, and we want to keep that. Zoning tells us what the proper uses are. Another direct quote from Mr. Box. The houses are sinking. I don't need to go into that. You heard that from people. Adding more people means adding more students. We are at 800 students in our school. We don't have enough classes. My son is in a portable. There are 6 classes outside in a portable right now. I took some more notes. We love our diversity in our school. We love the businesses by our houses. We relied on this zoning when we purchased these properties. That's essentially what it is. I don't care about the people that are coming in from apartments. I don't think it's going to lower my home value. I don't believe in that at all. We have a rich diversity of people, gated neighborhoods, Habitat for Humanity. I want to just really emphasize that we are not worried about the people coming in, that you kind of hear sometimes. That's not it. We are worried about the fact that we bought these houses and are renting these houses, and we love the commercial businesses there, and we want more of that, because that's why we built our houses. So I think it was you, Mr. Pennington, earlier that said zoning trumps all, and I really loved that, because that's what we're hoping for here. So I watched these videos on YouTube up until this year when I became a kindergarten teacher, and I really respect the work that you guys do. I'm one of those nerds. I watched the live stream. My husband's watching it right now from home, and thank you so much for hearing us. It means a lot that you guys are still looking at us eye to eye. Every single one of you have looked at us, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Lastly, I have Mr. Gary Wall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very long afternoon. I will do my best to do this quickly. Our home is in the Whispering Acres neighborhood, which is immediately west next to the Bentwood Creek neighborhood, where this zoning change is being proposed. I'm representing several of my neighbors who either because of job commitments or family issues, we either had to leave early or couldn't come. So we attended the other meeting. The valid concerns were addressed, were voiced. And since then, we have provided written concerns and definitions of our position to Councilwoman Peck and to the Planning Department. I don't think I need to reiterate what's already been said about concerns about, public safety and crime and, school overcrowding, traffic. Zoning, I do have a note that was given to me by one of my neighbors that had to leave that I will share what she said also. She starts out just saying zoning matters when you buy property and how it affects you and your property. Changing this zoning, she considers a negative thing. That, you know, the original vision was to have a commercial strip along there for opportunities for small business type, you know, neighborhood type businesses. And that vision has been developing. This would end that. And I think has already been stated, coming along and changing zoning now is not something that the people that have bought their homes there expect or anticipated, and it's really not fair to them. So I will just say that we concur with all of the objections and concerns that were raised. Now, I am aware that OKC has got an agenda regarding population density. And I just respectfully submit that the focus should be on the numerous areas of Oklahoma City where a new apartment complex would be a improvement to that neighborhood rather than a detriment. And I think this zoning change at this point would be a detriment to the surrounding community. And so with that, I submit that we adamantly oppose this PUD and it should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
So briefly, if you look at what it's zoned now, it's in a PUD that has a base of C2. C2 would allow large gas stations, restaurants, both fast food, sit down, all of those. The setback from that commercial development under the current PUD is 15 feet. So you imagine a gas station, restaurants, what happens in the back of those? Well, grease traps, dumpsters, all of the things that you don't want in the front of your establishment would be 15 feet off the property line. So respectfully, we believe that a 115-foot setback with a 50-foot buffer that has significant landscaping regs that I read is a much better scenario. All that's required under C2 is a 5-foot landscape strip, is how it's defined in the code. 5-foot landscape strip or 50-foot landscape buffer with details on what happens every 100 lineal feet. This is a much better, this is a more compatible development than what the current C2 would allow, given the age of that C2 PUD, given the full breadth of what C2 allows in terms of uses, right up against property lines. This is a more compatible development than what is there now, and that's why we would ask for your approval.
Mr. Chairman, I feel moved for some reason to talk to the people who've come here to speak today. Cannot believe you've sat through this whole meeting. I can't believe it. People's investment in their home is very special to them, and it is important. Even though we're a planning commission, it's not our job to look at the blank map of the city and say, here's what we're going to put here, and here's what we're going to put here, and here's what we're going to put here. The way this works is people who own property come to us and say, this is what I want to do. And if they meet certain criteria, then it's for us to decide how that wish, that choice, their ask, impacts the property around it. And if there are negative impacts, to do the best job we can to ameliorate those impacts. In the grand scheme of zoning, any kind of residential use is considered to be less impactful than a commercial use. I totally understand your saying that this property, for it to develop out in a strip center or some low-scale commercial, would be a benefit, that you would look forward to that would be a great thing. More ice cream, more donuts, I'm all for that. But it's not within our purview to choose that for the property owner. What we can do, and frankly, I mean, I'm open to hear what the other commissioners have to say about this. I think what is being presented here is probably our best, well, maybe not best, but pretty close, effort at ameliorating the impact. The height requirements, I get that. That's kind of a scary thing for any, especially single-story homeowner, to be thinking about 3 or even 4 stories. The landscaping that they are proposing along the west property line will, I'm pretty sure, I can't answer to drones, but I will pretty much obscure the sight lines, not right away, but eventually, between this property and the majority of, I'll say, the residential properties to the west. At least, I don't know, and I'd be glad to hear if you have an idea about that. I don't know what more we could do. What they're proposing in terms of the landscaping that they're committing to far exceeds what we normally require of people. And so just by way of explanation, I know it doesn't help, but if we could say, oh yeah, we agree with them, this should stay commercial, that's really just not within our purview. Yeah, we could turn them down, but on a highway, a residential use like this, I have a hard time imagining that they couldn't go to the courthouse and get that decision overturned if we were to deny it, frankly. So when I'm talking to people in my own ward about negotiations with developers, I tell them that yes, no, and even absolutely no is an option, but it's not a very good negotiating position. If you really feel like there's just absolutely nothing that can be done that would make this livable for you, then maybe you're done. If you do have suggestions about what would ameliorate the impact of this proposed development of these apartments, then either now or between now and City Council is your time to pursue that. So that's all I have to say.
I did have some thoughts on the landscape. So I think what's been proposed is fairly generous. I think given the circumstances, I think it could be tweaked a little bit. I think it could be improved, and if it would get us there, I could be in favor of it. Where they require 4 canopy trees per 100 linear feet, that's written in a way that basically says those 4 can occur anywhere in that 100 linear feet. And to maximize a screening, they really need to be spaced evenly. So, and then I also think they should be on 20-foot centers, so that would be 5 canopy trees. And then they specify a height of 10 feet at install. Well, that's only like a 30-gallon tree, so that's like a 2-inch caliper. So I think they could go to bigger trees and go to 15-foot height at install. That would be a suggestion.
Well, so, and I don't think we care. I want to make sure that we're all clear. It's every 100 feet. It's not just the 4 canopy trees.
No, I get that.
But it's also the 2 evergreens. So every 100 feet, you've got 6 trees that are 10 feet in height at the time of planting.
I get that.
And the shrubs and the understory trees.
But in order to, evergreens aren't going to screen a 3-story building. So you got to have a canopy tree that eventually is going to get to 30, 45 feet.
You want to say 12 feet in height at planting?
I'd like to see 15.
15 it is.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to step back a little bit and segue from Commissioner Powers to you. you said 3-story just then. It's 4 stories, right? Isn't it 4?
4 stories is
Only 4 stories out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for pointing out, though, that, no, I mean, I'm not as concerned about what kind of trees they are. For 3 stories, it's not making much of a difference. We'll get back to it, and we'll work on it. Taller trees, bushier trees, everything. I'm going to actually disagree with Commissioner Powers on that. It's not in our purview. I'm very convinced by the reliance on the current zoning on this. That's my issue. These neighbors are not saying that they want it to remain a field, or that they were told it was going to be a field, or they were told it was going to be a donut shop. It actually was zoned commercial. I am convinced by this reliance it was zoned commercial. If you were talking about 2-story apartment, then I would start to care about 115-foot buffer and all this. A 3-story apartment right there is not what they expected. They relied on it being commercial. If I'm probably going to be overruled, I guess, then I want the taller, the biggest, the best trees we're going to do. But I'm against it because it was zoned commercial. They relied on it, and I don't like a 3-story apartment complex backing up to this neighborhood.
If that was a winning argument, then there'd be no reason to submit any zoning changes. Every zoning request is a change in what it is currently zoned.
Right, if it was zoned ag, I would have told them they should not have expected that to continue to be cornfields forever. It was zoned commercial, they could expect that it was going to be commercial.
Well, before we even go to that, because I understand your point, and I agree with your point, but I asked a critical question that I think we're skipping over. And that question that I asked was, with the existing zoning, what are the height limitations? And can we hear those height limitations one more time?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's very compelling.
6 stories.
6 stories from 115 feet from the property line. I don't like that, but that is what the current zoning says.
I don't like that either, but if what they were faced with was a 6-foot office that's typically occupied during the day, I think they might prefer that. I think they might rather have a 6-foot office than a 6-story office than a 3-story, 6-foot commercial. A 6-foot donut shop, I think they would accept.
But the reality is,
6-story donut shop, I think they're okay with it. They don't want a 3-story apartment.
and that's a lovely view, but the reality is the highway here with the traffic counts that exist, you're not gonna have a donut shop. You're gonna have an on-queue, you're gonna have a fast food restaurant, and you're gonna be 15 feet off the property line with a 5-foot landscape buffer.
I think they're fine with that.
I also think that I guess we'll all have to, I will defer to the judgment of the commission to the people who are from Ward 3. But what is compelling to me is the landscape buffer that's been agreed to in this is very significant, and you would not get those same protections if they put a strip mall or even a 6-foot tall commercial building, 6-story tall commercial building of some kind.
Also the 8-foot concrete wall.
The 8-foot fence, the distance that's guaranteed between buildings, those are going to be real. And then the suggestions for the screening, I think, is really, really compelling to me. But people may prefer that there be a bigger commercial.
And it just occurred to me, the other thing that could be done, because it is substantially wide, is there could be landforms, it could be built up, and those trees put on top of the landforms to basically
enhance the
height.
I may be the only one, but that would all convince me if we were talking about a 2-story apartment. I would like landform or trees or whatever if we were talking about a 2-story apartment. I'm not going to be in favor of a 3-story apartment when it was zoned commercial.
And again, from the same distance, they can build a 6-story building right this second. And that, to me, is compelling and shouldn't be ignored, that they already have the right to do that. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I hate that that's something that they can do. But one issue that I don't want to leave the meeting without addressing is the issue of the schools and the schools being overcrowded. That is it's very hard if you don't come here and I appreciate that we have fans who watch us apparently every now and then on YouTube. It's not just my wife watching, but we hear that all the time. Suburban and urban Oklahoma City is overrun. And I point the blame directly at our state legislature and their failure to make it so that they can easily scale up the funding to support our school system. I promise you that building in Oklahoma City would come to a halt because our schools are overrun all over the place. I'm not saying I think it's a horrible thing. I think we ought to do something about it. I'm ready to go to the Capitol and protest with you, but we aren't the venue to solve that problem. And so I know that's not a satisfactory answer. I think the buffers that are being offered are going to be better than any commercial development you'd get. But I'm not going to make that judgment for other people. But I really think that is a really good concession.
All right.
So we could do, you want to do canopy trees on what?
Well, it'll be on 20-foot centers. I see the people that have raised their hands, so I'll get to you in a second. So it would be canopy trees, 20 foot on center, 5 per 100 feet, 15-foot minimum height of installation.
Okay. We're fine with that.
So that, I mean, that would, if this is a route that we're looking at going, that's what it would have to be for me. So.
We're agreeable to that.
Commissioner Meek?
Yeah, we can work on that. It's, I mean, this is a deep rabbit hole that we've went down in this ward several times, and in Commissioner Noble's ward recently with our 4 apartment complexes. And I've had to battle with how does this, them thinking this was a C2 and going to be commercial, how is that worse or better than the people that we do this to, that it was an R1 and they thought there was just going to be house there, you know, a few houses, and now it's 400 apartments. We've been going through these, and you know, like Commissioner Powers said, the best thing we can do with this being a council decision is try to put the guardrails on the items that we can. And I do like the improvement on the canopy trees. I was at the meeting. I did tell David that I don't see this coming here at all without an 8-foot fence. I don't believe R4 should ever be allowed to have stockade fence to protect the neighbors from someone pulling pickets down and walking through. So a masonry fence is a big upgrade. It's a big cost on a concrete footing. I appreciate that from that meeting that the councilwoman and I attended, that they brought down 2 buildings, a full story. I agree, I would have liked it to have been 2 stories instead of 3 up against the R1. The amount of apartments that's going to be at this site with the traffic, this is, of all the ones we've heard, the traffic's the least of my concerns, because we've been having these, you know, at 29th and County Line Road, where everything there is a gridlock all the time. So we have a State Highway 152. If there's any teeny little bit of good news about that, is that the traffic to me is the bottom of the barrel here. I feel for the schools. I feel for them for what's been released in this area, both with the lack of schools growing with it and the roads growing with it like it should have. I'm open to any other comments or ideas to make this.
I know, Ms. Young, I can give you 30 seconds. You have to come back to the mic. I can give you 30 seconds.
Before you do that, can I?
Here, do you mind?
It sounds to me like there's been an awful lot of discussion and back and forth and give and take here. So, if please don't pull your hair out when I say this, but would there be any advantage to taking the building that faces to the west down to 2 stories?
Cannot move 2 stories.
If you were able to put that story back on the building to the north, if it were to be 4, because it at least faces sideways.
To take this one to 4-story?
Yeah.
Yes, because
and then take the one that faces west down to 2.
You know how we changed the 1 apartment complex where the broad ends don't look at the R1 development?
All right, now's a good time for your 30 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I just wanted to say really quick that whenever you talk about the schools and how you wish that you could change that, this is an opportunity to do that. So you say that you wish that you could, I wish I had written it. Say that again? Yes.
Make it easier to scale up quickly. Yeah.
Yes, but what I'm hearing you say is you have an opportunity to fix a problem in our district, and you're choosing not to.
But we don't want to deny people the right to live in a great school district.
I fully agree. That's why we love our district and how,
And that's why people want to move there.
No, fully agree. Fully agree. We can totally agree there.
It's because of the great teachers.
Yeah, hey, thanks. We love donuts. But I just want you to say that this is an opportunity to do that, and that's all.
All right.
And I
Thank
appreciate
you.
the two-story suggestion a lot. Really, thank you for that. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I don't have a form from you. I can't let you speak.
And I'll just say, if you put a berm up and you put the trees up with the sight line, I don't think the third story is even looking in those backyards.
No, I don't
At
think it will. I
115
mean, you can get 4 feet on a berm and 15. You're instantly at 19 feet, and depending on tree species, you're going to be at 25 feet within 2 years. So that's the only way I can get there.
It's our hearts.
That makes a difference for me too, and just kind of sketching on paper is these are fairly shallow backyards of these homes, 17 or 18, however many homes actually immediately border this property. So that the 8-foot solid masonry wall and 15-foot trees spaces, as they've agreed to do, is actually really going to that is going to block views. That's going to block the sight line. I mean, so the third-story windows that we're talking about in this building would be, 36 feet, maybe.
So the miracle of modern technology, Wi-Fi on an airplane, we can agree to take this to 2-story and these to 4. They're actually watching this on YouTube on the airplane. You can believe that.
I appreciate that offer from them. That's a much greatly moved
So
better
for purposes
product.
of just the record, building 2 becomes 2-story. Building 3 and 1 will both be 4-story.
Okay.
I kind of like that. With all the other additions, I mean, I think that gives you like the best privacy you can hope for from this development.
And since I was on the other side, I'm going to say that helps me a lot. You all may not be appreciating it, but the applicant, I think, had started with a much farther setback than typical. Much more willingness to this buffer. So, yeah.
I'm there.
If it weren't for the 115 feet, I'd still be against even a 2-story apartment. Maybe actually it'd be close. You're getting a good deal with both 2-story and a really long buffer, I think, for us trying to balance the interests of what's best here.
Now, on the one on 192nd, we tied it down to the schematic layout as presented with the building layout location. I really like that. It's the only one I remember us doing that with. Are you good with that?
Sure, yeah.
Because if it's not tied in a TE, then it's all just pretty pictures.
That's right.
We're tied to the layout of the setbacks as shown.
Okay.
I know there was, I don't like, it's late, probably I should shut up. But I did want to address one other comment about the house is sinking, and which is a worry for homeowners, I know, and I've dealt with that with my house in the past. These buildings are built, a commercial apartment building is built very different from a home on a simple spread footing. So those spread footings don't have the same capacity, and when soil moves, they're a lot more likely to move a lot quicker, whereas an apartment building, multi-story building like this is going to be built, they're going to drill piers. So they're going to drill piers down, most likely down to bedrock. So this building is not going to create any transfer loads on your properties, and it's not going to sink the same way. At least I hope they design it right, and it doesn't, but that's what would be done in this situation, so it wouldn't be a concern on that type of construction.
At risk of belaboring something, and maybe this is something that's usually said in the lobby, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Dispensaries, I think, are commercial. You don't see a lot of 2- and 3-story dispensaries, but it would be permitted here. It could be 15 foot from the backs of your fences, and that's just as an example. It can be a lot of other, commercial can be a lot of things, and it's 15 foot from your backyards, and I really do think this is best.
I agree. It could be a 35-foot building right there, that close. Commercial dispensary, grow, anything that's in the C2 use group and be right on their property. So, if anybody have anything else I'm gonna try to hatchet this together, if you bear with me. I'm ready to recommend approval of PUD 2033 with changes with the TE number 1 as listed, with changes or TE number 2, changes to 9.2 landscaping regulations to read, said buffer shall contain 5 trees per 100 foot on 20-foot centers and be 15 feet tall at time of planting, comma, 2 evergreen shrubs, comma, 2.7 understory trees and 12 shrubs.
I think it was 2 evergreen trees.
Right.
Right, okay, sorry.
And I would say, I would say 5 canopy trees.
Okay. You want to help me out with that since you're the landscape architect?
No, that changed right there.
Okay, then we're good. Okay. And then TE number 3, that preliminary design layout shall be tied to site plan of direction that and location the buildings face.
And 2-story building and 2 4-story.
2 2-stories.
1 2-story and then 2 4-story.
Right, 1 2-story and 2 4-stories.
Did we also talk about berms? Do we need to include that?
I did, we can with the 2-story. It's a lot, but if that makes everyone more comfortable.
Berms.
So that landscape buffer, then just add to that, planted atop a 4-foot landscape berm.
Does that,
I worry
does
about.
that make it harder for them to survive? Does that mean more trees are likely to die?
No. No, I mean.
With us not being at the site and this not being this far progressed, I worry about drainage from their neighbors' yards. I worry about, whether it goes from their yards towards this apartment, from the apartment towards them. I mean, we have engineers sitting in the room shaking their head. This landscape berm along a whole entire back line could be troublesome and end up right back here with us. I'm good with raising the trees, raising the canopies, doing all that, but if we berm that whole length, what do you guys think?
Well, it doesn't have to be continuous.
Okay,
I mean, there could
it
be
doesn't.
breaks in it.
Okay.
Good civil engineer, good landscape architect will
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
You've got to maintain drainage, so.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm good with the 4-foot landscape berm being added to that TE number 2. As previously.
Why don't we
read.
say berm to be decided a specific plan?
That'll work.
We're going to see, yeah.
That way we'll show you pretty pictures of what the berm looks like.
I like it.
That'll work. You have my motion, sir? Please.
No, I actually don't. I was going to try to get a new one with the berm. Is the landscaping section 2 read then, there shall be no less than a 20-foot wide continuous landscape buffer along the boundary of this parcel where it is adjacent to any residential use. Said buffer shall contain per 100 linear feet 5 canopy trees, 2 evergreen trees, 2.7 understory trees, and 12 shrubs.
Right.
All canopy and evergreen trees to be 15 feet in height or greater at time of planting.
Yes. Perfect. That's how I meant to say it.
Oh, I think we missed the 20-foot centers on the canopy trees. Should be on 20-foot centers.
Okay, I was thinking that you talked yourselves out of that for the flexibility. No? Of planting?
No, because they could group them all together.
But if it's a 20-foot center, what if the tree spacing should be more than 20 feet apart?
20-foot spacing minimum.
That's my only question. If it's 20-foot centers, then when the specific plan comes in, we'll be measuring the trees to be planted exactly 20 feet away. What if the trees should be planted further than 20 feet apart? No, nobody cares. 20-foot centers?
Canopy trees, 20 foot on center. Everything else can.
And she keeps talking about donuts.
Was that I'm sorry, was that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Meek to recommend approval of PUD 2033, subject to the technical evaluations as read in. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes.
We still have a commercial parcel left over for a donut shop, too.
So a couple of things. I know it's probably was not the ideal outcome for the neighbors, so this is a recommendation to City Council. It will go forward. You have an opportunity to share your concerns at that meeting, so keep your eyes open for that. And again, we thank you for everyone's patience and resilience today.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where's our other recourse? Do we need to just hire an attorney at this point?
I can't tell you that. If you can choose to do that. I can tell you that it goes to City Council and you have an opportunity to show up at City Council and voice your concerns at City Council. They make the ultimate decision. So, thank you. Item 20.
Item 20 is case PUD 2036, application to rezone 3600 Northwest 178th Street from C3, AA, and PUD 995.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application that Mr. Grubbs had to leave to get to another meeting. The purpose of the PUD is to modify some access limitations that currently exist. He is fine with TE2 and seeks to modify TE1 to say the proposed private drives providing access to multiple platted lots within the subdivision will be constructed in accordance with City of Oklahoma City standards and specifications, with exception that they will be permitted to be 26 feet minimum in width.
Private drive.
All right, Commissioner Noble, this is your ward.
Yep. I did contact the applicant and discuss it with him. The existing PUD, the new PUD follows the existing PUD. The only thing is there's an additional drive onto 178th. And they've worked that out with staff and they're in agreement, so.
All right. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? I think we're just ready for a motion.
Anybody sign up to speak? No?
No.
I'd like to make a motion to approve PUD 2036 with T number 1 as modified as read in. Do you want me to read it again?
If you got it.
I do have it. Modify TE1 to say the proposed private drives providing access to multiple platted lots within the subdivision will be constructed in accordance with City of Oklahoma City standard and specification, with the exception that they will be permitted to be 26-foot minimum width.
Okay.
And they're good with number 2.
All right, we have a motion to recommend approval of PUD 2036 to City Council, subject to the amended technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That passed. Thank you. All right, item 21.
This is PUD 2034, application to rezone 3333 West Hefner Road from PUD 490, SPUD 558, SPUD 1046, SPUD CUP 58, Community Unit Plan, and R4 General Residential, and LHPSC Parkway District 2, PUD 2034.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. As the planning director said, this is a hodgepodge of all hodgepodges when it comes to zoning. It has been tinkered with so many times since 1984. perhaps was the first one. I think my father actually did it. And it's a combination of uses and buildings and parking lots. And so what we seek to do is to remove some of the restrictions that exist and then add some uses that we think, given the proximity of Hefner Parkway and Hefner Road right there, make sense given its visibility. So it's a kind of limited C3 PUD with 4 TEs. TEs 1 and 2 we do not agree to, and we agree with TEs 3 and 4. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Say that again, about your TEs.
We do not agree to TE 1 and 2, and we agree to TE 3 and 4.
All right, Commissioner Noble, lead our discussion.
I've talked to the applicant. I don't have any real problems with any of the, you agree to all the Ts, is that what you're saying?
We do not agree to TE 1 and 2.
And so concerns on the automotive?
I have concerns on it.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem appropriate.
it's, I think, a deal breaker for me.
Me too.
And the site is just, and the access, it makes.
Okay, we'll agree to TE 1.
And TE too.
We can't agree to TE 2
Why?
because it's a properly permitted sign.
So under the existing PUD, the sign was permitted and granted.
But we're changing the zoning.
Right.
So
Sign
if we don't
exists.
take this opportunity to bring into compliance with the current sign code, when will we ever get the chance?
Well, we are going to meet the sign code as it relates to all, like freestanding ground signs, but the sign that's on top of the building is a recently permitted sign, and we need that to remain. But we're going to take out the auto uses.
So the sign that's on top of the building, and I drive by this all the time, I just don't pay attention to it.
I can't
Is it a
picture it.
is it a vertical sign?
No, it's on the roof.
It's painted on the roof surface, so you don't see too much of it from Parkway?
You do on Google Earth.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Something that's painted on the building?
On the roof.
It's on the top of the roof, which it does not show up in this image.
Who cares about
I
that?
almost wouldn't call it.
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's like vinyl graphics when you put it
You
in
heard
top
me.
front windows. It doesn't count as signage.
Yeah. So I don't really
Is that
have
even a thing?
I don't really have concerns about it because it's hardly noticeable. The only place you're going to see it is on Google Earth.
Yeah. So all our sign regs do say, other than that, like we have to conform to, the new sign code. We don't seek to vary the new sign code, other than what's permitted.
So I do have a couple
Would you
people.
like to speak on the painted sign on the roof?
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. I think you can see it from Parkway on the route. Our concern or our challenge is that a putter spud cannot be used to get less restrictive zoning now. And so we're at a loss of how to administer that under the new sign code. So we would just prefer the spud say signs per code, which kicks in the non-conforming sign portion of the new Article 16.
There you go.
So I'm on Google Earth right now. I'm on the on-ramp to northbound Hefner Parkway. You can see it.
3333.
I'm not sure, but that's elevated, so I'm not sure. I don't believe you can see it from Hefner Parkway. No, you can't.
Can you do a
Well, there's some tree openings. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah.
Have to look.
It's visible to now.
Honestly, the mural on the roof doesn't bother me.
Is it lit up? Is
No.
it-
No.
So can we specify
Are you
that it won't
suggesting
be?
that it does? Are you wanting it to be lit up?
No, I'm saying, can we specify that it won't be?
Sure. Yes, we agree that it will not be lit up.
Show me this. Wait just a
Commissioners, I
minute.
do have 2 people signed up, and it sounds like maybe they just might have some questions about the application. So
Let's hear from
Barbara
them.
Wrong side of the
Cash?
street. To go south, I mean.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate it. My
Hey,
name is,
our seats have cushions on them,
Yeah.
so you're the one that's hanging in.
I am feeling it. Anyway, my name is Barbara Cash, and I'm a resident at 11,300 Quail Creek Road, house number 2. I am not an immediate, directly adjacent neighbor. I'm a street, one street between, and the creek. But part of our homeowners group is closer than I personally am. I have to apologize. My neighbors who were here have all had to go, and so it's just me, and I'll do the best I can. We have a concern for the type of development that is proposed. And there's no detail. It simply says including auto sales and outdoor food court. And that leaves a whole bunch of questions. We don't know if it's an auto dealership sales or if it is a used car lot.
Right, it's not going to be anything auto anymore.
It's not
Taking
gonna be
that
what?
out. No more auto, no sales, no repairs.
Okay, that's new. I wish I'd known that. Good.
We just took that out 5 minutes ago.
That's what you were, thank you. Okay, well, that alleviates a lot of concern. Secondarily, though, is the food court. That doesn't tell us whether it's buildings or if it is food trucks. And is there going to be outdoor seating associated with that to enjoy your food on the property? If so, is that going to be monitored so that it doesn't kind of turn into a party central at night? And is it controlled at all?
Can I ask you, where do you live?
Well, I live right across the creek. So there are 4 homes in the Law Reserve neighborhood.
Oh, so, okay.
But there are, well, Quail Creek Road is the address, but there are 4 homes that are on Spring Hollow. So you can see Spring Hollow there. As it comes directly down, comes south on Spring Hollow. Yeah, if you keep coming there's one right there. There are 2 residences right here and then 2 further down. And they are more directly adjacent to the property, the subject property. But,
So the reason I'm asking you
continue.
this is, we were talking about this, I was asking the applicant's representative, we went through a thing sometime back on this property where we allowed, in conjunction with the outdoor volleyball thing that's right there, for them to have like food court, maybe food trucks, pads there. Are those operational? Do they actually do that out there?
There is a concession.
I haven't seen anything.
It's a food truck parked for concession.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't been on that property at night, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's on.
Yeah, right there, right
The
there.
volleyball courts are associated with the athletic club, are they?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So if they are there, if they are operating, they have not been a problem or an issue for you?
For me personally?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, it's the high density surrounding this property. I think that's the most to be concerned about. And by the way, a neighbor of mine who got in touch with some of the residents of that high density area said that they did not receive notice of the hearing. So unfortunately, they may not be aware of this at all.
So
but anyway,
notice would have gone out to everyone within 300 feet.
But they go to
Right.
property owners.
right.
Yeah.
So if they're not the owners of those properties.
Yeah, and the property owners of the condominiums hadn't received them either, according to her. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
So if it's a food court, is it going to have a more permanent presence? Is it going to have an outdoor eating space? And can we ensure that that's not going to turn into more of a party area and perhaps even a temporary encampment site? You know, I don't know what to expect. So I feel like all of that plus
We'll have the applicant
problem.
answer those questions for you and see how it would operate any different than it's operating right now.
Okay, and I'm not aware of how it's operating right now, honestly. I am not.
Not that I've been there at 12 o'clock at night playing volleyball, but possibly have.
Okay, all right.
No change.
So the last but certainly not the least concern is the traffic issue. Because right now, that main arterial of Hefner Road, as it approaches Hefner Parkway, is clogged for 3-hour period in the morning, over a 3-hour period in the afternoon again. So you've got those dense traffic clog-ups. And the neighborhood already has a really hard time getting out onto Hefner Road and getting to Hefner Parkway. Sometimes it takes 4 traffic lights to get through that now. And, you know, my concern, our concern is just how is this going to be handled? Has there been anyone looking at the traffic situation? Is there a study or anything that can help mitigate some of this as, you know, commercial development will supplement that traffic and increase it? So that's one of the big problems that we're seeing now. And anticipating could be exacerbated quite a bit by this development. We're not against commercial developments at all. We just want them to integrate well with the neighborhood community surrounding and to be compatible, and that's really what we're asking for. So I think getting rid of that auto sale component has gone a long way toward that. I just want to make sure that that we all feel safe anytime we are walking at night in the neighborhood as much as we can. So, and that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cash. We'll see if we can get some responses to some of your questions. So.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So I believe Mr. Robert Margot has some additional questions as well. Did he leave? Okay. All right. So is there anything of those concerns, questions that you can respond to?
So in terms of traffic, I mean, Hefner's a major arterial, and then you're at a state highway. So I mean, I drive it fairly often. I don't live up in this part of the city, but it's a major arterial next to a state highway. It would be anticipated you'd have traffic right there at where those two things meet. So really, nothing is changing. We're simply adding a few uses. We wanted to add the car sales. We've taken it off. We do require a specific plan, so if things do change, when we add a use that's not there now, we'd have to come back to you guys for a specific plan. There are some limitations that exist within the PUD that have to do with, like a restaurant. The restaurant is only allowed to be 8% of the total floor space when compared to the gym. Well, the gym may or may not exist at some point. And then, if that's the case, you're left with a building with nothing. So we're simply, I mean, we were trying to add the car lot. Now we're really just trying to take some of those limitations away, but everything else that's there will remain. The food court next to the volleyball will still be operational.
Are you going to, restrict their location in
No.
some way?
No.
So I'm curious about the traffic issue, which is horrendous. I agree. I've been at this at all times, the day and night. I mean, is there something that can be done? This is all governed by the traffic light computerized timing thing, isn't it? Can we put in a good word to somebody about that?
I think it's the
Barry,
sheer
you've sat here all day. We might as well make it worth your while, and you can come up and.
Yeah, the amazing thing is, I've sat here all day, and it's not even a drainage question. It goes to traffic. Barry Lodge Public Works. I don't have a real good answer for you on that. I can ask. It is just a high-traffic area, and I don't, without, probably the fix to that is additional lanes, widening the bridge, I mean, you're probably looking at several $1 million to come up with an improvement that would actually improve the traffic flow in there just because of how many cars are trying to come through there through a day. I don't think there's anything that we could do traffic signal timing wise that would really make any difference. And a lot of that is the way they're set up right now. Most of the intersections in Oklahoma City have gone to a radar detection. So they are actually, with the radar detection, it's looking to see how many cars are coming through there, how many are waiting, and then it will set a maximum interval, because the idea is to try to keep the wait time as evenly spaced as possible. And so that is it is kind of a computer-controlled deal now. And so really to improve that traffic flow is a huge, huge project.
Put in a word for us, will you, on this
I
one?
will.
And that entrance is like 400 feet from the light. So it's actually a long ways away, too. It just backs up.
I know, it's just, the entrance into this
Development.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really hard even just to get out onto Hefner from
There is
this neighborhood.
Access. There's an access out the north end, too, but
I was going to ask about that. Is that still operational?
it just gets you to the Spring Hollow Road, so it doesn't.
Which is not a great, not a great solution, both because it doesn't get you anywhere any faster and because you're going into the neighborhood, so. So there's no limit on where the food trucks go, Mr. Box?
What was the question?
There's no limit on where the food trucks go?
No. I mean, they're going to be in close proximity to the area where Mr. Noble is playing volleyball, presumably.
It looks to me like, if I look at the aerial, that there's dedicated pads within that.
Yeah,
there are.
The one blue spot on the east side is the food truck that's parked. The other is
That's not
just a
changing.
canopy.
Okay.
Should there be some limit on the number of them? I mean, there's a whole parking lot back there. They have to have electricity though, don't they?
And they do put
And water and,
a shaved ice thing in the front one.
Right, in that
summer.
front.
yeah.
Yeah, Randy Hill did that years ago. You may remember that, Janice.
I do.
Okay, so we agreed to TE1.
Take out TE2. Good with 3 and 4.
We do agree 3 and 4, yes, and 1.
This is going to come back. I mean, it has a specific plan too for everything else, but eventually this is going to come back and get rezoned.
Somebody's going to finally figure out what to do with this zoning.
Well, yeah, at some point, the property is going to be more valuable than anything that's sitting on it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised we're not there already.
All right.
Whose move?
Let's move.
Hold on a second.
Probably still talking about the sign.
Make a motion.
It's a discussion on if TE2 can be deleted.
Sarah, we agreed, didn't we, that the roof sign, if it's called the sign, can stay because it's non-conforming.
Right.
So
It's properly permitted. It was allowed in the last SPUD. I do not think it would be allowed in the new code, but I do think that the section 59-16115 non-conforming signs says any legal non-conforming sign that exists prior to the adoption or amendment of this code, the zoning code, may continue subject to the subsection. Any sign that was fully lawful when erected but does not conform with the current regulations of this article may continue and be replaced unless the sign is altered in a manner that increases the degree of nonconformity or is abandoned for a period of more than 2 years. So you can't make it any bigger than it already is. You are allowed to repaint or recover the sign or the sign copy or replace the sign copy.
Even if it's destroyed?
It can be replaced.
If the sign is altered or abandoned, the sign owner shall immediately terminate and remove the sign unless it's brought into conformance with the provisions of this article. If a sign is damaged by fire, explosion, natural causes, or public enemy, the sign may be restored without regard to the extent of the alteration subject to subsection 2 above, which was that you can put it back as it was, but you can't increase the nonconformity.
So what I'm thinking is that this TE would violate the sign ordinance, or excuse me, not doing the TE would violate the sign ordinance because it would then make something legal that we're not allowed to make legal. But the ordinance already accounts for something like this. It can be legal non-conforming.
So you can leave the TE and leave the sign.
Yes.
As long as we are explicitly clear that that sign shall be deemed legally nonconforming.
Why don't we just say that?
Well, it's 7:10. I don't care. That's fine.
You think that's the way to do it? Just
That's fine.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve PUD 2034 with the TEs, all as written.
Well, no.
No.
We agree to TE1. TE2 has been modified to state that the roof sign, all signage that exists today is deemed legally nonconforming. Like, I mean, that's what the code says. Like,
Well, it's not up to the planning commission to make that decision, though.
well, sure it is, because we're talking about it right now.
That's interpreting the code. The code already says
Is that not
it.
what we've just been doing?
Almost every single putter spud that is coming into our office today is trying to deem what is present on the property to be in conformance with the code. Our reaction to every applicant is please just state that your signs are per code because the new sign code has a nonconformity section.
So this was difficult to get approved. We got it permitted. So
Correct,
I just
and-
want to make sure that it is clear that all signs that are currently permitted under the new code are deemed legally nonconforming.
That is how I just read it, and I'm looking at your sign permit right here that was approved.
So as long as we say that in the TE, we're good.
We need another T on automotive use, or
The TE1 is that.
oh, sorry, that's already covered, yeah.
It gets rid of them,
Yeah,
remove them.
It's late.
All right, so where are we?
So what do you want me to say on just add?
Add all currently permitted signs shall be deemed legally nonconforming.
I don't like all. That's
But if they're permitted, they are all legally nonconforming. Why should we lose?
Are they all permitted?
That's what I'm saying. Any legally permitted sign shall be deemed legally nonconforming.
Okay, any legally.
Okay.
Why don't we just say that?
All
if they're
right.
all-
Okay.
Right?
I can go with that. Not all, but any permitted. Any
Shall be
legally
considered
permitted.
legally non-conforming.
Any legally permitted.
All current permitted signs shall be
Deemed legally nonconforming.
considered
Legally nonconforming.
legally non-conforming. Sure.
Okay.
So, any existing legally permitted sign shall be deemed legally non-conforming.
Yes.
But not, well, but some of them are legally conforming, not non-conforming. Presumably.
No.
Aren't some of these signs on the property conforming?
They were all legal, and now a new sign code has come in. So everything that was legal is now, under the new sign code, legally nonconforming.
I understand, but what I'm saying, what Janice just said is, we're deeming all signs on the property legally non-conforming. Well, that may not be the case.
If they were legally
No, she
permitted.
said if legally permitted.
Oh, he's saying
Some
that
of them-
Some of them
may-
might have been
may-
legally permitted and still
And
be in
conforming.
conformance.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I know.
Good grief.
whatever.
Keep those
Just go-
too.
We're not taking any signs away. How about that?
I think the staff had this right, though. I think they properly drafted the sign code to allow you to have legally non-conforming. I don't think you need the statement in your design statement. I think you still get to keep your signs. I think that's what Sarah's saying.
Well, there
And,
was
and
just,
you may want triple extra assurance, but we don't give everybody triple extra insurance. Some people have to rely on the sign code as it reads, and I think it covers you. So
Anyway, you'll have between now and.
I would
city
require
council
him to
figure
agree to
out.
all 4 TEs. the way she read that works for you. You get to keep your legally non-conforming signs, and we don't have to repeat that if it's in the sign code.
You get to keep your legal conforming.
Okay. Motion to approve PUD 2034 with 4 TEs as written.
A motion from Commissioner Noble to recommend approval, subject to technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And item passes. Item 23.
Item 23 is
22.
Item
22.
22 is PUD 2040, application to rezone 7600 Southwest 119th Street from PUD 1831.
Once again, David Box, 522 Cory Drive. So this is a development that was approved a couple years ago that has half-acre lots. And at the time, we were not obligated to build sidewalks on the arterials. We were on the interior streets. The streets were built, the drainage patterns were constructed in a way that doesn't allow sidewalks. And so what we're trying to do is to now say no sidewalks on the interior, but as a kind of, I guess, sign of good faith, what we're going to do is offer to do sidewalks along 119th, where they were previously not required. Staff asked us to do sidewalks on Council. Council is a 2-lane gravel road. If you saw on Google Earth, it dies into the river. It doesn't go anywhere. What we would propose to do, rather than put a sidewalk there, is pay a fee in lieu of. Talk to Barry, and I think what he would like TE2 to say is, or a fee in lieu application may be submitted to Public Works. It would be strange to have a sidewalk next to the 2-lane gravel road. And again, it doesn't go anywhere because it dies into the river.
It goes to the river.
What actually, so at the south end of this property,
It goes into
it becomes
a
private
gate.
property. It's gated.
It's a gated
Yeah.
estate.
It doesn't actually continue past our south property line.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been closed. There you go. CE 491.
I drove this
So
yesterday.
yes, that is what we had discussed, that they'll either build a sidewalk or submit a fee in lieu, an application for a fee in lieu of sidewalk that would be reviewed and approved by Public Works.
Okay. We don't have anyone signed up for this, do we?
Do not.
Thank goodness. The question I have, and I did drive this, and the roads are built, everything's in. There is, I believe, over 300 foot of sidewalk interior that goes to like common areas. When you get to the end of 119th, it is a 1.5 lane gravel road that has like 1, 2, 3 homes on it, and you run into a big giant gate with placards, do not enter, and some kind of family fun zone deal. My question is, if we change number 2, and I'm good with the way it's going, unless other commissioners have different opinions. But if you take the number 2 and change it to where sidewalks shall be required along South Council Road, or a fee in lieu of may be requested from Public Works, we have to kill TE3 then, because it also ties a pedestrian connection to that future sidewalk that may or may not happen on a gravel road that doesn't need to be there.
Maybe in the event that a fee in lieu is granted, that TE goes away.
Okay.
Kendall?
Anybody got any comments on this?
I do not. I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay. I'm prepared to recommend approval of PUD 2040 with TE number 1 as listed, TE number 2 stating sidewalks shall be required along South Council Road, or a fee in lieu may be requested from Public Works. And if fee in lieu of is granted, TE number 3 will not be required.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Meek to recommend approval of PUD 2040. Been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes.
You should just have a rule from now on with the last.
Thank you.
Now we get to approve.
That is the last item. So item 5, additional items. We have the adoption of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission schedule of regular meeting calendar, year 2025. Yeah, it was in the packet. Any discussion on it? We still have one meeting in June and one meeting in July. One in November, one in December.
So the people with kids are usually the ones that get to decide, I think, about the summer schedule, whether it's June or August or both, but it would just be one meeting.
I mean, I prefer I'm saying this, yeah, I like the once a month. I think if we cut any more, we're gonna have, sorry. Oh well. If we cut any more, we're gonna have more meetings like this.
So do you have a preference about whether the one is in June or August?
We're giving our
Does that
staff more
matter?
time off by saying the first meeting in June and then not having the next one until the end of July.
I like that idea.
So,
Well, kids are back early August anyway here, so it makes more sense to do June and July as the one meeting month.
Janice, I took that note from you when you said, can we have June and July? Because my kids are already back in August. It used to be
Okay.
July and August, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once upon a time, it was all 3 months.
Oh, well, don't tell me that.
All right, so we just need a motion to adopt it.
I move to adopt the calendar as proposed.
We have a motion to adopt from Commissioner Powers. It's been seconded. Please cast your votes.
I'm a yay.
You turned it off. Commissioner Noble has voice voted yay. Oh, Jeremy voted no.
The new Ward 3 person.
All right, communications report, planning commission committees.
We're done.
Anything to report?
Oh, we do have we do have another Vision Zero meeting coming up. Have they set it yet?
There was a doodle sent out in the last couple of days, so it's close. It's down to 2 days.
Okay. Okay. That's all I know.
Okay. Commission members, Commissioner Powers, Commissioner Meek.
I'm sorry, even though it's this late in the day, I really do want to thank you guys for, pitching in on the task force thing and listening to me, even though you knew I was going to vote against the whole thing to start with. I do think we were able to really move that draft into such a much better place than we started with. And if the people who want out can get out, maybe everybody will be happy. I guess maybe if it's appropriate, the four of us should talk about whether we have criteria about whether people get in or out, and if so, what we would recommend about that. So, because especially in your ward, Kamal, where people are really into it and think it's going to be a good thing for them and going to help the development of their community, I'm all for it. People who want to do it, let's do it.
Secretary, do you need to sign as secretary? Commissioner Meek, nothing. Commissioner, no. Commissioner,
Nothing for me.
Commissioner Pennington. No comment. Commissioner Noble, Mr. LaForge. Nothing from the planning department?
10 seconds, yes. With a twinkle in my eye, wouldn't it be great if we had a modernized zoning code that had allowed us to have shorter meetings, not only fewer PUDs and SPUDs, but fewer cases in general? Just going to tempt the commission with that. You guys are competing with the city council for meeting length. So
I love you all, but 8 hours today is nuts. I know. All right, municipal counselor's office, nothing. Citizens, seeing none. We are adjourned.